I Fake Love You by Tyla Walker.
I don't know about you, but I'm tired of being interrupted right as soon as things start getting good.
I know what you mean. Like, talk about a mood killer.
Well, listen, I think I might have a fix for our frustrations. If we can't satisfy ourselves here, Miss Tyla is willing to give us a little privacy.
Privacy? What do you mean?
I mean that all of Tyla Walker's audiobooks on tylawalker.com are uncut and free of interruption. No one can stop the dirty details from getting out.
tylawalker.com?
That's right. And with the discount code SAVE40, anyone can get 40% off on all digital products.
Sounds like a dream. I'll see you there.
Oh, you'll do more than just see.
Head to tylawalker.com for access to all unabridged audiobooks.
And while I have you here, I'm new and want to know if you like my voice. Let Tyla know in the comments below.
In the meantime, you're listening to Tyla Walker's I Fake Love You. Chapter 1. Mandy. I can't believe we're experiencing our first real New York traffic jam, I say, my eyes enchanted by the big city views outside my window. I'm in a taxi with my twin sister, Mindy. She, like me, is pinned to the backseat door, forehead plastered onto the window as we marvel at the daytime sights. This includes iconic buildings only seen on TV, colorful people, and yellow taxis. Between us is a pet carrier where Beatrix, our black and white ragdoll cat, is fast asleep. And I can't believe we're finally New Yorkers. She responds with the same. I'm calm, but I really want to scream voice as me. 30 minutes ago, we stepped off the bus from rural North Carolina, ready to start our lives in the big city. Now, the cab taking us to our new one-bedroom apartment in Chelsea is stuck in traffic. I breathe a sigh of relief when the car finally eases forward again. I'm itching to see our new place and hope it looks as cute as the pictures online made it out to be. The car pulls up outside a rough-looking red brick walk-up. The first thing I notice is the obscene graffiti painted all over it. Then I see a boarded-up window near the ground floor. I bite my lip. Let's hope this place looks better inside. I wrap my fingers around the pet carrier's handle, lift it, then exit and grab a suitcase. Mindy grabs the rest of our bags from the trunk, and we go in. My heart drops when we enter. The inside is no better. An off-putting stench of mildew floats up to greet us in the sad lobby. We haul our luggage up some creaking stairs to the 4th floor and open the door of our new home. It's going to take me a year to figure out how the keys work, I tell Mandy, fiddling with 3 locks, not quite knowing which key to use or which direction to turn. And by then, we'll be moving. She laughs. A few minutes later, we finally open the apartment. How come nobody talks about the rotten part of the Big Apple? My voice echoes from the bathroom. It can't be that bad, Mindy yells from the kitchen. I can still hear her spraying the cabinets for roaches. Seriously, I think we've been had. Her shoes squeak closer and closer against the wood floors. Then she is next to me in the tiny tiled bathroom with its coffin of a shower, yellowing toilet bowl, and chipped sink. It's like they used tar to grout these ugly 80s-era tiles, she says. I lift my lip in disgust at the grimy backsplash and flooring. Wrong decade, babe. These are peak 90s McMansion bathroom tiles. Didn't they carpet their bathrooms in the 80s and use wallpaper? She giggles, and I turn to smile back at my duplicate, not just in body, but in spirit, too. We really lean into the whole twin thing, and it never feels forced. She has the same sleek, asymmetrical black bob as mine, both of us relaxing our natural curls for the look. The cut is short and tucked behind the ear on the right, long enough to sweep along the collarbone on the other side. Even our style is similar. We both embrace a classic wardrobe and only buy essential pieces, no flash-in-the-pan fads. Right now, we have on matching white Breton striped sweaters, which pop off our mahogany skin really well. They are tucked into denim midi skirts and classic stark white sneakers. It's casual for us, but still a tad overdressed given the state of our new home. Oh God, are we in over our heads? I ask. It's a starter home. We'll work our way up and find a better place in no time. That's why we came here, to get the full experience. I nibble on my thumbnail. I don't know about this. Trust me. Also, the great thing is this will only be a place to sleep since we'll be busy with work most of the time anyway. So it doesn't have to be the Ritz. For now. Easy for you to say. I don't have a job yet, remember? I have to experience more waking hours here. Don't look at it that way. It's only a matter of time. You'll have one sooner than you can say, "Welcome to New York." I'm not as enthusiastic as she is. Mindy landed a translating job with legal aid before we got here, but all my attempts have so far failed. And without a job, my dreams of art school, or even art classes at the Y, are just dreams. Everything here is more expensive. The sound of metal clanging invades my thought process. We turn to each other, wide-eyed. Beatrix, we say at the same time. I leave the bathroom before Mindy and rush to the living room, which is piled with boxes, a few suitcases, and leftover trash from the previous tenant. In a corner is the cat carrier. Beatrix is bumping and scratching at the cage, eager to be let out. "Hi, baby," I say, and bend down to let her out. She walks out in a circle, stretches her body majestically, and yawns. She comes back to rub against my leg, then lets out a meow, an indication of hunger. "I'll fix her up something," Mindy says from behind me near the tiny open-plan kitchen, whose counter space isn't even enough for a child. "And I'll find the litter box." I run my hand over the cat's back, then turn to rummage through the boxes. A little while later, Beatrix is fed, her litter box is set up, and Mindy and I are on all fours, pulling our couch from the box it was shipped in. The bell rings from the front. I raise an eyebrow at my sister. Did we forget something? I hope we don't owe the landlord more money. We shouldn't. Maybe he's taking the rats for their daily walk. We both chuckle. I go to the front door, look through the peephole, and see no one. Then I remember I'm not back in the country anymore. I push the call button. "Hi, this is Mandy." "Hi, Mandy. This is your cousin." "Oh my God. Jamie, I can't believe it. How are you?" "I'll tell you all about it if you can buzz me up." "Oh, right." I press the button to open the door and hear the buzz from below a moment later. "Thin walls," I tell Mindy. I open the door to greet them, and I know by the chaotic footsteps slapping up the stairs that Lainey, Jamie's stepdaughter, is here too. "Princess," I shout, picking up Lainey and her stuffed unicorn, and I kiss my cousin on the cheek. "Jamie, it's so good to see you. We're not even unpacked though, so be warned," I tell her as I open the door to the echoey apartment with no furniture yet. "And who might this be?" I ask Lainey when they've come inside. "Harold," she says with big, earnest eyes. "He cries if we leave him alone for too long." "That's very considerate of you to bring him along." I pat the toy's nose. "I think Harold will like our cat." "Is it a small kitty or a big one?" "Come on in and meet her." "Why is this place so messy?" asks Lainey. Her head bobs around as she inspects the kitchen. "Because my cousins just moved and we're here to help them settle in," Jamie says. "You can play with the cat while we work." Beatrix takes an instant liking to Lainey and Harold. I unpack a rug and roll it out in the bedroom for them to play on. Jamie helps Mindy and I assemble the couch and a bookshelf. "What's poor Mandy going to do all by herself when you start work tomorrow?" Jamie asks my sister. "Mope around and play with Bee?" I answer for my sister, only half joking. "No, but look at this place. It could keep me occupied for weeks." Mindy gives me a soft look. "How many job applications have you sent out?" "Oh, I don't know, maybe 100. That's what it feels like, at least. If you hear of anything, you'll let me know, Jamie. Of course. Can't send her back to North Carolina with her tail between her legs, Mindy adds. Oh, please. I'd offer you my couch before that happens, Jamie says with a chuckle. You'll be fine. There's so much art, too. You'll find inspiration everywhere. So many museums to go to. Yeah, but those all cost money. The galleries don't cost a thing, and they're just around the corner. You can see what other artists are doing. Maybe make some connections. You never know. Jamie's right. Who knows what could happen, Mindy says, unpacking more things from the boxes. Hey, found your art supplies? It's a sign.
Chapter 2. Austin. Ah, man, maybe I should hire someone else to do this instead. I stroll back through the interior French doors into my home studio space. Today, it looks more like an overcrowded art gallery than an airy loft in the meatpacking district. Even with 14-foot ceilings, it's starting to feel cramped with all the art I'm storing. I head straight to a chair beside the nearest picture window and scan the paintings in the room. My arm stretches out to the side table next to me, and my hand picks up the short whiskey glass. I take a sip, and the liquor slides down my throat with a slight eye-crinkling burn. Perfect. Framed and unframed art as far as the eye can see hangs on the concrete walls and leans against the walls. Easels of varying heights dot the wooden floor, each with a painted canvas. I've already chosen the right ones for my upcoming show, and now I just have to move them. A call comes in from the art movers. I lift my phone from the pocket in front of my shirt and answer. We'll be there in 2 hours, give or take. So by midday? I ask. Thereabouts. Great. I'll be ready. Good thing there's not far to move. I shake the glass nestled in my palm till the ice cubes clink together, then stand up. Another sip. My gallery, Hutchinson Art, is just down the street, but I'm not taking the risk of moving the pieces myself. Some of them are insured for $20 million. I'm willing to pay the premium. I'm a businessman as much as I am an artist, and this showcase includes recognized masters and up-and-comers, myself included. I size up some of the paintings gathered in the area for the movers to packet, spotting a pastoral landscape dotted with cows and a silo. It's painted like a dream sequence, slightly pale around the edges with some sepia thrown in with the vibrant greens of the fields and whites and reds. It's very rural Oklahoma, a far cry from the concrete jungle I live in or the luxury loft I now call home, or the high-end art circles I run in. But those paintings are there too. Cubist works of jagged skyscrapers, abstract images of city colors, streetscapes teeming with New Yorkers coming and going. All of them together serve as a testament to how far I've come. I go around the room and shift some watercolors, oil paintings, and a few abstract pieces to the front, away from the rest. The show's in 2 days and you're still changing things out, Hutch. I shake my head at myself. I sit down to enjoy the view of the Hudson and finish off the rest of my drink. My phone vibrates and I fish it out of my pocket once again. Art movers here already? I hold it up and unlock the screen. There's a text from Georgie, a good friend, short for Georgina. Are you up? I read the message out loud. She's one of my best friends from art school and she suffers from a severe case of wanderlust. No one ever knows where the wind will take her, but she crashes with me whenever she passes through New York. I use my forefinger to type the message. I am. Big show coming up. What time zone you in? Eastern Europe. That's exciting. When is it? She types back. Saturday. I want to ask her if she'll make it, but I'm just used to assuming she won't, given her will-o'-the-wisp lifestyle. Too bad I'm still in Slovakia for a while longer. But good luck. I know you'll be great. I could have sworn she was in Greece a few days ago, but that's Georgie. Never tethered to one spot for too long. I couldn't live like that. I need structure. That's cool. You'll make it another time. Where's your head at? That's a good question. My biggest gripe about making public appearances is all the socialites that crawl out of the woodwork. I tell Georgie as much, not looking forward to what the cat will drag in. I'm so over these socialites. Maybe I should change my name and go dark, like J.D. Salinger or Thomas Pynchon. You could always just give away all your money. Problem solved. No more moths to the flame. I chuckle at the text. Yeah, I'll take the hangers-on, thanks. I feel my brow furrow as I think of one particular hanger-on. Colette. That's a weird problem if you think about it. Most guys I know would die to have women throwing themselves at them, is her response. Most guys aren't me. I'm not one to complain about finding myself wealthy, except for when I am. I know that some degree of luck was on my side, even though winning the lottery was actually a mathematical gamble against myself that I managed to beat. When I used to work at a bar, I would count the tickets sold by the machine and how long it had been on each game without a winner, knowing the odds went up as time went on. It took a lot of patience, a lot of losing, and a lot of time. At first, I only won small amounts, increasing my winnings little by little. But eventually, I got the big ticket. I certainly have no regrets about it. Being rich is amazing, but the hardest adjustment has been not knowing whether a woman's with me for me or for the digits in my bank account. And I can't think of any woman who'd like that either. It's your show, just kick them out. I'll talk to you later. Gotta go. Very tempting, but that wouldn't exactly mesh with the free-flowing ideals of an artist. If they start trouble, though, that's what security is for. I start to type back a response, but a call comes in. The art movers are outside. I put on some shorts, then let the 4 guys in and lead them back to the studio. Are we packing it all? Asks the one I assume is the boss. He lets out a low whistle with his eyes open wide. Just the ones here near the front. Here, let me show you. I gesture to the ones on the ground, but find myself second-guessing, wanting to have certain pieces, wanting to exclude others. Sorry, just trying to decide. I'm realizing the line between what's going and staying is blurry. You know, just pack them all. I'll decide there. Okay, sure, he responds. So we'll do both cardboard wrap and crate. I think that'll be for the best. Great. Can I help prepare the paintings? The movers exchange looks. There's no need. I'm happy to give a hand. Just cardboard and tape, right? It's no problem. They look at each other again. Sure, Lou can show you what to do. He shows me the ropes and the rest of the team and I get to work. We work in tandem, wrapping and packing. I put the wrapped paintings in cardboard and tape the edges together. I excuse myself once we're a little more than halfway done. Let me take a quick shower. I should be done before y'all finish up here. I make my way upstairs, looking out through the huge windows at the terrace I do a lot of my work on, feeling inspired and good about my show. When I'm clean and dressed, I go back down and find the guys taking the art out to the truck. I take a painting on my way out, then stick it in back with the rest. I'll meet you guys there. I give a handshake to the 2 not holding paintings. The truck pulls up a little after I get there, and I come out to help carry a few up to the 2nd floor, where the show is. We carry a few pieces into the service elevator, and I offer to ride up with the first batch. I'm about to close the door but bend down to lift a package that tips over. When I straighten up again, an exquisite woman in a fitted gray suit with walnut-colored skin squeezes into the elevator. She has on matching gray high-heeled pumps and a soft white silk shirt. My eyes can't drink her in fast enough. Her head moves to flick her bob from her eyes. She looks at me, then looks down at the art and a smile plays on her lips. Please tell me you're an artist.
Chapter 3. Mandy. You've got this, I tell myself with one hand on the door handle on my way out. Do I really? I take in a shaky breath, then exhale. Well, there's only one way to find out. I blow B a kiss. She's curled up and fast asleep on the couch. I walk out the door and lock up. I've spent 3 days too many cooped up in our apartment, drowning in unpacking and arranging. The only positive is that the place now looks more settled in, almost like a home. But I'm eager to step out and really see the city. But first I have an interview. One I'm not excited about, but a job is a job. I feel eyes on me as soon as I'm on the sidewalk and have to bite back a smile. I chose this particular fitted gray suit to look professional, but I also know it amplifies my God-given assets. The white silk blouse that closes at the neck in a chic bow ties the look together. A train ride, a transfer, and a few steps later, I arrive at the corner bakery, where I've applied to be an assistant manager. I thought it was a commercial bakery, not a small shop. A woman in a full chef's suit, smeared with what I assume is frosting, comes around from behind the counter. "You must be Mandy." Her eyes drop to my feet and then back up to my face. "I don't know how you'll manage here with those 4-inch babies." My toes curl up inside my gray high-heeled pumps. "It's for an assistant manager position, right? Although I'm as comfortable in these as my house slippers." A complete lie. "Yeah, but when you manage a bakery, you have to do a lot of grunt work on slippery floors." She bursts out laughing, and the silvery curls on her head bounce around. "Can you start today? I desperately need someone, and your resume fills in all the boxes." "Today?" I sigh with relief. "Yeah, that won't work." She's disappointed, but understands when I decline. I grab a quick bite and head back home to Chelsea. Even though we live near some of the best galleries in the city, I haven't had time to see any yet. They're so aseptic and fancy. I feel like I'll get carded for being too what? Unsophisticated? Poor? Naive? But no one bats an eye when I walk in. There's a pristine gallery on the first floor, and I go up the sets of stairs. On the third floor, there's a working space for artists, divided into large cubicles in a massive loft. Only a handful are there, and I like being able to be a voyeur here, seeing works in progress, still unfinished. I hope I can have a spot like this one day. I get lost in the whole thing. One artist is splattering paint on a canvas that's the length and height of a wall. Another is creating complex shapes with vertical brushstrokes. I almost get hypnotized watching him. I go back downstairs and take a pamphlet from the disaffected woman at the front, with listings of the art in the galleries on the front. On the back, the pamphlet declares the price of renting studio space. Starting at $1,000 per month, I couldn't even afford that for a place to live, much less just paint. Thank God my sister is subsidizing me. "Are you hiring by any chance?" I ask. "No, we're not." My heart falls. "But leave us your info," she adds quickly. I walk out light and happy. This is what I want, to be surrounded by art, to live it and breathe it. My tour continues. I visit a few galleries, some with basic displays, others have shocking masterpieces. There is no doubt that I'm in the beating heart of the art world when I encounter a 4-story building with frosted display windows, showing only a hint of the art behind it. "Hutchinson Art," I read out loud. I expect a frosty reception like the other galleries, but the Hispanic woman sitting at the desk, a young-looking woman in a blazer, her dark hair done up in a bun, sports a huge smile. "Welcome to Hutchinson Art. Can I help you?" Just looking around. It's lovely. I'm floored by the all-white environment and the sense of warmth even in the controlled environment, optimal for the care of the fragile pieces. I guess I do have a question. Where do I start? The building has 4 levels, including the ground floor, each one different. You can start from the ground up or go to the top and back down, either one. And so I do. The patrons on the various floors have an air of certainty, as if they never had the sense that they didn't belong here. It's in the way they carry themselves, the way they brush past me. My feet are starting to kill me. I poke around the back for an elevator to get to the next floor. I spot an open one and squeeze in before the door can close. There's a handsome white guy and a whole lot of what looks like packaged art on the floor around him. I take a good look at his short blonde hair, which curls up near the front. I don't know if it's his sky blue eyes or his long, angular face and generous mouth, but he looks like he just got off the bus from someplace in the Midwest, like he belongs in a cornfield. I can't help but smile at him. "Please tell me you're an artist," I say, an abrupt thing to lead with. His face lights up. "Are you psychic? A mind reader?" I wish. It's all the boxes on the floor. What if I said I'm just Santa making deliveries? Firstly, 'tis not the season. Second, I know packaged artwork when I see it. Plus, I can smell a painted piece from a mile away, even after the paint has long since dried. Both his eyebrows shoot up. I had a months-long debate with a professor back in art school about this. I couldn't believe he didn't smell it too. The corners of my eyes crinkle and my lips turn up. My sister thinks I'm crazy when I can still smell turpentine on my hands days later. Thank God for the odorless stuff, although nothing beats the real thing. Spoken like a true artist. I pause. What's your medium of choice? What isn't my medium of choice? I'd shave off my hair and use that if it came down to it. Why haven't you? There are always boundaries to be broken. I smile and run my fingers through my own hair, partly for effect, partly to check that my bob is still perfectly in place. So, what is artistic Santa delivering? Thank God I didn't slip and call him Sexy Santa, which I was thinking as soon as he said it. A few pieces for a show the gallery's hosting soon. Oh my God, is this the service elevator? I didn't want to be the one to mention it, he says, his eyes teasing. Let's pretend you work here, for today only. If only it weren't pretend. I must have been mesmerized by the art downstairs. Do you work here, or do you just show here? Both. The doors slide open, and he bends down to pick up a box. He walks out, and I follow him, unsure if I should help him or not. He calls out 3 people to come help him, and I step aside. I wander into the cool, temperature-controlled gallery, in the part of it that isn't covered by translucent curtains, where most of the installation is going up. My eyes rise up to the matte black track lighting. My eyes move down to the stark white walls, like most galleries, and the polished concrete floors that illuminate the twinkling lights above. I'm observing the paintings on the walls, but I can barely tell anything's on them. All that's on my mind is this guy, who is now walking my way. I put my head down, hoping he's not about to tell me about some other blunder I'm making, or deliver the news that the gallery isn't open today. But then I remember the receptionist, and I know it's not closed. He appears by my side. I could give you a tour, but I want to finish supervising the rest of the unloading. I can't believe this gorgeous man wants to talk to me. I remember Jamie's words. You can see what other artists are doing. Maybe make some connections. You never know. I'd love a tour. I can wait. Well, I'm just about to go down to help bring up some of the paintings, and then I'll be back. I can go down there along with you, just in case you need some help with helping. Really? He looks me up and down, which sets me ablaze. It's as if his eyes are burning through my suit directly to my skin. You're not exactly dressed for it. I look down at myself, pleased that I chose to wear this today. I wear this whenever I move, don't you? He laughs, touches my arm, and motions for me to follow him. What business does an educated, established artist have collaborating with a transplant who has never even been to art school? Zilch. None. Nada. But you never know.
Chapter 4. Austin. We linger out front, a clear enough distance away to let the movers do their thing while I talk to this mystifying black woman. "So, are you from New York originally?" I ask her, eyeing her perfectly tailored gray suit. "Aw, thank you, no. I'm fresh off the boat. Just arrived last week," she says, a huge smile spreading across her lovely face. "How about you?" Everything about her is classy and chic, with her sharp suit and short bob tossed to one side. She's wearing a simple lip gloss that makes her lips look unbelievably kissable, but it's her eyes that steal the show. They're huge and dark brown. In a word, mesmerizing. "Me? Oh yeah, I live here." "Well, that part I gathered," she laughs. "Have you always lived here?" "Oh no, not at all. Came out here for art school and never left. Typical story." New York is full of beautiful people, but she could steal the show anywhere she goes. "The pieces here are amazing. And you're a curator here, you said." "I'm the owner here." She seems unfazed. "And what's that like?" "Pretty much like this." I wave my arms around, gesturing from the moving truck to the gallery. A lot of logistics, not as much painting as I'd like. There's never enough time for real passion, right? I feel the same way, but right now my mind isn't on art. It's on the beautiful girl in front of me, one I'd love to paint, clothed or nude. I didn't think I could be distracted from the art show, but this woman has managed to do just that. "That's what I love about art," I tell her. "You're seizing passion and putting it into physical form." "Right. And even though it's physically visible and touchable, it transcends that. It's one of the only things that allows one person to impart transcendence to another." You could write a thesis on that, you know. You think I have time for that? I wish. I love the soothing tone of her voice, both calming and vibrant. I have to assume she's an investor. "Do you do art yourself?" "Oh, me? I dabble, but I'm an art lover, absolutely." "Well, keep up the work. There's nothing more important than practicing your craft. Of course, I should take my own advice and make more time for that, but no one's perfect. We can be each other's inspiration, right?" She has no idea. "Absolutely. Although knowing your name might help with that." "Oh." She laughs quietly and lifts her head. "I'm Mandy." She holds out her hand and I take it. "I'm Austin. It's a real pleasure to meet you." "Likewise." "So, we have a lot of work to do beforehand, but I'd love to talk more. What are you doing Saturday afternoon?" "This Saturday?" She looks around, thinking concertedly. "If nothing else, I'd love to hear her thoughts on my work. She's so easy to talk to, I'm sure I'd have a million ideas. And of course, she's gorgeous." "Yeah, around 4. Can you make it? I'm having an art opening and I'd love for you to come." "Sure," she chirps, then brushes her hands on her suit. "Just in case I need it, can I get your number?" "Absolutely." I give it, number by number. A few seconds later, my phone vibrates. "Hi, it's Mandy," her text says. "Got it. Thanks, Mandy. Now I know the spelling." One of the curators sticks her head out of the entrance. "Austin, we need your input with the installation." I give her the thumbs up and nod, letting her know I'll be right there. "Duty calls," I tell Mandy with a shrug. "I can't tell you how great it was to meet you, Mandy. I'll see you Saturday, right?" "Absolutely. And text me with more info if you can. But same place as now, 4 p.m. "Yep, exactly. Take care." I just met her, yet it seems strange not to give her a hug goodbye. She's easier to talk to than people I've known my whole life. As we part, I get a flutter in my chest. It's a strange relief to meet someone so poised, so polished, so knowledgeable about art, after all the unwanted surface-level attention I've gotten from women more focused on my windfall than who they're actually falling for. I take out my phone to send a text. "Hi, Mandy. It's Austin. See you Saturday."
Chapter 5. Mandy. Time slows down in anticipation of Saturday. The job interviews come and go. A few promise to get in touch if they want to move forward with the process, which likely means I'll never hear from them again. But it's hard to focus on the anxiety of the job search when the anxiety of seeing Austin again, and the butterflies, is so ever-present. Beatrix's floofy tail flicks in irritation when my focus strays from her to my phone. No messages from Austin other than the obligatory first one. Admittedly, I haven't reached out either. Beatrix bats at my hand. All right, I say, stroking her luscious fur until she rolls on her back to present her belly. I scratch her chin absently. What am I going to do, Bea? She doesn't have an answer for me except for a low purr. I sigh. Keep job searching, huh? I scroll through job search sites, looking for anything that might get us through to the next month. We've got a little time, I remind myself, taking it in stride. Mindy's working hard, but this place isn't cheap. It's going to take 2 incomes to survive. The front door is thrown open, and Mindy stands in the doorway. Beatrix gets spooked and zooms off the couch and into the bedroom, then back, her tail high. Hey, Bea, Mindy says with a trace of exhaustion, letting her purse slide off her shoulder and onto the rack. Beatrix seems to realize it's just Mindy and settles down, rubbing up against her leg and meowing. Long day? I ask. Yeah, but good. I love the people I work with. Just a lot of sad stories. Makes me grateful for what we have, even if it's not much. How about you? Any luck with the job search? They'll call me back if they want to proceed, which is HR speak for no, I think. I hear Mindy wander into the kitchen, opening a bottle of beer. You want one, Mandy? Sure, I could use it. She comes back with the 2 green bottles, and we clink. 2 our first week, she says. And I managed to see some of the art world today. I share before taking a sip. Oh yeah? Any openings? They'll let me know if there is, just like everyone else, I say with a laugh. I did meet someone though, a gallery owner. Beatrix snuggles up between us. Mindy glances up at me, one perfectly painted eyebrow raised. Oh yeah? He's also an artist. The attention to detail is stunning. You should have seen it. Mindy shrugs. You know me, not my thing, but I like it when you explain it to me like I'm 5. He's a successful artist, but he supports other artists too. His gallery is incredible, the kind of place you rent out for fancy weddings or something. Sounds like you're planning yours. Oh, come on, no. I feel the heat rise in my neck, and I take another swig. He seems really nice, but I just met him. Mindy shoots me a devilish look. You get his number? Yeah, I say absently, and texted him. Right away. Just so he had my number, but he asked. I mean, he's a cute artist who owns a gallery. How can I say no? I know. That doesn't mean he's not a jerk, though. Doesn't mean he is one either. I play offended, my jaw dropping. We had a good conversation. Involuntarily, I find myself touching my face. I'm dying to tell her that he's already invited me to his show, but that would just make things worse. Conversation. What? She scrunches her nose at me, laughing in turn. Nothing. Focus on a job first, then a guy. Just take it slow. Promise me. Easy for you to say? You have a job and everything else all figured out. Yeah, not quite. But I know you as well as I know myself. Just looking out for you. I offer an easy smile and rub her shoulder. Beatrix leaps off the couch and then cleans herself. I know. You're my voice of reason. Mindy hugs me back. You bet I am. In private, the 2 of us are just me and Mindy. Simple. But in public, we become something else. We're a matched pair. A perfect set. It gets exhausting sometimes, each of us living in each other's shadow. I love my sister to death and would never think of leaving her out of my life. But now that I'm here, I want to have my own identity, especially as a young Black female artist. I don't want Austin to view me as the pepper to Mindy's salt. He saw me singularly, and I want more of that. So tell me more about what the legal aid offices are like. Are they hiring any artists? Yeah, no, but the people are really nice. My boss, Audrey, is great. Good, I'm glad. And a bunch of people want to go out to happy hour. They said you should come too. They want to meet my other half. I keep almost telling her about the gallery opening, then remember that I don't want her to tag along, or to give me even more flack for having a date already with this guy. I would never have dreamed of moving out here to New York if she had said no, but at the same time, I'm looking forward to living in a place where no one knows I'm a twin. They always called us the M&Ms growing up in Durham. Because I was the artsy one, I was the peanut kind. She was original, so it feels like a dirty little secret to keep some of the details about Austin just for myself. A super hot little secret. God, stop. You just fell off the turnip truck. Don't get your heart broken by the first guy you even talked to here.
Chapter 6. Austin. People from all over New York have come to the show. Some are obviously tourists passing through, only having eyes for the cheese table with a fleeting interest in the art. Many more, though, are here for me and the other artists whose pieces are being shown. I can see it in the way they try to catch my eye and hover too long around my paintings, especially the women. The bolder ones break from the throng to ask for a picture or three. Austin Hutchinson. I tense, expecting another unwarranted touch, turning around before they have the gumption. I muster a genuine smile for a group of young women who are all dressed up for clubbing. Good afternoon, ladies. Enjoying the show? They giggle, looking a little flush already. The ringleader, however, seems a little too confident, with painted maroon lips and false eyelashes. She's wearing a tight top that reveals her supple curves, the lines of her soft stomach concealed by high-rise slacks. You're the Austin Hutchinson? The one and only, and you are. It's not every day I meet an artist of your caliber. Can I get a picture? I'm Lindsay. I'm an influencer. I don't get a word in before she tosses her phone to one of her lackeys, then slings an arm around my shoulder and leans in. Several pictures are taken, and I hope none of them show up on page 6. Before she breaks away, she leans in. Thanks, she whispers huskily, nibbling on my ear just after. I can't help but frown, and I don't care if she sees it. I stop my temper at merely an expression, not willing to make a scene at my own show. A group of older guests comes up to me, all dressed in New York black, with sleek silhouettes, and a woman with a short gray bob and wire-framed glasses comes up. How are you, Austin? We were at South by Southwest together. I don't know if you remember me. Hey there, thanks for coming. Remind me of your name? She's a critic, but I can't for the life of me remember her name or even her outlet. Hillary Edwards from Art Forum. Great to see you again. Are you liking any pieces in particular? The pastoral ones are nice. I'd love to get an interview with you soon about your work. She holds out her card and I trade mine for hers. I'd love to. Maybe lunch. The critic nods and moves to another piece close by. My gaze drifts to the elevator and suddenly nothing else matters. I hope you enjoy the show, Hillary. Mandy is looking slightly lost and a little awestruck as she drifts into the exhibition. She's dressed to the nines, her outfit bolder today, with red accents beneath a sharp black suit and makeup to match. I didn't know if you'd make it. She shifts her gaze between one of my paintings and my face, seemingly unsure of which to focus on. Yeah, there was another art opening I was considering, but at the last minute, I chose this one. She grins, although I'm not completely sure if she's kidding or not. Well, good. I think you made the right choice, but Tell me honestly, what do you think? She looks around, taking in the crowd, the cameras, the wine, and, after everything, the art, before finding my face again. Certainly well attended, but I'd have to look more carefully at the art to give you an opinion that does justice to it. I nod and raise my eyebrows, impressed. I'm not used to such thoughtful consideration of the pieces, especially at a glitzy event like this where the art is often an afterthought. I didn't see this painting the other day, she says, pointing to a painting of a woman napping on the surface of water in muted tones, soft browns and blues. This one had to be shipped. I loaned it to a gallery in France and it came back just in time. I'm glad it did. I like it a lot. The colors are calm, but there's an undercurrent. Me too. One of my favorites. It's as if a weight has lifted off my shoulders and I can breathe easily. Schmoozing is necessary for my kind of work, but it's something I've never loved doing. With her here, it's easier to perform the social niceties. And I like that about her. Not to mention she's absolutely stunning in whatever she chooses to wear. She makes everything look easy with her confidence and style. I'm glad you came, Mandy. Me too. She leads us to another painting of mine, seeming to recognize my style on sight. You must be pleased with the turnout today. Such a big crowd here, Mandy says, still looking at the painting. There always is, I say, trying to hide my sense of resignation. Mandy looks up, trying to read my face. You say that like it's a bad thing. I give a small smile, but my eyes barely move. No, it's good, especially if it draws attention to the art itself, not just mine, but others. She keeps staring. But what? It seems like there's a but there. But I'm more at home holed up in my studio for days than I'm glad-handing with the glitterati. I mean, I'm from Oklahoma, for God's sake. She laughs, although I'm not sure which part prompted it. She can see the question marks in my eyes. Sorry, no. You seem like someone who was born on Fifth Avenue. I never would have guessed this wasn't your natural environment. It took a long time to get there, and a lot of money. The massive lottery win was my real break. Then came the canny investments, the training at the Cooper Hewitt and Sorbonne that led to a meteoric art career and the natural outgrowth of it all with my own gallery. Once one reporter caught wind of the new art world upstart, a flurry of puff pieces and profiles followed. My story became bigger than me. Fortunately, it's died down, but I never know how much someone knows about me when I meet them. That's good to hear. I feel like I stick out like a sore thumb sometimes, especially when I get unwanted attention. I don't know about the unwanted attention, but I know about not fitting in, and I feel you there. I'd never guessed that about you either. She laughs again. A black woman in the art world, building a name for herself, making her way. There's a lot of crap to wade there. I can't imagine. I'm pleased to know that this woman appears to know practically nothing about me, or if she does, she's unfazed by it. I appreciate that. It sounds like she's had to work hard for everything she has, twice as hard as anyone else, and yet she takes it all in stride, keeps her humility it seems, but carries herself with an air of confidence and mystery. How long have you been in the arts? Oh, forever. It's always been my passion. I can't imagine doing anything else. Well, we're lucky to be able to make a living out of it, right? Yeah, right. Yes. She laughs again as if she's sharing a joke with herself that no one else needs to hear. I have so many unfinished works, though. Being here reminds me of all that I should be doing. And you too, you must have been working, wearing a suit on a Saturday. She looks puzzled, maybe because at her level she'd be working every day of the week. Just had a meeting this morning. We find our way to the refreshments. She gives me a nod. Do you mind? I'm starving. Not at all. I'll take some too. We gather cheeses, grapes, strawberries, and veggie sticks, and I get us 2 glasses of wine. The shape of her full lips around the red fruit sends a pang of desire through me, If I could send everyone else away, I would, just to get to know Mandy right here, right now. I'd close the show down today if it meant getting some time with her. I'm about to ask her any number of questions: where she's lived, what kinds of pieces she enjoys most, her thoughts about the future of contemporary art. When a sight out of the corner of my eye chills my blood like a horror movie monster. I didn't think anyone could take my attention from Mandy, but there is one person who can, although it's for all the wrong reasons. Colette. The bitch is back, and she chose the best moment to ruin.
Chapter 7. Mandy. Austin goes silent as he looks past me, his eyes wide, his smile fading. His mouth settles in a hard line of irritation. Everything okay, Austin? He doesn't answer, too busy staring at whatever has suddenly spooked him. I crane my neck. An attractive white woman is striding right toward us. He's not staring like he's checking her out, though, and I'm instantly a little confused. Austin? The woman's voice is cloying, silken, laced with an accent I can't quite place. I knew I'd find you here. Whoever she is, she's gorgeous, and she knows it, with taut almond skin and ravishing tresses that she flips over her shoulder. Her sultry dark eyes hone in on him as she strides into the gallery like a goddess. She wears a gown with a gilded empire waist that accentuates the generous swell of her chest. He finally speaks, but not to me. Colette, what are you? She doesn't let him finish. Her arms loop around him before her mouth closes over his. Almost immediately, he jerks her away, arms stiff to keep her braced at a distance. I feel the burn in my cheeks. Did I misread his intentions? But no, I can tell from his body language that her affection for him does not flow in both directions. I realize I'm not the only one staring now, although the other patrons are speaking in hushed tones, trying to pretend they're not mesmerized by whatever is unfolding. Austin and Colette become the focus of the event, and I don't want to watch. I slip into the crowd, looking at other art, trying to force myself to disappear. Considering leaving the event altogether. I feel so foolish. I can't believe I have to hold back tears. I don't even know him. I've talked to him for a grand total of less than 2 hours. Their conversation is heated but muted, and, try as I might, I can't force myself to actually look away. Looking at him speaking to this woman, this Colette, I see him transform into a completely different person. Dark, impatient, moody, and that kiss. I'm not getting in the way of that. She didn't even acknowledge that I was standing right there, and he? Well, I don't know how much he could have said before she invaded our space. I bide my time, debating whether to stay or go. Should I say goodbye? Well, I don't care anyway. Colette's caramel voice echoes through the airy ceilings, and I swear her stomping feet make the floors shake. I look up, expecting to see Austin running after her, begging her not to leave, but he's just shaking his head with his arms crossed. I don't know if I should approach him, though. There's a buffer zone between him and everyone else who took a step back when Colette started with him. I drift toward his direction, hoping he'll give me a smile or some other encouragement to let me know if I'm making the right move, but he's looking into space. Hey, I begin, once I'm a little closer. Oh, hey. He seemed startled, like he didn't expect anyone to be speaking, or even notice I had come into his vicinity. I thought maybe I could stick around, see him after this, talk some art, maybe go to dinner. But now the thought just seems naive. I have to get going. I had such a wonderful time, though. I'm so glad I came. His clear blue eyes look up at me. Mandy, I'm sorry about that. About what? No, everything's fine. I muster a genuine smile, even though I want to slump over and be carried out. Thank you for inviting me. It was a real treat. I don't get out much. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I know you're busy. I'm glad you made it. He looks conflicted and not really there, still probably mired in the argument with Colette than anything to do with me. I mean, who am I to be hurt? I just met him. Thank you. I hope the rest of the night goes better. He laughs heartily at that, and I feel some pride in rescuing his face from his scowl. Thanks. Let's hope. Get home safe, okay? I nod and walk away, wishing I had given him a kiss on the cheek or even a little hug before I left. It feels so sterile leaving this way, and nothing like I imagined. It's probably good for me. I needed to have my expectations of my glamorous life in New York dashed at some point, and earlier is much better than later. He's probably not the right fit for me anyway. I'm projecting. And now I know an artist in New York. No, not even. I know a successful artist with his own gallery. Once I go to art school, I know someone I can ask for advice. So what if it's not what I thought it was? It's something. It's a glimmer of hope. The city passes by like a dream as I walk home, feeling delightedly invisible as people laugh and drink in restaurants lining the streets of Chelsea. But our no-frills walk-up feels a world away from the excitement of the meatpacking district's art world jet set. And before I know it, I'm home. The painted cinder block walls and fluorescent lights greet me with all the charm of a shrieking car alarm. I get out my keys, still struggling to figure out which one opens which lock in which direction. Mindy saves me the trouble, opening the door with Beatrix in her arms. How was your evening? My evening? Yeah, it comes after the afternoon. I roll my eyes and smile, but my heart isn't in it as I sit on the couch. I ran into Austin after my interview, walking around the galleries. He was having an opening. Oh yeah? What a coincidence. She's smiling sweetly, and I know with our twin sense she can tell she should take it easy on me right now. Yeah, I kick off my heels and scratch Beatrix's soft ears. Was it fun? It was fun, until it wasn't. Mindy sits next to me, scaring Beatrix off, whose tail twitches as she trots out of the room. What happened? I shrug. I don't know. Nothing. She gives a deadpan stare. I just feel stupid. Why? You shouldn't? Thanks. But I should. I thought we hit it off, but I think I was being naive. Drama? Too much for my taste. I don't have time for that. She leans in, wrapping her arms around me. Maybe it's just a sign to realign your priorities, you know? Get settled, then go chase some penniless artist around town. He's not penniless? She raises her eyebrows at that. Not that it matters, though. His life seems a little too messy for me. I barely know him. At least you know now, rather than later when you're in too deep. Mindy sighs with me. Glad you're home? Me too. We're quiet for a little while, the silence only broken by the upstairs neighbor bumping around their apartment. Beatrix zooms from the bedroom into the living room and back again, tail high and eyes wide. I don't think any of us are used to the new place yet. What happened? Mindy finally asks. At first it was great. All these people were there, but it was like he didn't notice anyone but me. We talked about art. Well, that sounds good. It was. It was really good. I pause and sigh, meditatively wringing my hands. And then his ex-girlfriend came in. I think she was his ex-girlfriend, at least. I don't know who she was, but she made a huge scene when she came, and then she made a huge scene when she left, and I don't need that. She looks me over. His loss. I can't stop a smile from forming as I nudge her with an elbow. You're only saying that because we share the same face. I'm saying that because you're my sister, and I love you. You always land on your feet. And you're smart enough to realize it's not a situation you need to get mixed up in. You can do better than that. My heart feels heavy in my chest, but I nod. You're right. Always am. I laugh at her ego. So modest. You know it. I don't know what I'd do without her. It's never lonely living the life of a twin. I'm grateful to have her to come home to. I don't need anyone else right now. And at the same time, I'm checking my phone obsessively when my sister isn't looking, dying to know if he's texted me. Of course he hasn't.
Chapter 8. Austin. I slap a heavy stroke of paint onto the canvas, unable to concentrate long enough to create anything I actually like. The streak of paint bothers me. It's disruptive and disjointed. It doesn't belong. It reminds me of Colette. God damn it, Colette. I throw paint all over the canvas. I'm done with it. I throw the canvas on the floor, wishing I could be done with Colette so easily. But she's not done with me. Will she ever be? I broke up with her 6 months ago, and I'm still antagonized by these constant attacks. Since she left, I've gotten hundreds of texts from her, and they keep coming in. Why don't you just block Colette, dumbass? Georgie asks me over text. Better the devil, you know, right? Fair, she writes back. Take your mind off it. Go to the Met. It's like you know me or something. Just about to head uptown. No matter how frustrating Colette may be, at least I'll always have Georgie in my corner to vent to. I don't even know what to say to Mandy. Sorry, Mandy. I have a psycho ex-girlfriend who can't get over me. God, come on, Austin. Anyone who calls their ex crazy automatically looks like an asshole and generally deserves it. It just so happens that my ex actually is. Should I apologize? Will she even want to hear it? I gather my sketching supplies and on-the-go painting set, then lock up, ready to head uptown. What I paint usually depends on my mood. Sometimes it's the people in the Temple of Dender or the view of the park. Other times the Japanese garden, one of those places where even on a crowded day, no one seems to be there. But today I want to follow in the footsteps, or brushstrokes, of the masters. Manet's man on crutches might suit my mood, but I might just decide once I'm actually there. I check my cell. Plenty of messages, but none from Mandy. Why do I even keep checking? Get over it, Austin. Give it up. Move on, I tell myself. But I haven't clicked with someone like that in a long time, maybe years. I check my phone again for good measure. Just a text from Georgie. Maybe you need to get someone to act like your girlfriend to show Colette you're off limits. I was actually talking with this girl I really like at the exact moment Colette came in, but I think that may be over now. Are you kidding? Don't let Colette win. I'm not too big to admit defeat. Colette gave me this huge kiss in front of everyone, and Mandy kind of took off after that. How many times have you washed your mouth with soap since then? I laugh out loud as I'm walking to the subway. About as many times as she's texted me, so too many to count then. Georgie's never around to meet my girlfriends until after I've been with them for a little bit, but she instantly knew Colette was bad news. First clue? Telling her she would stop me from having a best friend who's a woman. We both laughed, thinking it was a joke, but our thinking of it as a joke only infuriated Colette even more. Another message from Georgie pops up. Just make sure the new girl's not like Colette, okay? I can't deal with another one. And you think I can? I want that even less than you, I write back. The suggestion that she might be another Colette somehow puts my hackles up as if she's insulting me and not someone I barely met. I try to argue that she's not, but realize that I don't actually know. I just get that sense. What are you going to do then? She asks next. Good question. If I could get her in person again, maybe I could clear the air. But should I even reach out? Maybe I just cut my losses here. I hop onto the C train, holding onto the pole of the packed train, thinking about what I should say to her if anything. At least I won't have to worry about the part when to explain my stalker to her. I'd have to tell anyone about it eventually, most likely, unless I luck out and Colette suddenly gets the specific type of amnesia where she forgets everything about me. I type and retype, trying to figure out the perfect and perfectly casual thing to tell her. As the subway doors open onto the 81st Street station, I think I'm about ready to send it. I hold it carefully to make sure I don't send it prematurely. I adjust the wording a few times, reading and rereading. I'm nothing if not thorough. Hey Mandy, thanks for yesterday. Sorry about the chaos that ensued. Would love to get together when you have the time, minus the unpleasantness. After so much effort constructing it, pressing one small button feels deceptively easy. Then I put my phone in my pocket to stop thinking about it. But the ding of a response comes only seconds later. No worries. She got back to me fast, but no bites on the open-ended suggestion of future interaction. I don't want to have to worry about which part she's saying no worries to, the apology, or the seeing each other. I'm going to do some sketches at the Met today, maybe some studies for painting. Want to join? I decide to get right to the point and find out where we stand. She seems like a woman with an itinerary. She just got to the city, so she's probably hitting the ground running. She's probably checking out galleries in Soho or the Lower East Side, so even further downtown since the ones in Chelsea aren't open. Sure, what time?
Chapter 9. Mandy. I always do this. Get my hopes up, then get them dashed, then write off whoever disappointed me. And then, once I've told myself not to get worked up, and I've made him out to be a monster. Once I've imagined meeting someone else who's really the person for me, he texts, and the cycle begins again. I'm going out, I tell Mindy, then remember that she's getting brunch with a new friend from work. I'm glad she's forging her own identity too. I pet Beatrix goodbye as I slide the door chain, and then I stop dead. Great. I don't have any supplies that are actually portable, and the ones I do have are just a step up from Crayola magic markers. But that's not reason enough not to go. I'll tell him I forgot. He's a professional artist. He'll have enough for two, right? Otherwise, there's always the gift shop. Never mind that I have no money. Or I can lie and tell him that my preferred medium is found objects and raid the lost and found. Ha! I snort out. Beatrix looks over, and I shake my head as if she can understand. I do a little turn and head right out the door again. I don't need anything but myself. Now I just need to convince myself of that. I have on a stylish dress, one of the older ones that I wouldn't mind getting paint on. It's a bright blue, slightly bohemian number, where a little paint might look intentional. I'll do my makeup on the train. I want to get there on time, because there's nothing more awkward than trying to call someone who can't find you, and then learning they can see you, but you can't see them. No, thank you. Even though I've tempered my expectations, so why should I really care? It's a friendly meetup. For all I know, he's on again, off again with that woman. A million thoughts come to me on the subway as I find a seat and put on lip gloss, a natural color, to go with the friendly vibe I want to send. No way am I looking desperate. Do I even have the money to get in? I check my wallet and discover I have about $5, which is probably more than I have in my bank account. Will they believe that I'm a New Yorker to get away with paying nothing? I don't even have a lease. I guess if he gets tickets, it won't matter. I can't afford to get tangled up with him. Literally, I need to keep my feelings in check. 86th Street. 86th Street. 2 more stops. I don't realize I'm going in the wrong direction until I'm basically at the East River Esplanade, and then I turn around. God damn it. Did I wear deodorant today? I try to smell, and I almost trip. Watch out. Believe me, I feel worse about it than you do. All of my anxieties stop when I reach Fifth Avenue, and this practically holy building I've only seen in movies comes into view. This is why I came here. This is my dream. And I'm about to walk up those million steps inside the most incredible museum in the world. And I'm meeting a real artist. Watch him not even show up. I stand on the giant stairs, hoping I'll spot him before we play phone tag. Then I hear a voice that I'm surprised is familiar to me already. Probably because I've been obsessively replaying our conversation since I met him. Just in time. Hi. I pivot to face Austin, who has a sleek over-the-shoulder bag and a lopsided grin, sandy blonde hair in his face. He's dressed in jeans and a simple collared shirt, casual but put together. The same effect I'm going for. Where are your supplies? I ask, thinking maybe he forgot them too. He pats his big black bag. Right in here. Everything I need. I meant to tell you. I don't have any supplies. Uh-oh, better head back home. My ears burn and my body feels itchy. Oh my God, he thinks I'm an idiot. Kidding, I have extra. Figured you might not have unpacked your supplies. I got you. I'm fishing for my wallet when the staff leads us past the lines of waiting patrons. Don't worry about it. I've got a membership. We slip into the museum proper and go up the stairs, following signs for the new Degas Manet show. I've never seen so many masterpieces in one place at the same time. I'm overwhelmed like it's a hallucination, and I'm not sure if this is real or if I dreamed it. Are we sketching here? He seems to know the museum by heart, and I feel like I stepped into Wonderland, not knowing if I'll suddenly be enormous or invisible to the naked eye. He laughs. No, I just really wanted to see it. It's way too crowded. We'd have to get special permission. But there are so many other things to sketch. Any subject you can name, we can draw it. Name a keyword. I have to think about it. Let's go through the show. Then you can channel your inspiration. The paintings shift to Manet's bright and florid works of fishermen and ladies lounging on a couch. His famous Olympia watches us impartially from her bed, and I'm awestruck at how large she seems in person. In another gallery, we stop. I tilt my forehead at the subject. The Dead Toreador? I love this one. The foreshortening in the piece is masterful. We could try to sketch it by memory later, I say. I love that idea. And it allows for some improvisation too, some remixing. I want to hold his hand right there, but I stop myself. I'm getting so excited about something that I don't want to be anything more than friends. It's just too much right now when so much is changing already. We continue going through the exhibition. The execution of Maximilian, it's haunting, and you can see the references to Goya's atrocities of war. The expressions in the eyes are stunning. And photography had only just been invented and used for the first time in the war a few years before. And here you have shades of meaning that photography can't capture. I can feel my soul as an artist, growing in real time as we emerge at the exit. And Austin led me there, took me, and brought me to the other side. I think I have a word in mind, I volunteer. Oh yeah? I can't wait to hear. He smiles looking down, his blue eyes shining in the light of the bright hallway between exhibits. Transformation. That's perfect. He pauses right there, looking like he's racking his brain, and I'm impressed by the index he seems to have in his mind of the enormous museum's works. I think Cézanne would be perfect, the bridge between representational and abstract. Is it far from here? I ask as I follow him through the galleries, which remind me of niches in a cathedral. Nope. We're both in a room surrounded by names I've seen in books, but the paintings in reality are beyond stunning. The swirling blues and golds of Van Gogh's wheat field with cypresses, the green and blue ripples of Monet's water lilies, and the bright red fabrics of Gauguin's Tahitian women. But Cézanne's still life with apples, with its robin egg blue wallpaper and sunset-colored peaches on a snow-white tablecloth, feels like the perfect subject for us. Still life of a still life. We sit on the bench, and I watch as he carefully pulls out materials. Sketch paper, pencils, chalks, and pastels. We're not painting? I try to hide my disappointment. There's a lot of hoops to go through to do it during public hours. There's more leeway before and after public hours. We can do that sometime if you like. Really? Entry into this holy site is enough to fulfill me for a lifetime. And this man has the access of a high priest. Sure, I give them enough money that they'll say yes to almost anything, within reason. I struggled to pay for the subway today, and this man can get one of the most storied museums in the world to follow his whims. I start feeling faint. You okay? Are you getting tired? He asks me, concern over his face. Not at all, just, I shake my head, unable to come up with the words. The gallery's station guard nods at Austin, and Austin nods back with a slight wave. You must come here a lot. He laughs quietly. A little, yeah. We're both looking, and he looks over at my technique, nodding to show he's impressed. Every once in a while, he'll take my hand and show me a way to move my hand to capture the shadows of a wrinkle in the fabric or the fuzz of a peach. Beautiful, he says, looking at the sketchbook, and his eyes rise to my face as he says the word. Thank you. Is this how you learned yourself? But he doesn't answer. His attention shifts someplace else, and I follow the direction of her face. Austin Hutchinson, how dare you? I have the same shrinking terror from the other day, panic flowing through my body. It's Colette. Austin sighs, but in his eyes I see rage, disappointment, fury. How dare I live my life? Today she's wearing a dark red dress with 5-inch heels to match. Her eyes don't have fury in them, but emptiness. She breaks into French, but I understand it completely. She spits out words that amount to, how dare you waste your time with this insignificant woman and betray me after all we've been through? After your promises. Clearly they meant nothing. Colette, you're not in my life anymore, Austin says in English. We broke up, and I told you I don't want to see you. You need to finally get it through your head that we're done. I'm done with you. The end. The gallery is sparse today, but it feels like an enormous crowd has their eyes on us as the smattering of people turn their direction to us. I keep my mouth screwed shut because if I start, Colette is not going to hear the end of it. Mine will be fighting words. In French, she continues her rant. You disgusting pig, how dare you call yourself a man? And you? Her ire turns on me, and her words turn to English, not knowing I understand French fluently. You like him, do you? Think he's going to be your fun little sugar daddy? Enjoy it while it lasts, you boyfriend-stealing whore. He changes women like underwear. You're just today's pair. My face heats up, but I maintain a look of placid calm. Her glower makes her attractive features ugly as she pins Austin down with a look. She starts speaking a mix of French and English. If you're really set on this putain, don't let me stop you, but I won't watch you spiral out. New York was a mistake, just like you. The guard approaches, and she has enough sense to leave on her own, throwing a few parting shots as she does. She storms out, her stilettos banging out an ugly beat. I share a glance with Austin, whose face is dark with anger. I want to say something, anything to break the tension, but after listening to such a torrent of awfulness, I don't want to risk adding to it. The crowd tries to return to normal, but the chaos hangs in the air. Maybe coming wasn't the best idea after all.
Chapter 10. Austin. I stare at Colette, mostly keeping up with what she's saying, but my proficiency in French has never been quite conversational, much less fluent. Colette narrows her eyes at me. Quel enculé. I do know enough French to gasp at her vulgarity. What an asshole is the rough translation. She throws her hand up as she stomps off through the exit. There's a long silence before I speak. I'm sorry about that. Again. It's okay, Mandy whispers, but I don't think it is for her. No, it's not, Mandy. It's not okay. You don't deserve to have to sit here and take that. She nods, but she turns back to her sketching, and I do as well. After a while, I lift up my pad and tilt it in her direction. What do you think? I think that woman is a piece of work, she mutters. I agree wholeheartedly. Mandy turns her head to the next gallery over, gazing at the Berta Morisot painting, a robust woman in a pale blue dress holding a blue ribboned hat, but she's put her pencil down. I can't even concentrate on Impressionists anymore. I just want to throw some paint around, Pollock style. Do you want some air? I offer, reaching out my arm and brushing her shoulder. Lead the way. She lifts herself up, nodding her head and looking a little less deflated. We start packing up and head out, bumping shoulders as we walk outside. She looks more comforted in the sea of people as we walk out, feeling less of a target than in the isolated gallery. There's a Turkish cafe just around the corner. Want to get some coffee? I ask her. That sounds perfect. It's the first smile I've seen since Colette's sneak attack. The bell on the top of the door chimes as we enter the blue cafe, decorated in blown glass lanterns and photographs of Istanbul, taken by the owner himself. It's intimate yet homey, with only a few tables. Ahmet, hello, Austin says, and he greets the man with an embrace. Austin! He looks just as pleased to see Austin. This is Ahmet, Mandy. He's the owner and a friend. Ahmet, this is Mandy, who's also a friend. Although I can picture her being more, a lot more. Mandy grins. I don't think I've ever had Turkish coffee before. I love the vibe here. You must. I'll take care of you. Sit, Ahmet says, waving us over to a table in the corner with couches instead of chairs. Thank you. Mandy's tone is genuinely appreciative, as if it's a complete antidote to Colette's disruption. In minutes, Ahmet is back with a steaming, long-handed pot of coffee and 2 golden cups. Mandy takes a sip, and her mouth forms a smile as she puts the cup down. Incredible. As we sip our drinks, I watch Mandy take in the interior, eyes lingering on one of the paintings. That's your artwork, she exclaims. I recognize your style. I sold one of my first pieces to Ahmet, I tell her, sitting up with a grin. I gave it as a gift, but he insisted on paying. He's an artist, too. The photos on the walls are his. They're stunning. We both look at the photos in contemplation. So how is it that you have a woman like that one hanging around? I sigh. One of those mistakes you don't realize you're making until it's too late. I moved to Paris to study art, and I never mastered the language. Colette was my tutor. She showed me around the city. Even though I could barely speak, she showed me this bohemian world and made me a part of it. And then when I was heading back to New York, we decided she'd come with me. At first, it's amazing how many horror stories start out with at first. Yeah, at first, things were fine. But then she started showing a different side. Her real side. I assumed she'd go back to France. She assumed she'd be staying here. She tried to guilt me into marrying her so she could be a citizen. I just couldn't. I thought it was done when we broke up, but for her, it was just the beginning. How long ago was that? More than 6 months. I'll admit, at the beginning, I felt kind of bad for her. I ignored her and hoped the problem would go away. But to her, it's still like we never broke up. Can't you get a restraining order? I mean, sure, but I doubt she'd follow it, and I don't think it's going to change anything. I don't want to involve the police. Even if I got the order, I doubt I could make myself press charges, you know? I wish she'd leave me alone, but I don't want to ruin her life. Even though she's ruining yours? Mandy's face is full of fire, as if she's angry on my behalf. Her empathy is the polar opposite of Colette's disdain. I mean, fortunately, she's not capable of ruining it, but she certainly can make it uncomfortable. I laugh bitterly, but Mandy still looks perturbed. I'm just cautious now. You never know what people have in mind. Understandably, after going through that. I hope she doesn't think I'm talking about her. She's her own person. with her own life, her own interests, and her own means. Mandy's eyebrows scrunch up in thought. Has she been bothering you a lot? Seems like she can't get the hint. She's lurked around ever since the breakup. I think she was hoping to get back together, not a snowball's chance in hell, as my mother would say. Do you think she'll eventually leave you alone? I stop for a moment, thinking how to phrase it. Well, I mean, as horrible as she was today, she left a lot more quickly than she ever has. At the show, too. Seeing me with someone else is a little like a firewall, maybe. Suddenly, Georgie's text pops into my head. So if you looked like you were really taken, you think she might leave you alone? Mandy asks, tentatively. Might be something to consider. You interested? I blurt out before I can stop myself. Her silence seems agonizingly long and her face is inscrutable. I have no idea what she's thinking. If I blew it before, my chances are probably really over now. Might be fun. She tilts her head and shrugs her shoulders with a little smile. I mean, I'm mostly kidding, I tell her half-heartedly. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, right? Probably. But let's say we did do this. No, come on, I can't ask you to do that. I'm discouraging her because I'm supposed to, but I'm not convincing. Yeah, but we're just talking, Mandy insists. Okay, we're just talking. I mean, you're a woman. Thank you for noticing. Oh, all the thanks should go to you. So, would this work? If someone had a boyfriend or a fiancé even, would you be deterred? I mean, sure. Colette is definitely scary. I thought she might be your actual girlfriend. She would have scared me away. Oh God, no. I can't believe someone so horrendous could intimidate someone so lovely. There's no comparison. But then again, she's crazy, so I don't know what her mindset is like. It's worth a try, though. What do you say? What would this actually look like? God, I can't believe I'm considering this. I guess we'd figure it out as we go along, but she's such a stalker, it wouldn't take much for her to get the idea that we're serious. We just have to be sure to really sell it since she could always be watching. I'm sure she can tell just by the look on my face that I already am more interested in Mandy than I ever was in Colette. An engagement ring, for one. Mandy's eyes widen, but not in excitement. She takes a sip of her coffee, brows knitted. I look at her questioningly, trying to see what she's thinking. Sorry, it's just sinking in that you're serious. Are you having doubts? I'm sure someone so independent doesn't want her autonomy taken from her. No, I don't know. It might be good to have a reason to be together. Maybe art lessons? It would be great to have dedicated time to work with an artist. I never take enough time for myself. I smile big, thinking of us being in the studio together. My mind wanders to other things, and I realize I'm lost imagining her posing for me. Is that asking too much? Mandy asks nervously, probably completely unaware that I was lost in fantasy, not in doubt of any kind. No, that sounds perfect. And we can go out on the town, spend time together. It'll be fun. Where should our first date be? How about tomorrow? Could we go to Jean-Georges? She sits up straight, enthused, and I'm glad she's getting into the idea. Of course. Let me make a reservation. I pull out my phone and dial. Jean-Georges, how may I help you? Hey, Bernard. Austin Hutchinson. I need a table. Tomorrow night for 2. Absolutely. What time? Which times are open? For you? Anything? How about 7? Parfait. I hear typing in the background. Done. I'll see you then. Thanks so much. See you then. I put the phone down, pour myself another cup of coffee, and take a sip. You're on a first-name basis with the maitre d' at Jean-Georges? I shrug, cup still to my lips. Sure, I'm a regular. You probably will be too once you've been here for a few more weeks, especially once he meets you. She gives a coy smile and takes another sip of coffee herself. Thanks for bringing me to this place, Mandy says. The coffee is amazing. So is the woman drinking it. The woman who now, barring anything else, is going to be my fake fiancée. I've done some crazy things in my life, but this might be the craziest.
Chapter 11. Mandy. It's sinking in what I've gotten myself into. Having a fake fiancé is insane enough, but I'm starting to realize that he's more than just a successful artist. He's the richest person I've ever met by a long shot. If I had known this beforehand, I might have thought a bit more before saying yes. I'm just a naive kid who's barely been outside of North Carolina. And he's art world royalty with an incredible career and a gallery of his own. I don't even want to know what his personal art collection looks like. I'm standing in Columbus Circle, feeling like a beggar amid royalty as well-dressed, perfectly coiffed men and women enter the Grand Golden Hotel where Austin and I are dining. I have on a designer dress, sleek and black, but one purchased from Goodwill. Even that was a stretch on my budget. You look radiant, Mandy. Austin holds out his arm for me to take. Are you ready? I accept, offering a tentative nod. The shoes, however, black Prada pumps, are straight from the credit card Austin gave me. Part of the act, but he said it was nothing for me to keep it. It's the least he could do, he told me. Austin has given me things I've only ever dreamed of having with the swipe of a card. His generosity seems to know no bounds. Anything you want, he had told me. And now he's taking me to one of the most exclusive restaurants in the world, where we're going to make our first debut as a couple. A fake couple, I remind myself, holding my head high as we go up the stairs of the airy atrium, half expecting someone to kick me out for not belonging. I didn't ask Austin how it would be convincing, with someone so unused to luxury and the sophisticated New York scene. But I didn't want him to change his mind. So far, he hasn't said anything. I notice heads turning in our directions, trying to look subtle, but others whisper. And it's not just in the direction of Austin, the bad boy art millionaire. They're looking at me too, no doubt wondering who this woman is, knowing that he's relationship shy. Don't mind them, Austin says. There's no end to the public's curiosity. I've learned to tolerate it. You must know what it's like. My eyes widen. I must? I don't know what planet he's living on, but it's clearly not the same as mine. I mean, nothing like this. It just comes with the money, I guess. What sort of wine do you prefer? I wanted to make sure we weren't hungry once we got to the gala, so we'd have as much time in front of the paparazzi as possible. A gala? I knew I'd be a fake girlfriend. But paparazzi? Is it too late to back out? Well, we do need to be seen. We can break all the hearts in New York society at the same time. It's like catnip for the gossip writers. I aim to crush dreams then, I tease, wondering how suddenly things have changed and how much more things will change for me after this blows over. Yesterday, I was hunting for a job. Today, I'm posing as the girlfriend of one of the most influential men on the international art scene. We have beau soleil oysters, warm shrimp salad, tuna tartare, and warm chocolate cake, every bite like decadence in a fork, and the best Pinot Noir I've ever had, like a glass full of midnight. I can't believe we're going out after this, I say, placing my fingers on my stomach. This is enough excitement for a year for me. We'll have to build up your tolerance. As we exit the car at Lincoln Center, flashbulbs explode. Austin wraps his arms around me and then gives me a kiss on the cheek. Austin, over here, I hear photographers yell. Who are you with? He just gives a genuine smile and takes me by the arm as we go in. They're excitable today. I maintain a pleasant exterior as we're bombarded by more flashes. Do you ever get used to it? His hand slips to my waist as he leans in. Not in the slightest. The curved stairway and red carpeted floor feel like an embrace when we enter, surrounded by women in gowns sipping champagne and men in tuxedos. Despite our attire, casual in comparison, the photographers are glued to us. Mindy won't believe me when I tell her where I've been. Austin sweeps me up into an easy dance as the music picks up, and he introduces me to what seems like dozens of people, all of whose names I seem to forget as soon as I hear them. You know a lot of people, I tell him, trying to speak loudly over the din. They seem very nice. They can be. They can also turn on you without a moment's notice. But you fit right in. I'd say you were born into this. Not likely, I say with a laugh. My cat may have been, though. You have a cat? Her name is Beatrix. Now she is a diva. We'll have to get her in front of the paparazzi too then. I don't know. She'd be more popular than I am. He looks at my dress and I feel a glow where his eyes land that spreads throughout my body. Somehow I doubt that. He points over to the photographers. I think our picture is going to be pasted all over the tabloids tomorrow. I bite my inner lip to keep from grinning. This is the end of my social life, and the beginning of your life as a socialite. I'm afraid to ask what the difference is.
Chapter 12. Austin. Mystery Woman on the Arm of Art World Darling blares the headline on page 6 of the New York Post. I look over our full-length picture, remembering how radiant Mandy was in the spotlight. I have half a mind to have the article framed. I wonder if she's seen it yet. I may not have said as much, but I had fun last night, more than I have in a long while. The public scene has never really been for me, but with her, I don't mind it quite as much. I sit down at my easel to consider the blank canvas. This is my element. I twirl my brush and solvent to loosen the bristles. The palette stares up at me, dotted with eyes of indigo, black, white, and a rich sienna. All I see in everything right now, though, is Mandy. Her black dress, her brown eyes, her skin the same color as the rich brown paint. She may have just been playing along with the whole fake girlfriend situation. Thanks, Colette, but maybe I can sweep her off my feet. Although I'm the first to admit I'm out of practice, my brush scrapes furiously against the canvas, which absorbs the abuse. I'm not sure what this will become, but it's nice to play around without any expectations. I've never wanted to impress a woman as badly as I want to impress Mandy. This is a new feeling. I've never had to put any effort into winning over women. I was popular in school and athletic, even if no one knew just how obsessed I was with art even then. And then came the lottery. It became even more difficult to discern the source of women's interest in me, so I just accepted the attention, not encouraging it, but not wanting to draw more attention to myself by protesting it. I want to spend time with her, just the two of us. If we're just for show, it looks like a Hollywood publicity stunt, one arranged in the old studio system. But if I took her to a place that's special to me and maybe the press saw us leaving the airport, it would seem serious. There's also the fact that I want to go for reasons beyond our agreement. It's probably not a coincidence that the only person I'm really close to is constantly traveling, more a pen pal than anything else. For the first time in 8 years, since before I won that life-changing lottery jackpot, I want to actually let someone get close, or at least closer than I've allowed in the past. I pull out my phone and smile involuntarily at the text messages and news alerts of photos of the two of us. I stare at her girlish smile and get sucked into her doe-like long eyelashes. Her cheekbones are high and perfect, and then there's her incredible figure. Right. Priorities, I scold myself. Want to meet at Chelsea Market for coffee? I text her. 10 minutes later, I'm out the door, practically skipping toward my coffee date with Mandy. Despite the crowds at the food fall, I pick her out instantly when she walks in, her glowing features setting her apart from the rest. Once we sit, she clasps her frappé with both hands as if to warm them, offering me a perplexed look. You want to go to Paris? Absolutely, don't you? I mean, I do, maybe, but I don't know. I have things here I need to do. My sister and Beatrix still need me. I can't just leave. It would only be for a couple of weeks. I lean in, knowing we're quite a bit more anonymous today than we were the other night. Still, some of the coffee patrons offer us second and third glances. I don't know if it's because they read the gossip rags or because they're also struck by the beauty of my companion. Isn't that a little fast? Mandy nervously fidgets. For a real relationship, maybe. For a fake one designed to scare off a stalker, just right. I don't know. I have a lot to take care of. I have to settle in. I just got here and already I'd be leaving. That's even better, right? So it's not as huge a disruption. You're probably used to this kind of travel anyway. I don't even know where my passport is. When would we go? It's not as easy for the rest of us to pick up and go as it is for you. Any issues she has, I know I'll probably have a solution. Money tends to solve most problems, and a fake girlfriend apparently solves the rest. If it's a matter of money, no, she dismisses me too quickly. It's not that, exactly. My sister and I, well, we haven't ever been that far apart before. Sure, we went to different colleges, but France? That's a pretty big leap, especially when we just got here to New York. It's only a quick hop across the Atlantic, like going to Coney Island and back on the subway, but it'll be first class, so much more pleasant. Her dark eyes are full of uncertainty, and just as easy to get back if I realize it's a mistake. Of course, if you want to turn around, I'll tell the pilot to reroute us. I smile at her. And even if we're only gone for a little while, you'd be doing me a huge favor. Oh yeah? It might be enough to shoo Colette away. Oh, right, Colette. The corners of her mouth sag. Yeah, if she catches wind of the trip, she might go back to France for good. Couldn't she just go back to the US right after? Not easily. I shrug. But it's not just that. I think we'd have a great time. I have a beautiful apartment there with huge studio space and a view. It could be your own personal artist retreat, plus the museums. You're really set on this, aren't you? She laughs, her skepticism finally lifting. I think you'll love Paris. Or, have you been before? I'm sure you have. I haven't. Closest I've been is Montreal, but I'm fluent in French. And I'm barely able to speak, much less in complete sentences. So it's perfect. I look into her eyes, which seem warmer, like they're exploring the idea. This is why I need you with me. Come with me, Mandy. If anything comes up, I'll make sure you get back to the States in a flash. She makes a rumble of contemplation, the sound of a decision in progress. I have to talk with my sister first. I try to conceal my smile. I know that's not the same as a yes, but at least she's further from no than when we first sat down. She looks down, then out the window. There are a few meetings I'll have to cancel, but we'll see. I might have to grovel to Mindy. And I'll help with anything I can, and cover all expenses. Convincing Mindy is one thing I don't think you can help me with. Just because you have a sister doesn't mean you have to stay in one place forever, right? Is that the issue? The issue is it's crazy. She lowers her tone. I don't actually know you, you know. We just met. And with that, I remember that it's fake. As much as it feels like a whirlwind romance, it's one conceived in a wind tunnel. And I don't want to get carried away, she adds. I nod, letting it sink in. When's the last time you treated yourself? Everyone deserves to be spoiled every once in a while. Especially a beautiful, brilliant woman like you, I want to say. Listen, I'm not saying you've got to go, but I already have the tickets for the two of us. Anytime in the next week. First class, of course. Mandy rolls her eyes. I guess having money doesn't buy sense, does it? Even if it did, I wouldn't want it. I'll think about it. She pokes the center of my chest. But don't hold your breath.
Chapter 13. Mandy. Mindy stares at me like I just told her an asteroid is about to strike. The whites of her eyes are popping out of her head. "Are you going to say something?" I ask as she continues to stare. "Sorry, that's not just an 'I'm going to the store, do you need anything' type of question. So he has an apartment in Paris, and he wants you to go? I just want to make sure I heard right." "Yeah, he bought it a few years ago. Studying art there, he goes back every so often." "Must be nice," she continues, and I see a million questions racing through her mind. "When did he ask you? I mean, how and where did he ask you? How did this even come up?" I don't know which one of her questions to answer first. Simple, Mandy? Stick with simple. I'm starting to sweat. This feels like a police interrogation. After the party, we were talking and schmoozing, having a good time, and he just asked. I don't know. Maybe he needs to get out of town for a few and wants some company. Good thing I left out a lot of the details. If I told her it's because he's my fake fiancé and we're trying to scare off his stalker ex-girlfriend, she might disown me. She's already been giving me grief about being in the tabloids. What did you say to him when he asked? I told him I would think about it. I sink back into the couch and bury my face in my hands. This is me thinking. Well, you've thought about it, and you've already decided. I have? I'm bracing myself for the criticism, the lecture about me always having my head in the clouds. Yes, you have, and I agree about the right answer, which is, you should go. Even though she has my face, I don't recognize the person next to me. She grabs my arm, and I lift my head from my hands. But Mindy, how can I pick up and go when I haven't even found a job? How can I lay everything on you? It's easy. Pack a bag, get in a taxi to the airport, and get on a plane. New York will be here when you get back. I'll be here too, and so will Beatrix. Hearing her name, the cat looks over, then looks away. I roll my eyes. I don't know. If it were you who wanted to go, and you didn't have a job, then you would be even more adamant about me going than I am. You should be as nice to yourself as to me. I sit and think, considering the scenario. Would I resent her if she up and left, while I was working 9 to 5 and she wasn't working? I would resent her. I'd resent her if she didn't go. You're right. I have to go. My excitement is immediately taken over by panic. What the hell do I pack? I start running around the apartment, and Beatrix preemptively runs, jumping onto my bed. Mindy grabs me by the shoulders. Hold on. You have some time, right? You just agreed to go to Paris. You didn't say when, right? I raise my eyebrows guiltily, and as always, she knows there's something I'm not saying. She sighs, amused. When are you going? I'm not sure, but it has to be in the next week. Mindy throws her hands up. So basically, we're going to need to do laundry and dry cleaning the next 24 hours. Do I have any luggage big enough to take everything I need? How long are you going for? Mindy is already rummaging through both of our closets, pulling out a selection of dresses, pants, and tops to lay in strategic piles on the bed. God, I actually have no idea. Mindy looks at me like I just told her the dog ate my homework. Well, you'd better get some idea of it soon. I already have my phone out to call Austin. I don't want to see the withering look from Mindy any longer than I have to. Hey, what's up? Austin says when he picks up. Not too much. I had a question. Okay. How long should I plan to be gone for? He's silent for a moment. I can hear music in the background there. Does this mean you're coming? Maybe, if I can figure out how to pack. I hadn't gotten that far. I was mostly focused on getting you there, I hadn't even thought about how long we'd stay. Let me think. Mindy is holding up her shoulders, trying to find out an answer, and I hold up my index finger to ask her to wait 1 second. He doesn't know, she mouths. I roll my eyes and shake my head. Do you have to be back by a certain time? No. Mostly just trying to figure out how long to pack for. I feel so silly, like a child, bringing a concern like that too. He laughs. Oh, that's not anything to worry about. Pack for a week. If you need more, I've heard that Paris might have a few places to shop. Yeah, but nope. Pack for a week. We'll play it by ear how long we stay. And when do we leave? How's tomorrow sound? What time tomorrow? I ask hesitantly. Every time I ask questions, I feel like I'm committing to whatever the answer is. My sister has a look of shock on her face. Tomorrow? I hold up my finger to my mouth so I can hear Austin's answer. I was thinking around 6 tomorrow night. We get there the next morning, adjust. Then really hit the ground running. I'm silent, just thinking. But it's impossible to actually wrap my head around the fact that in a little more than 24 hours, I might be on an airplane to a city I've only dreamed about with a professional artist. Mandy, I still have you? Austin checks. Oh, yeah, I think that sounds good. Well, if you change your mind between now and then, let me know. I will. I won't change my mind. Great. I'll send you information about the car service. I'll take care of it all. Thanks, Austin. Hey, thank you. Anything else you need? Something to bring me back to Earth, because I could probably fly there myself the amount I'm floating. I don't think so. Great. Talk soon. Bye. I've been diverting my eyes from Mindy to focus on everything Austin was saying, partly so I would know I wasn't imagining, but she's now right in front of me, practically grabbing my shirt to get me to spill. So, what's happening? She has her hands on her hips, and she's tapping her foot. She's usually the disciplined one, but I can tell she's been dying inside since I got on the phone. We're leaving tomorrow, and I'm packing for a week. You're staying for a week? No idea. From the plush car service to the luxury lounge at the airport, to the amenities of first class like endless drinks and delicious food, the process of getting to Paris feels more like a vacation than actual vacations I've had. When I see the French flag upon landing, I can't believe that it's not a mirage. As exhausted as I am, I'm riveted to the cab window on our way to Austin's apartment. He laughs each time I tap him and say something like, "Look, Austin, the sun," even though he's obviously seen it. The car stops in the center of the city. Are we making a stop first? Nope, this is it. Which floor is it on? I ask, looking at the 4-story building with enormous story-high windows on each floor, each one opening out onto a balcony. All of them. Every room is a masterpiece, with high ceilings that have old-world touches. Natural light flows through the open rooms. I stick out my head, and I can see the Arc de Triomphe. Yes, I love that view too. He takes me up the stairs to the large rooms, including a salon and a guest bedroom. You can stay here, in this bed, or on the chaise. This is the nicest guest room. The golden bedspread looks like it's stolen from Versailles, made of silk and embroidered with fine thread. The sheets peeking over it, a sky blue, look softer than cotton candy. You sure you don't mind someone invading your space? It looks so perfect. I invited you, didn't I? Austin says. I have people over all the time. Artist friends love it, especially Georgie. I told you about Georgie, right? She stays here more than I do. Oh, wow. You must be close. Yeah, she's my best friend. Her home is my home, You'll meet her sometime, I'm sure. Next time she's in New York, or if I take you to visit her in whatever far-flung place she's in. I've never met this friend, but I already feel like I don't measure up to her.
Chapter 14. Austin. So, what do you think of the place? I ask, although I can tell from her expression that she's as stunned at the place as I was when I first saw it. If I lived here, I would never leave. I let out a huge laugh. I thought the same thing, and it took so little time to get homesick for New York. It gets even better when you leave the apartment. We caught up on sleep yesterday and mostly stayed in, just taking a little walk around the neighborhood before going back to sleep again. This morning, though, I have plans. Do we have to? Mandy asks with a sleepy smile. She looks beautiful at the breakfast table, lit by the sun, smiling as she eats her baguette with camembert. You won't want to come back to the apartment once you see what I have in store. I plan to show you the best of everything. Her eyes widen. I think I'm still asleep, Austin. Let's take a morning walk. I'm sure it will wake you up. Just a short walk down Rue Saint-Honoré, and I can tell by Mandy's gasp that she's seen it. The Louvre? We're this close? She starts running, and I speed up behind her. Don't get hit by a car. An angry driver honks at us, and the interaction only seems to heighten Mandy's excitement. Pardonnez-moi, Mandy yells to the driver sincerely. She turns to me and takes my hand, and her touch feels electric. It's like I'm really a part of everything, she squeals, then lets go of me to spin, drinking in the scene. There are much safer ways to be a part of Paris, I tell her, but her wonder is contagious. Seeing the city through her eyes, I feel like I'm here for the first time myself. We should get a selfie, she says, once we get to the entrance of the Louvre, the glass pyramid, and she takes out her phone. Yeah, actually, not a bad idea. I can get my publicist to spread some of them in New York publications, and we can put some on social, just to get the word out that we're here. She looks disappointed. As much as I love experiencing Paris anew with Mandy, memories of Colette in the same places remind me why we're here at all. Getting to spend time with Mandy is a phenomenal bonus. We get to the ticket desk. Mandy speaks before I can, in fluent French, to purchase 2 tickets. She begins to take out her wallet, and I quickly pull out mine, not to pay but to show my Ami du Louvre card. Merci, I say. Thanks, Austin, Mandy says. I'm glad there's one thing you don't have to pay for me at least. You're my guest. Of course, you shouldn't pay for anything. Yeah, but I mean, not just that. But I couldn't even if I wanted to. You have so much more money than me. That doesn't matter. It's been dawning on me throughout the trip that her impeccable wardrobe and accessories are more a testament to her tastes than to her financial means. She couldn't believe how much was included in first class. She kept asking if it was okay to get something if it was free, and she didn't believe me at first when I told her that anything she wanted, she could have, no matter the price. But she also hasn't asked for anything. How did you learn to speak French so well? I ask her as we go further into the museum, although I'm not sure she registers that I'm talking by how taken she is with the sculptures around us from early civilizations. I've always been good at language. I took it through college. But my sister, Mindy, she speaks like 6 languages. The fastest she learned was German, which she learned in 2 months. She's a phenomenon. Don't sell yourself short. I've tried to speak French for years, and I'm barely beyond bonjour. So, I guess I can feel like I'm contributing something then. We enter into the main gallery, which is home to some of the world's greatest masterpieces. The smile of the Mona Lisa looks practically mundane compared to the joy on Mandy's face. If Da Vinci had her as a model, it might have been an even greater masterpiece. The Raft of the Medusa was always one of my favorites, Mandy whispers with reverence, her wide eyes bearing an expression of horror and awe. And that was only seeing it the size of a postcard. In real life, it's just overpowering. That's the reason we do this. Real art can disturb you, unsettle you, make you question everything. She steps back from the painting, closer to me. The oil painting is larger than life by orders of magnitude, rising almost 2 stories high. We approach it like a holy shrine. Starving men in various states of decay share space with the dead, who pile up at their feet on a shaky platform being torn apart by the waves. The living turn their backs. Even they can't fathom the horror, and yet they cling to the chaos of survival, even when death would offer peaceful relief. We spend hours there. When we come back, I'll have to bring my sketchbook, Mandy tells me. I can't believe I didn't. The first time, just taking it in is enough, I think. Experiencing it. I always feel like I should be productive, though, she tells me. You're an artist. Just looking is productive. She seems to take this to heart when we reach Liberty leading the people, which Mandy takes in for at least 10 minutes. The personification of liberty in a pale yellow dress that's open at the chest holds a French flag as revolutionaries with guns and bayonets follow her, and her vanquished foes lie at her feet. It's overwhelming, Mandy says, touching my arm, moved almost to the point of tears. It's beautiful. We stay close to closing time and make sure to go to the gift shop. Do you want anything, Mandy? Oh no, I've already gotten so much already. The experience is enough. Hardly. At least get something for Mindy. Well, she would love that necklace with the hieroglyphics. Perfect. I'll get 2. 1 for each of you. No, really, Austin. You don't have to. I know. I want to. A way to thank her for sharing you. Thank you, Austin. Her long eyelashes curl up sweetly as she smiles. We grab a quick dinner at a sidewalk cafe as the sun sets, watching couples holding hands. But what Mandy really wants to do, she says, is paint. We stroll to the house and then climb the stairs to the studio on the top floor. Half is inside and half is on the roof. It's chilly. Hold on, I have something for it, I tell her. I dig through the bag from the Louvre boutique and I find a flat paper box tied with ribbon. Austin, what is this? Open it. She looks up at me with a quizzical look, grinning with narrowed eyes, then unties the ribbon carefully. She gently slides the lid off, and she gasps. Austin, I can't believe this. She wraps the shawl around her graceful shoulders, waving it in the wind like the woman in the painting reprinted on the silk scarf. It's beautiful. I wish I'd gotten you something. You being here is all I need. We both work on cityscapes of the streets below us, but with different figures in the foreground. Mandy has the view of the Louvre in hers, and mine has the view of her figure from behind, every bit the goddess as the statues we saw earlier in the day. I don't know how anything can ever top this, Austin, Mandy says, looking back over her shoulder as the light fades, in a coy posture that makes me want to grab her and kiss her for hours. Challenge accepted.
Chapter 15. Mandy. How is every last park more beautiful than the last? Just how? I ask with my eyes wide open. We've barely passed through the black and gold iron gates into Parc Monceau, and I'm already in awe. My head does a slow left-to-right oscillation as we walk. Austin looks at me sideways. Careful, a fly might pop into that open mouth. I clasp a hand over my mouth to contain my laughter and keep any flying insects out. The action strains my other hand, clutching a picnic basket. Can you blame me? I could never dream up anything this incredible. Austin adjusts the strap of his satchel, filled with art supplies as he speaks. You said that yesterday and the day before. Well, you're the one who keeps upping the ante, or should I say Paris keeps upping the ante. I hear fast approaching footsteps from behind. Austin's long fingers loop around my elbow, and he pulls me toward him. The jogger misses me by a thin hair, so close that I can smell the sweat and hear the breath. My gasp is breathy from the close call, but just as much from his touch, which lingers after he's ensured my safety from the runner. I step back from him and his hand slips off me. "So what else is there to see around here?" I ask him, trying and failing to avert my eyes from his intense stare. "Let's find out together." He opens his palm and juts his head forward, and we continue walking. This park is rustic and half abandoned, in contrast to the manicured ones we've seen over the course of the last few days. We reach a pond partly surrounded by a crumbling arc of columns, not unlike ancient Roman ruins. Sunlight sparkles over the water's surface. That willow tree on the little island in the middle of the pond is perfect. I want to paint it. I make little circles around it with my hand as if framing it. I'll unpack the supplies. He slides the bag off his shoulder, and I busy myself with setting up our blanket on the grass. When everything is set, we sit and paint, and we laugh, and we eat, and we paint some more. My willow tree refracts the light through the branches, somewhat impressionistically, while his is more of a moody, romantic piece emphasizing the natural elements. I think Jardin du Luxembourg will bring out the same spark of inspiration, Austin says, nodding in approval of my piece. Are we going there next? No, I've saved it for tomorrow. I'm excited. Was it one of your favorite places to paint when you lived here? It was, but it wasn't the same without a creative partner to share it with. You bring out the life in everything. It fills me with a satisfied glow, knowing this is ours. I'm in love with the Luxembourg Gardens. The fact that Austin knew I would love it makes me love it even more. We spend hours walking the immaculate grounds, promenades, and orchards, and we go into every corridor we possibly can in the enormous Second Empire Palace, with its stately stone facade and steep mansard roofs. Once we get back to Austin's, I realize his apartment must have been made around the same time, because they're so similar. Why wasn't I born an 18th century French monarch? I hurl myself on a chaise longue once we're in the salon of his incredible house. I never knew you were such a history enthusiast, he notes with a smile. Or a reenactor, Madame Antoinette. There's a lot you don't know about me, I tell him coquettishly, angling my legs seductively. But you cannot love art without loving history. The materials, the craftsmanship, the escapism of being transported to another time, knowing what rules it's breaking and what new rules are about to be broken. I fling the rear of my palm dramatically against my forehead and throw my head back. Oh, forget it. You commoners just don't understand. I think I'll start a diary so that you can see into my mind's eye. Why, thank you for enlightening the humble commoner. He chuckles, deep and loud. Will Her Highness want some champagne with those dramatics? Yes. Now shoo. Off with you. And your head. I wave him off with a small smile. He leaves with a curtsy, then returns shortly with 2 flutes. I've spent so much time with him it feels like any walls between us fell down days ago. I think I need a day in tomorrow, I say. We've been out every day since we got here. That's 5 whole days in case you weren't counting. I have a very special surprise for tomorrow. I eye him over the rim of my glass. What is it? Please refer to the word surprise in my original sentence. He doesn't budge when I badger him. Late at night, I dream of his lips, both kissing me and refusing to tell me what his covert plans for us are. The next morning, I wake up at 3 a.m. New York time, eager to know what he has planned. The insistent breeze ruffles my flowy floral summer dress, très chic with my straw hat and brown sandals. He's wearing chic cotton slacks and a fitted Lacoste polo, one we picked up on the Champs-Élysées along with my dress. Dear Diary, on day 6, he took me to Place du Tertre. I start narrating. And I swear I saw the ghost of Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec. I commissioned him to come, just for you. It's mid-morning, just after 10, and the cobblestones of the Place du Tertre teem with the spirit of the great artists who transformed the world in these same streets. Artists of the present day are setting up their easels and scanning the scene for their next customers. An elderly woman in a leather jacket approaches me and asks to do my portrait. I turn to Austin, unsure, shrugging my shoulders and raising my eyebrows. He smiles. Go right ahead. It's a rite of passage. Not long after I sit down, another artist whisks Austin away to fashion a portrait of his own. Mine finishes first. I mill around from stand to stand, amazed at the soul each artist puts into every piece, despite having virtually no time to study their subjects. When we're both done, he takes me back to the Champs-Élysées for a hybrid film and photography exhibition, then a late lunch. He takes my hand in his like it's the most natural thing. I don't even flinch. You look lovely today, he says when I raise my face to him. I'm sure my face looks like Beatrix when she's purring, having her fur stroked, basking in adoration. Dear diary, I say to him days later as we stroll the Seine, fingers entwined beneath a sky of bright blue. On day 7 we rested, stayed in and made baguettes. He chips in. And we only ruined 1 loaf, I add. Fortunately, I salvaged the rest. Hey, he gives my hand a squeeze. Don't interrupt my diary entry. You'll get your turn. Fine, I laugh out loud. On day 8, he took me to see a cabaret show where we had too much to drink, and today we walked off our hangovers along the Seine. We've been posting on social and checking the New York gossip sites to ensure that at least some of our outings are gaining traction. I hate the reminder that this is all for a purpose, but I know I need to bring myself back to reality since I won't be able to live in this fantasy forever. My eyes skim from the water to the magnificent architecture on the other side to the passers-by. We find a table where the gorgeous Pont Alexandre III is in full view, arching over the river. And we sit down right next to each other to paint, chatting the entire time. A pair of identical sisters roll by on skates sometime later. One of them gawks at us and exclaims in a cut-glass English accent, "Isn't that such a cute, artsy date? I wish Dave could be that romantic." I drop my eyes to my work, trying not to get too wrapped up. The next night, day 10, during an ambient dinner cruise on the Seine, the waiter turns to Austin. "Will you have the same house red as your wife?" He looks deep into my eyes and doesn't bat an eyelid. And I stare back into his eyes and wish with all my heart that all of this were true. "I will," he says, and the words are like glass shards on my heart. And I remember that, of course, it's easy for him to pretend we're something more, because all of this is pretend.
Chapter 16. Austin. Mandy's tongue pokes out from between her lips adorably as she concentrates on her work. We're back on the banks of the Seine, sketching out our latest paintings, this time of the soaring Gothic arches of Notre Dame Cathedral. The sunlight filters through the trees, giving her a warm glow. I stare, trying to capture the moment in my head. Do I have something on my face? You keep staring. I chuckle. I'm just thinking of how I would paint you right now in this light. What style I'd use. Just something simple, she says, pushing a strand of hair from her face. I'd be a plain subject, just an example of an ordinary person. You're so far from ordinary you have no idea. No way, you've got to be kidding. I'm just a girl who barely left North Carolina before this year, who's pretty much never been away from her twin sister until now. Or maybe you're teasing me, which wouldn't be nice. Not at all. I'm completely serious. I look at her closely, and I touch her chin with my hand. In fact, What? Until this trip, I thought you were an art world professional since I couldn't picture you being anything less. Your poise, your confidence, the way you carry yourself. I mean, and the clothes. No, you did not. Mandy throws back her head, laughing, and she puts her hand in front of her mouth to try to stop. I can't wait to tell Mindy about this. She'll die. You had on that charcoal suit and that look that could just see through anyone. You looked like a woman on the move. Mandy shakes her head. I mean, maybe I am, and the poor country girl thing is the act. I shake my head and laugh. Nah, the jig was up when you freaked out over first class. And at the Louvre. Are you disappointed? Actually, it's been amazing to be able to show you everything. I've felt so jaded, and you remind me that it's not all publicists and auctions. Besides, if you're after my money, you're doing a terrible job at it. Oh, good. I was trying to be bad at that. I'm glad you noticed. She has a mischievous smile. Do other people? Yes, they do. That must be tough. I shrug. You get used to it. Really? Small price to pay to have so much. She looks up at me, the sunlight spilling across her face in a streak, lighting her up in a way that I'm desperate to capture. Let me paint you. My voice is nearly breathless. I've never been asked to model for anyone before. I find that impossible to believe. What about at Place du Tertre? That doesn't count. You could look like a gargoyle on top of Notre Dame and they'd still say you're gorgeous. I laugh. But you actually are. Spoken like a professional, plying his wares. I give her a fake punch on the arm. Well, not everyone wants to capture them for their modern take on Renoir. Like, modern meaning au naturel? I shrug casually, trying to play off my interest. Sure, men, women, older, our age, everyone. She looks down at her lap. I don't know if I'm confident enough to do that. One hand smooths her soft blue sundress. It flows over her body like water, the silky material clinging to her curves before draping around her legs. You don't have to model nude for me. You could wear the dress you have on, I offer. The pink and white flowers pop against your gorgeous skin. Well, when you put it like that, how can I turn you down? She gives a nervous laugh. Good. Let me get started right now. What? Here? Her voice goes squeaky. I reach out, brushing a strand of hair from her face, tucking it behind her cheek. Relax. I just want to do some preliminary sketches, just to get an idea, an initial study. Ah, right. Mandy nods and visibly relaxes. How do you want me? I stare at her, silent for a beat, knowing how much I want her in every single way imaginable. How about... I take hold of her hand so that she sinks down into the chair, reclining. Sit here, I direct, gently pushing her down. Her eyes never leave mine as I manipulate her into position, and I feel the all-consuming heat of desire. One hand drops down to cradle her leg. I feel her shiver, and she gives me a demure smile. Now lean back, I say, touching her shoulder. Like this? She leans back, one hand supporting her from behind. Yes, exactly like that. I can't stop staring as she moistens her lips. What next? Her voice has gone quiet and I can't look away. Austin, how do you want me? Shaking my head, I glance over her body, trying to determine if she's posed just right for me yet. Put your other hand up, cup your cheek. She presses it to her face and I reach out, pulling it down a few inches. The warm ghost of her breath grazes my palm. Here, I say, our eyes locked. Now curl your fingers. Mandy moves her fingers a few centimeters down so they're resting against her cheek. The urge to pull her hand away and replace it with mine rises inside me, and I flex my fingers, squeezing them into a fist to quell it. Yes, exactly like that, I say, stepping back. The tension still lingers between us, even as I sit to face her and start sketching. She stays completely still, but I can feel her eyes on me as I work. Something stirs inside me, a pull from my chest. "Everyone deserves to see how beautiful you are," I murmur as my pencil flies across the paper. She's becoming my muse, my inspiration. I want to capture her image with the care it deserves. "You're too sweet." Mandy's voice is soft. "You know just how to flatter a girl." Flattering, describing, either way. Tilting my head, I study her face, trying to take in every detail of her body. I want to make sure I get this right. Mandy giggles and goes still again. My fingers move nimbly and I sketch across the page, instructing Mandy to turn her head a few degrees to the left. "Right there," I say. "Yes, just like that." I have to get as many angles as I can before we lose the light entirely. I outline her body and pause. The fabric of her dress has bunched up under her. I stand, gently tugging on the material. It feels so soft between my fingers, and I glance up to see Mandy staring at me. "What are you doing?" Her eyes are full of questions. "Just rearranging your dress." Her eyelids flutter, and she gets a far-off look. Sitting back down, I try to mimic the way the dress flows over her legs, capturing the folds, both imagining and trying not to imagine the tantalizing body beneath it. "There," I say as soon as I've finished. I have a few quick reference sketches, and one fully posed one. All done. I can start working from these and decide just how I want to have her laid out when I'm ready to start painting. The idea of having her pose for me sends a frisson of electricity down my entire body. Mandy stands up, rearranging her dress. The two of us pack up and start heading back to my apartment, hands brushing as we walk.
Chapter 17. Mandy. I sip my coffee as I sink into the armchair, double doors wide open on the balcony, so I can see the view as the sun begins to rise. It's stunning, looking out across most of the city. The sun is just starting to peek over the horizon when I hear rustling from the couch. "It's so early," Austin says with a yawn. "What are you doing up?" "I'm in Paris," I tell him. "When will I get this chance again? I want to soak in every moment. I want to see everything I can." "And my job is to show you. What haven't you done yet here that you're dying to see? Besides his body over mine? Can we go to Centre Pompidou? I've been dying to go forever. It's a holy site for modern art and modern architecture. The first building to put its insides on the outside. Absolument. He stands beside me as the sun rises higher, and I'm dying for him to touch me. After yesterday, I keep giving myself chills, remembering how it felt like he was making love to me the way he was posing and drawing me. I just need to go shower. He heads to a bathroom, and I turn my head to take in a view that rivals the Paris skyline as he walks down the hall. I grab my phone to text my sister, but I have one from her waiting. "Have you kissed him under the Eiffel Tower yet?" "No." "It's not like that, but he did draw me, like one of his French girls." She includes a gif of Leonardo DiCaprio sketching a nude Kate Winslet in Titanic. Clothes on, but pretty seductive nonetheless. "Come on, I'm trying to live vicariously through you." "Try harder," she texts back. "Just for you, I will." Good. A guy is temporary, but a twin is forever. A sigh escapes my lips. Temporary. That's all this is. A campaign for an audience of one to keep his evil ex from stalking him. For now, I'm going to focus on enjoying every last second in Paris that I have. I set the coffee cup in the sink for the housekeeper and head to one of the other bathrooms for a shower, then put on a black applique blouse, a herringbone skirt, and black boots. When I head back out into the living area, Austin is ready to go. He's wearing a pair of jeans that sit perfectly on his and a white cotton V-neck shirt. On top is a green bomber jacket. He looks rugged, yet stylish. My heart races at the sight. "Ready to go?" he asks. I nod. He takes my arm, and we meander toward the museum. We amble through the 4th arrondissement, old buildings bursting with tiny cafes and shops. But Centre Pompidou itself is a large glass and metal architectural wonder. The building was designed to look inside out, with the structural elements on display. Getting a chance to see inside has me practically skipping ahead. As with every museum, Austin is a member, so we don't wait in line. The walls are lined with Tyla Walker's black silhouette cutouts, both modernist and historic at the same time. Each image feels so alive, as though I'm watching a scene from an old movie or a film reel. If I stare hard enough, I can see them start to move. I wish I'd gone to art school straight after I graduated, I murmur, reading the placard next to the painting. I still want to. I want to create art like this, art that feels alive. Why haven't you? Austin asks offhandedly, still focused on the works in front of us. Money? I say with a chuckle. When I've saved up, I'll go. Even if I got a scholarship, I'd still have to work. And I don't even have a job right now. I went to the Cooper Union, but I started right after they began to charge tuition. But then I got, "Your incredible stroke of good fortune. I can't imagine ever being that lucky. Do you ever ask, why me?" All the time. In the next room, a multimedia sculpture dominates the center of the room, with LCD screens sharing space with magazine cutouts. It's an exhibit of female artists, all of whom are bold and unapologetic. I want to be like that. Even if I don't know what Austin and I are to each other, I want to help Austin with his art as a model, and I hope he'll be able to help me with mine. "Austin," I call out. He's examining a smaller sculpture in the corner and looks up at me. I want to take the next step. His eyes grow larger, and he opens and closes his mouth a few times before swallowing hard. "What?" "To pose for you. Like, really pose." "Are you sure? You shouldn't feel compelled to." "It's my decision and I want to. I figure these artists aren't afraid of boldness. Why shouldn't I be?" He smiles, blue eyes sparkling. "That'll be a memento of our trip to Paris, if we work on it tonight." A streak of nerve shoots through me, but I ignore it, pushing it aside and nod in agreement. Sounds perfect. I swallow hard, my throat suddenly dry. An invisible spark has been ignited. I don't know what will happen tonight, but I'm suddenly dying to find out.
Chapter 18. Austin. "Are you sure about this?" I ask as we head back into my apartment carrying our takeout kauskas. "Never been more certain of anything in my life," Mandy says, giving me a thumbs up. The two of us sit down on the plush sofa, pulling out boxes and utensils as we dig into the food. We order a rich, savory stew swimming in spices. I dig into my chakchuka, the runny egg yolks delicious with the spicy hot harissa. I don't think I'll be able to process this whole experience until after we're home. It's just so much all at once. My whole life was packed into a week. I chuckle. Yeah, I get it. I felt the same way when I first moved here. Of course, the shine wore off for me quickly, but seeing it through Mandy's eyes has given me a new appreciation. "What's your favorite thing about Paris?" Taking another bite, I savor it while thinking over her question. There are so many little communities of artists. In New York, it's more institutionalized. Here, you can be free-flowing. There's less hierarchy. Although you're at the top of the totem pole in New York. But when you're on top, you're an easy target too. I think for a moment about how to answer the other part of her question as I take a sip of tea. And I love that you can walk out your door, hop on a train, and be in another country in an hour. Although I do miss the melting pot in New York when I'm here. Even though there's more diversity in Paris than most parts of the world, nothing compares to New York. Oh, definitely. Living in New York has been amazing. I wouldn't trade it for moving back to our small town. I grew up in a small town too, in Oklahoma. How long did it take you to get used to living in a city like New York? Well, I've lived there for 8 years and I still don't know if I'm used to it. But compared to the sticks, immediately. She laughs and rolls her eyes. I feel the same way. You meet people you'd never think you'd meet in 1,000 years. I know. Our eyes meet and I hold her gaze for a long moment. We finish eating and Mandy goes to shower. Anticipation is building in my gut. Since I first laid eyes on her, I knew that I would want a chance to paint her at some point. Now it's happening, and my nerves are on fire as I set up for a real portrait session. I need her posed on the chaise longue for this one, and I lay out the elements for a makeshift studio. By the time I'm done, the only thing left in the middle of the room is the sofa itself. A deep gray velvet divan with curved arms and brass rivets along the back. It's the perfect backdrop for Mandy, something that won't take attention away from her body, but will highlight her classic beauty. I'm busy setting up lights when Mandy appears, wrapped in a white silk sheet from shoulders to her ankles. "I'm just finishing my setup," I say as I tinker with the easel. "I'll have you laid out on the sofa, so just give yourself a moment to get comfortable. We can put on some music if you'd like." "Sure." She adjusts the sheet so it's slightly lower, but she's still clinging to it. I put on Nina Simone for the perfect Parisian photo shoot. She walks haltingly, doe-like, one foot in front of the other, clearly uncertain of what to do, which makes her even more beautiful. As she sits, the sheet shifts and she pulls it down off her shoulders so they're exposed. "Is here okay?" Perfect. I start making a few reference sketches, the ones from before pinned to my blank canvas. The sheet is slipping down a little so it's barely covering her breasts, and just a hint of her dark areola is showing. My eyes linger on the swell of her breasts, and I swallow hard. I'm drinking her body in. "What inspires you the most as an artist?" she asks me. She does. She inspires me the most. I want to do more than paint her. Life in all its forms, passion, where you find it, anything that feels like it shows what truth really is. I pause for a beat, focusing on the curve of her arm. "How about you?" The tempo of the music picks up and my pulse speeds up as I watch Mandy shift a little, the sheet falling lower. "You took the best answers already." She grins sleepily, seductively, and I'm torn between getting it on the canvas and throwing her beneath me on the chaise. I can almost feel my body touching hers, her soft skin underneath mine writhing, clinging. Her dark eyes search mine, and I probe hers right back. But I know what I'm looking for. Does she? "You're a beautiful model, Mandy. Easily the most beautiful woman I've ever had in my studio." "I bet you say that to all your models," Mandy says, almost below her breath. "No," I shake my head. "I don't." Mandy lets out a sigh, pulling her bottom lip between her teeth. "You're going to make my cheeks burst, Austin." The sheet is barely clinging to her at this point. I can see the outline of her body underneath, the way her nipples pebble in the cold air, and the dark color of the triangle of hair between her thighs. Mandy's soft curves and smooth skin beg to be touched. Her long fingers trail over her arm now, moving down the length slowly. My eyes track every movement. Desire has me throbbing. I'm only partially hidden behind the canvas. I want her to know how much I want her. The sheet falls even lower and her dark nipples hang off of her full breasts. I want to put them in my mouth and devour them.
Chapter 19. Mandy. Each time I let the sheet drop a little lower, my confidence grows. The slight discomfort of movement from behind the canvas, keeps encouraging me to go lower. I get a thrill seeing the hint of what I'm arousing and wanting to see more, wanting to touch more, wanting to feel all of him with my hands and engulf all of him in me. I can tell he's adjusting himself to accommodate the engorgement, and I smile victoriously. Staring into his blue eyes pulls me into a sort of trance, not even breaking when he flicks his eyes back toward his canvas. It's alluring to know that I'm exposing myself to Austin, and he's voyeuristically drinking in every ounce. I want him to know me, and I want to know him. The light sheet, almost sheer, falls further. I slowly, gently push it away from me millimeter by millimeter, watching Austin squirm as he watches with rapt attention. His brush stops. The sheet slides down and falls down, covering only my thighs and pelvis. If I move my knee out just a little bit, I see Austin stiffen his posture and take a deep breath. The cool air pools around my body, making me crave the warmth of him even more. His eyes light up and the blood rushes to his face, which sends blood rushing to mine and elsewhere. Seeing his hands quicken over the canvas makes me long for those hands to be running over me instead. While he's capturing my image, I want his hands to capture me, long fingers grazing over my heightened skin. I want to give myself over to all of my urges. I look around this gorgeous apartment, and I suddenly remember that Colette was here, and I wonder how many others. I'm sure he's painted her here on this same couch, but I've never been here, and he's never met anyone like me. I can see it in his eyes. The whole sheet slips off as my hand slides down my body, finding its way between my warm thighs. Austin's lips are pursed, and his face gets even more flushed, his posture straighter, his eyes hungrier. In his eyes, I see only one thing, wanting, and I'm what he wants. I feel his eyes on me as I slowly let my fingers slip inside. I steady myself, never breaking eye contact with him, as I feel a wave of pleasure begin to rise within me. My breathing quickens as my lips part slightly, and a low moan escapes from my throat. I can see the intensity in Austin's face as he watches me. It only intensifies my need for him more. I hold his eyes with mine, making me even wetter. His gaze is heavy and filled with desire, yet he remains unmoving, not wanting to break this moment between us. I shudder catching sight of his burning gaze. He's completely abandoned his work and is now solely focused on me. I use my free hand to slowly beckon him over. Austin sets down the palette and moves like a stalking tiger closer to me, our bodies barely apart now. He reaches out and brushes away the strands of hair that have stuck to my neck in the heat of the moment before tracing his finger gently up my arm. I tug on his pants. "You're overdressed." I pull him closer by the waistband. "Make yourself comfortable, Austin. Get over here." I'm practically growling. I can see his bulge pushing hard against his pants, stretching the fabric to its breaking point. He doesn't leave my sight, moving with determination as he heaves off his pants and then flings the rest of his clothes. At eye level, he's revealing the toned body that I've admired so many times, but only while covered in clothing. The anticipation builds as Austin slowly makes his way to me. His eyes tell me that he's just as eager to seduce me as I am him. Once Austin is standing in front of me, wearing only his boxers, I feel my heart racing. My breathing accelerates as I take in the sight before me. He is so gorgeous, and he's here with me. Only me. Austin reaches out to take my hand, his fingertips sliding over my knuckles, sending electric shocks through my whole body. This is it. This is what I've been wanting for so long. I'm truly alive, and I want more. I let him guide me upright, and I slowly move my chest into his, sending sparks through every inch of my skin. Our eyes lock with palpable longing. We stand together like this for what feels like a blissful eternity. We writhe toward each other, touching, sliding hands over our sides. and I'm unable to control my hips from gliding in his direction. You're so beautiful. You have no idea how much I've wanted you. Oh, I think I might have some idea. He leans in and presses his lips against mine, with softness at first. Then gradually it intensifies into passionate desperation as we both fall further into each other and under each other's spell. His hands slide down my back while his mouth explores mine eagerly with increasing urgency. His kisses push me back toward the couch as I wrap myself around him. Our combined scent fills my nostrils. Austin's body odor is clean and masculine like laundry, fresh from the dryer. I can smell his hair, sweet like freshly baked bread, and his skin, citrus and spice. A tingling sensation spreads through my body with every breath. The scents of oil paints and turpentine mix with the smells of us, all dancing together like a bouquet of flowers, inching closer together until our bodies are flush against each other. We move in perfect harmony, as if we had done this all before. It's as if this was always meant to be between us. Our lips meet again, softly at first in a gentle exploration that soon turns into something wilder, something more passionate than either of us could ever imagine possible just moments before this moment occurred. Austin wraps an arm around my waist, while the other travels up to caress the nape of my neck beneath as we kiss passionately. His touch sends ripples of pleasure throughout every inch of my body, making me quiver. My hands move from his hair and along his chest, feeling the strength and power beneath his skin. His muscles tense slightly at each stroke, fueling the fire between us until our breathing is heavy and our hearts are pounding in unison. We break away for a moment, both panting heavily but still connected by our intertwined arms and legs. We look into each other's eyes, neither wanting this to end. It's understood that we're briefly catching our breath and stealing glances at his perfect face. I hold it in my hands and stare. We come back together again, heads pulling gradually close. With renewed energy and passion, we kiss each other deeply as if this might be our only chance, and I try to dismiss that thought. Be here now. In the moment. Now is forever. We fall onto the couch together, limbs tangled as we explore every inch of each other's body with hands, mouths, and tongues until neither of us can take anymore. YouTube can't take anymore either, literally. It's too spicy. That's why if you want the rest of this steamy scene at your fingertips, you'll have to go to TylaWalker.com and get your hands on the unabridged audiobook. It's free from censorship and interruption of your favorite freaky moments. Use the code SAVE40 to get a 40% discount on any digital products, audiobooks, and ebooks alike. The cherry on top? This discount stacks on book bundles that already have a discounted price. While you check out those awesome deals, let's get back to the story. It's getting harder to deny. I am falling head over heels for Austin. This undeniable chemistry, always there, is reaching a point where it's harder to resist. We've had an incredible time, and I don't want to jeopardize what we have, but I don't know exactly what we even do have, because it's all for a purpose, a pragmatic objective. I don't know how he feels, and I don't want to change the terms of our arrangement when he's given me so much and when I told him I would do him this favor. Austin doesn't date casually. He barely dates at all. Just because we had sex one time doesn't mean he owes me anything. We both wanted it. And now I know I want more. But does he? And will it be the same once we're back in New York? I don't want to leave our bubble, but I know it has to come to an end. Just not yet.
Chapter 20. Austin. Mandy's head rests on my chest, and our sweaty bodies cling together. I could spend the rest of our vacation lying here. As I trace my fingers up and down her spine, she wraps her leg around my waist. I can't wipe the boyish smile from my face. I hoped this would happen for a while, but I wasn't sure when or if. It was better than I could have imagined. Her body breaks into goosebumps as my fingertips trail further down, and I can feel her nipples harden against the side of my ribs. "What are you thinking about?" she asks, lifting her head from my chest, pressing her elbow into the bed and resting it in her hand. Damn, she's beautiful. "I'm thinking that I don't want this vacation to end yet." I gently grasp the back of her head and pull her in for another kiss. When we break our kiss, it's my turn. "What about you?" "What, do I want this vacation to end?" "No, I mean, what's on your mind? But sure, vacation is fine too. I'm thinking I've never had a vacation quite like this, and I don't want it to end either." Look at you, stealing my answer. Art is theft anyway. Who says? Picasso. We both laugh. She sits up and places herself onto my stomach, positioning one leg on each side of me. I can feel the wetness between her legs on my skin, and I want to ravage her again. She traces my lips with her finger and lowers her head to kiss them. How can we only have a few days left? Well, there's this little thing called time, and the sun rises. Okay, smarty pants, you know what I mean? Reality sets in that this vacation is almost over. I immediately envision all the emails and messages that await me on my computer. That's why we have to make the most of it, I tell her, trying to convince myself. The other option is to have such a bad time it drags by. We both laugh, but the truth is, I can't imagine being miserable if she's here with me. "Ah, yes, let's be miserable then," she says with a big grin. She kisses me, not pulling away. Her tongue parts my lips and she moans into my mouth. She slides down my torso and begins to rock her hips back and forth. I wrap my arms around her and fill my hands with her ass. Another moan escapes her mouth. We are interrupted by the sound of my stomach growling. "I'm starving," I whisper on her lips. "Round 2 will have to wait." "See? You're trying to make me miserable already." I place my hand on her face, touching it. "You'll be more miserable if I get hangry." I sit up and cup her face in my hands. "I'm going to order some food. I thought we could stay in today and relax. What do you think?" "Sure. And if we get stir-crazy, Paris is still right there." She clutches her stomach. And I admit, I'm hungry too. "Any ideas on what to eat, vacay buddy?" Mandy's face goes from happy to crestfallen. The tone of the room changes. She shrugs and backs away. "Anything you're in the mood for is fine. I'll eat whatever." She hastily grabs her shirt from the floor and puts it over her head like she's in a race to put on clothing. Okay. I was thinking Chez Claude. They have the classics." She smiles for a second, clearly forcing it before her face drops again. "Why don't you shower and get cozy? Maybe dinner will be ready when you're done, or take a relaxing bath, whatever you want." "What I want?" Mandy raises her eyebrows skeptically. "Sure, buddy." She walks into the bathroom without another word, closing the door behind her without so much as a glance back. I stand and put my shorts on, adjusting myself before heading to the kitchen. Vacay buddy. I mean, sure, maybe it was boneheaded. But it's weird for her to get so bent out of shape over an offhand comment. Maybe it's for the best if that's all that it takes to take her from happy-go-lucky to doom and gloom. All I know is I don't want to start an argument. If it's big enough to be a problem, it's big enough for her to bring up. Just the sight of my phone reminds me that the real world is still turning back home, reminding me this is temporary here. Taking it off Do Not Disturb feels like the first step to returning to ordinary life. I call the cafe, and I see my laptop on the counter staring at me. I don't want to know how many emails I have. "Bonjour, chez Claude. Comment puis-je vous aider?" How can she help me? I'd need a lot more than takeout. "Bonjour. I'd like to order delivery." "Qu'est-ce que je vous sers?" I pause for a moment to work out that she's asking what she can get me, And I realize I should have ordered first and then had Mandy get in the shower. I could use her help translating. I'll have the chicken confit and a niçoise salad, I say, in hopes that she asks me what I wanted. Is that all? I'm always grateful when they switch to English, even though I know it's the equivalent of saying bless your heart to an American. Dressing on the side. Why didn't you work harder to learn French, Austin? 20 minutes, she says. That's great, merci, au revoir. The last thing I want to do is open my computer, but I have to book our flights home. I go straight to Air France and reserve 2 seats in first class, from Charles de Gaulle to JFK, non-stop, same passenger info as before. Done. I move my cursor over the email icon and look inside. My once organized inbox is now a digital jungle. There's a daunting amount of unread emails. If reality hadn't started to intrude already, it's definitely sinking in now. I jot down some reminders while I wait for dinner to arrive. When the food arrives, the shower is still running, and I don't know whether to let Mandy know it's here or give her some space. I pull the contents from the bag, and the aroma sparks my hunger even more. I pull out my nice dishes, a gesture that she's worth the effort, buddy or not. I pour Mandy and myself a glass of champagne, set the table, and wait, drinking a glass of my own and then refilling it. The steaming chicken lies on the fluffiest bed of mashed potatoes I've ever seen. My mouth waters. Even the niçoise salad looks good. I'm not a fan of green beans or hard-boiled eggs, but I know Mandy loves it. I don't want to eat before she does, but I'm getting famished. I mull it over a little longer, hoping enough time will pass. When I put my glass on the table, I decide I'll check on her. I walk down the hallway to my bedroom. Mandy, are you almost ready? The food is here. I don't want it to get cold. I press my ear to the bathroom door and hear the shower still running. I'll be out in a few. You can start without me. I need to distract myself, so I pull my suitcase out of the closet along with Mandy's. I set hers by the dresser and wheel mine to the living room where my things are and start tossing stuff inside. We leave in 2 days. I may as well start to pack.
Chapter 21. Mandy. The soothing cascade of water hits my skin as I replay everything that just happened. The hottest sex of my life, the throbbing desire between my legs, reminding me that I want to do it again, and the memory of being dubbed his vacky buddy. It's not just that he said those words, it's that I hate not knowing where I stand. That was just a reminder of it all. I have butterflies in my stomach thinking about later. Will he sleep in bed with me? What I wouldn't give to cuddle with him all night. Or every night. Okay, Mandy, get yourself together. Stop planning your wedding. I can't believe this trip ends the day after tomorrow. After the past 10 days of seeing the world with a man who can show me all of it, how can I go back to living in a tiny apartment with my sister and my cat? What am I going to tell Mindy? She knows every single one of my facial expressions. She knows when I'm lying, sad, or mad. She'll know if I tell her anything other than the truth, but I don't even know what that is right now. I'm still figuring it out. Maybe I should think of it as a vacation fling. Once we get back and figure out what the verdict is with Colette, if we've achieved our mission, or if she's still bothering him, I'll know how much longer we should carry on the charade. Why does sex have to complicate things so much? 2 hours ago, I was barely thinking about what we are and what it all means. Now I'm agonizing over his every word. This isn't me. Am I going to turn into the crazy girl who can't get over him when we're done with this trip too? After everything we have been through this past week and a half, all the conversations, the quality time spent together, sex, am I just a buddy? Am I getting ahead of myself? He's an artist, a free spirit. I'm sure he has no-string sex all the time, but not me. Mandy? His voice comes through the door, and I jump. The food is here. I jump. Wait, how long have I been in the shower? I'll be out in a few. You can start without me. I dry myself off and apply lavender oil to my hair before wrapping it in a satin scarf. I open the bathroom door, and I see my suitcase next to my dirty clothes pile. What the hell is my suitcase doing out? Is he going through my stuff now? I may be staying in his house on his dime, but that doesn't mean I'm beholden to him. I quickly change into my pajamas and head to the living room. Finally, I'm going to reheat the chicken. Austin is standing by the couch, tossing clothes into his suitcase. That was the world's longest shower. I'm still trying to figure out what he's doing. My water bill is going to be ridiculous this month. Did you take my suitcase out of the closet? I ask. Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to go through your things. I was trying to kill time while you showered. I figured since I was packing my stuff, I'd bring yours out too. I smile and go into the kitchen for some water. It's spotless. He got my suitcase out, started packing his things, and began cleaning, all while I was in the shower. All of this after we slept together. It seems like he can't wait to get rid of me. A wave of uncertainty travels through me. Let's eat. I reheated the chicken, he says when I come back from the kitchen. My appetite is depleted, but I sit at the table and try to eat. He ordered a niçoise salad, which he hates, but he knows I like them. Don't read into it. 2 hours ago, I would have thought that was sweet. Now, I don't know what to make of anything. You can do your laundry if you want. I have a full bottle of detergent. What? Laundry? I ask. Where you put things in water with soap? He laughs and shoves a piece of chicken into his mouth. One less thing for you to do when you get home. Thanks. Maybe after dinner. Calm down, Mandy. I partly did this to myself, sleeping with him. What did I think? That he'd tell me he was secretly in love with me this whole time, and now the truth can come out? I'm 24, not 16. Of course he had sex with me. He's a guy. I told him I wanted to, and he obliged. What guy wouldn't want to have sex in the most romantic city on earth? Why did I think that meant something? I feel so stupid. I'm going to box this up in case you get hungry later. Austin stands up, clearing everything from the table. He whistles as he walks to the kitchen. He is so carefree. It's like someone put a spell on him. This isn't the Austin I was with 2 hours ago. When he returns to the living room, he resumes packing and cleaning, barely glancing in my direction. The urgency feels palpable, like he can't wait to leave or to get away from me. I'm sure my prickliness doesn't help, but I just want to be alone with my thoughts. I feel like I am in a room with a stranger, and it is uncomfortable. I feel tears coming on, and I don't want him to see me cry. I'm going to start packing too. He gives me a thumbs up, still not turning around. I walk quickly down the hall and close the bedroom door before I break down. Every item of clothing holds meaning. I hold up a blouse. This is what I wore to the Louvre. I hold up my long flower dress with the slit up the side. This is what I was wearing when Austin asked if he could paint me. There are my sister's souvenirs, the ones he wanted to buy because he knows how important she is to me. I angrily throw things into my suitcase as tears stream down my face. I wanted to stay forever a minute ago, and now I've never wanted to leave somewhere faster. If I had Austin money, I would charter a private jet and get the hell out of here now. Screw laundry, I whisper between choking back tears. That would mean going back out there, and I don't have anything to say to him at the moment. Maybe a good night's sleep will help. And then there's only one full day after that. I owe it to myself to try my hardest to enjoy the rest of this trip. I even contemplate doing something by myself tomorrow. But I'm so pathetic that I don't want to be away from him. I lie down, feeling like I got hit by a truck. I'm going to bed, I yell to him. Good night. I close the bedroom door before I can hear an answer. And this removes the hand-wringing over whether we sleep in the same bed or not. I turn to my side and stare at my packed suitcase. The suitcase Austin rolled out of his closet so I could get my things out of his space. Tomorrow will be better. Tomorrow will be better. I tell myself as I drift to sleep. And if it's not, in 2 days it will be over.
Chapter 22. Austin. When I make my way to the kitchen to get breakfast ready for Mandy, I try to convince myself that everything's normal, even though I know it's not. I have no idea what to expect today. "Good morning," Mandy says as she walks out of the bedroom, stretching her arms and yawning. "Morning. How did you sleep?" I bring her a cup of coffee and a plate of French toast. "Good. I managed to get most of my packing done and zonked out." She takes a sip. "I can't believe it's our last full day." "I know, I don't want to leave," I say deliberately, "but I have a great day planned if you're game." "Sure." She raises her eyebrows. "What's on the agenda?" "What do you say about the Louvre again? It's impossible to see everything, but I figure we can try by spending another day there. And you said you wanted to bring your sketchbook." She nods, putting down her coffee after a sip. "Fun." "And then tonight, Le Cinq. Do you know that one?" "I don't. Is it good?" "One of the best restaurants in the world. I had to pull some strings, but I was able to snag us a table." Her face looks uneasy. Not up your alley?" "I just don't know if I packed anything that formal." "The dress you wore, the one with the flowers on it, that's perfect." I get excited just thinking about her in that dress. What I wouldn't give to relive it. Painting her was the highlight of this trip. Well, that and last night. She shrugs, then puts her dishes in the sink and her arm grazes mine. "If you think it's not too wrinkled, then that works, I guess. I'll get ready." Mandy turns on her heels and speed walks to the bedroom. There's sexual tension, as always, but also now just straight-up tension. Maybe this wasn't the best idea, coming here. We both put on our clothes, me in my room, Mandy in hers. I don't think anything I did was worth this sort of reaction, and I wonder if Mandy is just another hanger-on. I truly hope not, but I've been burned so many times. I think of the moments we shared, the thrill in her eyes seeing masterworks in real life, not just on a page, and her complete ease in posing. And then the sex. And then vacay buddy. I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure our last full day here is as wonderful as all the others. She comes out of her room looking spectacular in her floral print dress. I smile and shake my head, letting her know she looks stunning. She gives a smile that I can tell is her way of saying thank you, and I begin to think it's possible to move beyond this blip. "Ready?" she says, leading me out the door. I lock up, her standing behind me, then hold the door open for her. And I hear the voice, the velvety voice that hits like sugar at first, before you realize it's poison, icy, whining, vengeful. "Colette." "You disgusting coward!" Colette's mouth is scrunched up like a raisin. Mandy is silent, stoic, and shrinking into herself. "Colette, what the hell are you doing here? You used me and tossed me away like a rag. You need to know the damage you do. You won't get away with it." "Get away with what, Colette?" "I've told you we were over. We aren't right for each other, and I never suggested anything permanent." "You did. You dragged me to America. You hated it here. And yet here you are now with this girl, sharing our apartment with her. Mine, not yours. I made it a home." I take Mandy's hand and head toward the Louvre. "Find someone else to bother, Colette. I'm not doing it anymore." She continues yelling. "You led me on. You made me think you'd help me, but you did nothing but betray me. You." She points to Mandy. "Yes, you. I'm talking to you." "Leave her alone, Colette." "He'll do the same to you. You think you're so special. He treats women like dirt, and he'll do it to you too. Just wait until he has his next one lined up." "Leave now. I never want to see you again, Colette. Goodbye. You're not worth chasing, battered. You and your putain petite Amy. I take Mandy's hand and walk briskly with her in the direction of the Louvre. She's hot on our heels, screaming in French and in English like she escaped from a hospital for the criminally insane. I clasp Mandy's hand tightly, and once we're away from Colette, I turn to Mandy. Are you okay? I'm so sorry. It's fine. Colette has some pretty choice words for you. The French was worse than the English. This is one of those rare occasions where I am happy not to be fluent in French. Do I want to know what she's saying? Mandy smiles. Basically the same as in English. If you have a girlfriend who's a slut, you're not worth chasing. I'm sorry. You don't deserve that. Even if it's from an obvious lunatic, you should know that's not true. I can tell she's shaken, and I put my arm around her. Hopefully she's gone for good. Do you think she meant it? That she's done chasing you? Let's hope so. But with her, you never know. She's a compulsive liar, obviously. I was generous with her, but she saw it as a sign that I wanted to marry her and that I'd help her with a green card. But I never gave her that indication. Sounds like she put you through a lot. She walks in contemplation. I mean, I guess it means it all worked, so that's good. Yeah. I look off in the distance at the telltale glass pyramids. We shouldn't let her ruin our day. Do you still want to go to the Louvre? I take out the sketch pads from my satchel and wave them. Yeah, I think doing some drawing might help wash off the stink of her. I put my arm around Mandy once more, then settle into holding her hand. This time, Mandy and I go through a private entrance. Let me guess, you have access to this entrance because you're friendly with someone here too? I laugh. Something like that. The truth is, we're meeting someone. Hopefully not Colette. I break out laughing, and other patrons look at me in the atrium. No, we're getting a tour from an art historian, one who teaches at the Sorbonne. Hi there, I'm Françoise. He reaches out his hand for both of us to shake. I specialize in ancient art, although I know the Louvre back and forth. Richelieu, then, I ask, referring to the wing with the artifacts from long-gone civilizations, ones that survive in the imagination because of the incredible works of art they left. As François explains the sculptures and the cultures that produced them, Mandy's eyes lock with mine, only for a fleeting second. When I look at her, I feel the world around me disappear. It's just us. And I love that I can share this with her. I want to remember this moment, these pieces. I pull the notebook and pencil out and I hand Mandy hers. I don't even want to think about coming back here without Mandy. After this, France wouldn't be the same without her. Hours pass, but they feel like minutes as we lose ourselves in the masterpieces. We move from one room to the next, marveling at every piece, both of us sketching some of them as we go. When we leave, there's something different in the air, a feeling of familiarity. Before, it was the thrill of trying to figure each other out. Now, it's the excitement of knowing I'm beginning to understand her, and she's beginning to understand me too. There's still the shadow of Colette along with the tension of this morning, but there's something satisfying in knowing we're pushing through it. Although when things are this good, I keep waiting for the other shoe to drop. But maybe if I stop fixating on the other shoe dropping, it won't.
Chapter 23. Mandy. I have never experienced a restaurant like this before. Le Cinq is located inside the Four Seasons Hotel, as beautiful as it is inside. With white, crisp linens and centerpieces on every table, the patio takes my breath away. Twinkling lights sparkle above us. The fully lit Eiffel Tower is our backdrop. I feel so lucky. Do you mind if I order for us? I know the chef, and he has some killer dishes. You trust me, right? Now, that's a loaded question. I laugh gently. But as far as ordering, I'm sure I'll like whatever you get." He smiles with a slight dip of his head. I feel closer to him, but at the same time, I'm in a state of turmoil with all the questions circling in my mind. I don't trust Colette, but do I know him well enough to instantly discount the negative things she said, especially about womanizing? And when he said, "I'm not a putain petite Amy," did he mean both parts or just one? I'm trying not to think about it and just enjoy the day. But every so often the thought nags at me. I feel like I know him, but I know rationally I barely know him at all, and that's terrifying. The champagne and conversation flow as we wait for our dinner, reflecting on everything we've seen over the last 2 weeks. It's been the trip of a lifetime with a tour guide who only existed in my dreams before this month. A well-put-together French man comes out carrying our food. He sets down 3 plates of food that look too pretty to touch. "So good to see you, Austin." Austin stands to hug him. "How are you, Christian? Amazing to see you too. I can't wait to taste what you've made. Mandy, this is Christian. He's the head chef I told you about. You haven't lived until you've had his food." I stand up to shake his hand. "Thank you for everything. This place is absolutely stunning and the food looks amazing. I'm Mandy." He smiles and kisses each of my cheeks. "Bon appetit. And Austin, don't be a stranger. Call me next time you're in town and we can grab a drink." "You got it, man. Thanks again." As Christian disappears back into the restaurant, Austin digs in. I'm just admiring it, barely wanting to touch it. It's a work of art in itself. Austin looks at me, then my plate, then back at me. "You're not eating?" "Oh, no, I will, but it's so beautiful. I want to admire it first." He cuts me a bite and feeds it to me. "This way, you don't have to disturb yours yet." It melts in my mouth, and I can't help smiling as I chew. I have never tasted food this good. He only nods and closes his eyes. We spend most of the dinner in silence, taking in the views, occasionally exchanging smiles and flirtatious looks. I don't know what to make of things, and I don't want to ruin this incredible dinner by asking. He looks in the small envelope and sticks in his card to pay, then signs when it comes back. I don't even try to look because I know the cost is astronomical. More than my rent, most likely. Maybe more than a car, depending on the wine we ordered. Who knows? He lives in a different world from me, although the 2 weeks that his world has been mine have been heaven on earth. Austin extends his arm, helping me to my feet. Here it's chilly. He removes his sports coat and drapes it over my shoulders as we walk home, the lights twinkling. "How about a drink?" I ask him when we get home, hoping to extend the romance. "You can, but I'm a little tapped out. I need sleep before I travel, and I should finish packing. And maybe do a little work so I'm ready when I get back to the U.S. If he won't even seduce me, I may as well have some of the world's best champagne. It's like he's 2 different people, and I want the Austin I spent today with. This Austin makes me feel like an acquaintance, and I hate it. Vacay buddy. I get the words stuck in my head as I vanish into the bedroom, bottle and glass in hand. I wipe my makeup off, shower, change into my pajamas, and get into bed. Afterward, I lie there hoping Austin will walk through the door. After an hour, there's still no sign of him, and my eyes become heavy. I walk to the kitchen to get water, but really I just want to know what he's doing. I'm going to sleep. He's sitting on the couch, feverishly writing. Okay, sleep well. He doesn't take his eyes off the paper. What the hell is he even writing? My brain spins in circles as I try to understand his indecipherable actions. Maybe Austin isn't interested. Should I have asked if he was okay? I don't want to risk finding out that he's not okay, and I'm the reason for it. My vibrating phone startles me. A text from Mindy. "Hey, how's it going? Figured I would say hey and see how you're doing. I miss you." I've barely checked in with her this entire trip. and I have too much on my mind to fill in the gaps right now. I flip my phone upside down on Austin's nightstand and turn the lamp off. In the morning, I emerge from the bedroom with my suitcase fully packed, fully showered, and dressed. Austin is in virtually the same position he was in when I went to sleep, still scribbling away. Long night. Oh, sorry, just had some things to finish. I grab some oatmeal from his cupboards and microwave it, then sit down for breakfast. What time is our flight? Austin barely looks up, but answers. 2 p.m. Shouldn't we be leaving soon? We have a little time. Oh, I was thinking last night. Do you want to take your paintings on the flight in a suitcase, or do you want them professionally shipped? I really don't care whatsoever. This is what's on his mind. Either way, what are you doing with yours? Oh, I hadn't thought of it. I guess ship it. I'll do the same. He gathers up his things, and we hail a cab to Charles de Gaulle. I look at the couples returning home hand in hand, others kissing, and I feel a pang of regret for not getting to that point with Austin. We're sitting awkwardly side by side, not talking against the soundtrack of planes taking off and announcements coming over the intercom. He's so rich he could travel anywhere he wanted at any time. What's stopping him from picking up and going to New Zealand tomorrow? Nothing. I take out my phone and see a few more messages from Mindy. How's Paris? When are you coming home again? I completely forgot to respond last night. I didn't tell her because the ticket was open-ended. I'll surprise her. Still haven't decided. But Paris was great. Can't wait to tell you all about it soon. As we stand in line to board the plane, our hands graze. I feel my face get hot, and I keep my head down to avoid his gaze. We board and take our seats in first class. Do you want the window or aisle? Austin asks. Window, please, if you don't mind. Mindy is still messaging. I wish I had anything equally exciting. Just work, translating Beatrix, missing my sister, work, rinse, repeat. Still can't wait to hear all about it. I send back and power off the phone before she can respond. Austin leans his head against the window and falls asleep before the wheels leave the tarmac. They go through the safety protocols, do one last cabin check, and the flight takes off. No awkward conversations, but also no conversations. Goodbye, Paris. Maybe forever. It was nice while it lasted.
Chapter 24. Austin. How was Paris? Georgie asks, using baguette and French flag emojis. I've been back for 3 days and I'm missing it already, but I'm happy to be home. Fun. Happy to be home. Had a surprise visitor. Oh yeah? Obviously not Aunt Flo. Ha ha. No. Worse. Colette. I see the 3 dots going like mad. You're kidding. What happened? It was a disaster. Hopefully I won't have to worry about her again. She was freaked out by Mandy. I listened to your advice and I guess it worked. Ah, Mandy, Georgie writes back. How are things with her? Frankly, I have no idea. That's an answer I'll have to think about longer. Speak of the devil. I have an incoming text from Mandy. How you doing, vacay buddy? Have you recovered from jet lag? I smile involuntarily. Getting there. It's bedtime, right? It's 1 p.m. You mean you haven't gone to sleep yet? She uses a sleeping emoji. You know me. I'm a night owl. What are you up to today? Do you want to come over to paint? The dots are going, and I try to look at an art magazine to distract myself. We probably could both use some time away from each other. I would, but I'm a working woman now. I got a job. Start today. Congratulations, I write back. Who's the lucky employer? Art supply store. Can't wait to start using my employee discount LOL. You know you can always ask me. I'm happy to help you buy anything you want. The front door buzzer goes off, distracting me from my messages. Ambling over to the door, I press the intercom. "Hutchinson," I say. "Got a delivery for you," a gruff voice replies. If it's from Paris, that was quick. I almost want to yell over to Mandy, then remember that she's not here. I buzz them in. The crates are brought in via the service elevator, and I'm eager to see the paintings from our trip. I'm actually more excited for Mandy's than my own because it'll feel like a part of her is here. I show him upstairs to the studio. Right here. There are several crates, a few with canvases and others with sculptures I purchased. Once he's done, he hands me a tablet to sign. I start setting up the paintings, placing them under the spots where I want them to hang, wondering where Mandy would think they should go. My text alert chimes and I grab my phone, seeing an incoming text from Georgie. "Get ready, babes. I'm coming to see you." What? I can't type fast enough. When? She sends a winky face emoji, followed by another text. "You'll just have to wait and see." I'm tempted to hang one of Mandy's, but I don't even own it. I hang up one of my own, then think about where I should put a sculpture of the three graces, the marble women's torsos that represent luminescence, joy, and blooming. Something is soothing about hanging my art myself. I could have a professional do it, but I like working with my hands. When I'm done, I check my phone and see a text from Mandy. I just had to do some paperwork today and a little training, so I finished early. Is the offer to come over still on the table? My pulse pounds as I type my reply. Yes, of course. Come on over whenever you can. Be there in 30. I check the mirror, making sure my hair is neat after moving all that art around, and I head downstairs to meet Mandy when she arrives. I can't believe how much I missed her from just a few days without her. "Do you want Thai? Chinese? Something else?" I scroll my delivery app. "Ooh, Thai sounds good," Mandy says, flopping onto the leather sofa. "I could really go for some soup." I hand her the phone to put in her order and sit beside her. "Tell me about your new job. I want to hear all about it." Mandy's face lights up as she launches into the story, handing my phone back. "It's this little art shop just around the corner from me. I walked in yesterday, just wandering around, and decided on a whim to ask if they were hiring. We had a quick conversation, and that was it." She hands the phone back, and I add my own order before checking out. "I bet it'll be great. What's it called again?" "Art on Chelsea." "I love that store. I'm there all the time, so you'll definitely see me, and probably a lot of interesting folks." Mandy shifts so she's closer to me, and I realized I missed the feel of her body close to mine. I can't wait to meet my own little art circle. Sounds like a night to celebrate. I stand up and grab a bottle of wine, then pour 2 glasses. To new beginnings. We both take a sip of the ripe red, and I turn on the fireplace. Glancing back, I see Mandy has made herself cozy, wrapped up in the cashmere blanket that's usually draped on the back of the couch. She looks cute, like she belongs here. I swallow another sip of wine and walk over to sit next to her. "You should come over more often. It's a lot of space for just one person." "You have too much, and I have too little." We laugh, and the urge to kiss her grows stronger. Just then, the buzzer sounds. "Oh, that must be our food." I go to the front door, grab it, and bring it back up. "Thanks for getting us dinner," Mandy says as she scoops up some noodles. "You're the best." "Well, thanks for coming over, especially after your big first day. I'm excited you're here. I have the art from Paris, and I'd love to get your thoughts on where to put some of them." I'd be happy to give you my professional assessment. I can say that now because I work in an art store, so I'm officially a professional. As we finish, I start cleaning up and spot the spare keys hanging from the rack next to the front door. "Oh, I have something else for you." I grab one of the key rings and hand it to her. It's got a fob for the lobby and a key for the apartment, along with a spare key to my studio space. "What's this?" "Just thought that if you want to come over more often, you should have a key to get in." I smile as she fingers the metal. Now you can officially come over whenever you want." Mandy's eyes stay fixed on the keys. This means a lot. I shrug and smile. It's nothing, just being neighborly.
Chapter 25. Mandy. It's just a key, a small piece of metal with grooves, but this gleaming piece of metal feels heavy with significance. Austin doesn't trust many people, rightfully so. And I am overjoyed that he trusts me enough to let me into his sacred space whenever I want. With a vacation in the rear view and a key in my hand, I can't help but feel our connection getting deeper, all weirdness aside. The chemistry is electric, and our bond is undeniable. I finally feel like I have clarity on everything. This feels like a real relationship. "What does it mean?" I ask Mindy, flashing the key in her face with a smile wider than my hips. "It means he gave you a key. Don't get ahead of yourself." She looks concerned. After returning from Paris, I filled her in on everything that happened. "Just be careful," she had told me. "You don't know him that well." And she's right. But I really want to believe that this is a good thing. I can use his studio whenever I want, so that'll be good for my art. She doesn't seem convinced. "You literally just got a job at an art store. Doesn't it have studios?" "Not really. Ones I would have to rent." "But you get a discount. Plus, I work there and don't want to spend my off time there too. It'll be nice to use his studio." "You mean it'll be nice spending time with Austin?" She smirks. "Is that so bad?" If this is the real deal, then no, it's not bad. But he runs hot and cold. And you know what that woman said? "Yeah, but she has a vendetta. He's been pretty straightforward with me. He hasn't led me on." "Hasn't he?" "Not really. Besides, he's an artist." "What the hell does that mean?" "Artists are moody." She rolls her eyes. Not an excuse for treating someone badly. "It's fine. Things have been really good since we've been back. And I'm excited about the job." "I'm excited about it too. What time do you go in?" Good subject successfully changed. I look at my watch and realize the time. Damn it! I have to be there in a half hour. I run around the apartment looking for my shoes. Exciting Beatrix. Damn it, why can't I find anything? Maybe if you unpacked your suitcase instead of living out of it, things would be easier to find. Mindy walks to my suitcase and tosses me my shoes. "Here." I slip my feet inside and run for the door. "You're welcome," Mindy yells out. "Thank you," I shout back. "Love you." Working in an art store feels like I've gone through the looking glass to Wonderland. I clock in and do some tasks for the beginning of my shift, then clean up some of the pen testing stations. Up front, a customer is talking louder. One thing I love about this job is the crazy conversations you hear. "I want my money back," the customer says. "Or a replacement. This canvas is dented." I peek over to look at the canvas, and there's a small discoloration. Some artists are neurotic about having a perfectly pristine medium. She's just going to put paint on it. "Here, let me exchange it for another, and I'll give you a store credit." The lady smiles, looking like she just won the Super Bowl. My boss completes the transaction as if she's met her new best friend, and with the ring of the bells at the front door, we know the customer has left. My boss's mask falls away. My God, that woman. But she spends thousands every month. Definitely do not want to lose her as a customer. She shows me the canvas and then imitates the woman's frenzied tone. "It's ruined. I can't paint on this." I break out in laughter. "She must come in a lot since you're dead on with her voice." "You want the canvas?" I don't want a customer writing a review that the canvases are pre-used here. "Really?" I touch my hand to my chest. "Sure, of course. It's defective, right? Just use it in good health and paint a masterpiece on it. I snort out a laugh. I'll try, but no guarantees. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I bring the canvas to the back. I know exactly where I'm going after work. I smile, envisioning painting all night with Austin, and I replay our bliss in Paris. The days out and the nights in, our legs grazing, the conversations, and the moments we spent in silence. I rub the goosebumps that form on my arms. When my shift ends, I thank my boss again before heading out. I get my phone and start to text, and then I figure I'll surprise him. He's the one who said I should come over more often, after all. My hand trembles, and my heart pounds as I turn the key. I don't know why I'm nervous. I guess this is the first time I'm using his key. Well, my key now. Something about it feels sneaky and exciting all at the same time. I close the door and immediately hear faint voices. Initially, I think it's Austin on the phone, but there are two of them. I hang my purse and jacket on the coat rack, slip my shoes off, and make my way up the stairs to the first floor. From the second stair, I see Austin casually strolling around the living room, naked. What the hell is going on? How do you want me? His voice startles me, and I jump. The canvas almost slips from my hand, but I manage to keep a grip on it as I speed walk to the door. Why don't you lie on the couch and leave the rest to me? A woman's voice says, and they both laugh. She's naked too, dressed only in an apron streaked with paint. I recognize it. It's one of Austin's aprons. That asshole. Colette was completely right. My face burns. My eyes fill with tears, and I need to get out of here now. I slip my shoes on, grab my stuff, and shut the door quietly enough that I hope I don't attract Austin's attention, or the attention of whoever it was who was there. At least I know firsthand why Austin having a girlfriend worked so well to scare Colette away. Certainly made me never want to see him again. I'm so angry. Did he just give me the key so that I would see him with his revolving door of hookups? My foot slips out of my shoe when I reach the sidewalk. Things are going from bad to worse. I fish my phone from my purse, and it's dead, so I have to wait to talk to Mindy, and I can't text Austin and ask how his session was. My tears blur my vision, making it hard to see the cars. I run home, holding my shoes in my hands. I don't care that people are staring. I'm a mess of snot and tears as I huff up the stairs to the apartment. I throw myself on the couch as soon as I get in. Mandy, what's wrong? She takes the canvas and my purse from my hands and then strokes my head. What happened? I shake my head, barely able to speak. I point to the canvas, barely able to hold up my arm from despair. My boss gave me that canvas, and I was going to go over to Austin's to paint, to surprise him. The sobbing and hyperventilating stopped me from saying the rest right away. Mindy's rubbing my arm, telling me it'll be okay. Beatrix comes and hops on my lap. When I went inside, I heard two people talking, so I followed the voices. Before I got to his studio, I saw Austin walking through the living room, buck naked, and... He does live there? No, I say, then hold my finger up to get through the sobs. There was a woman there, and she was just wearing one of his painting aprons. Mindy's eyes pop out of her sockets. That bastard. I know. What did you do? I left. Why didn't you go in there and confront that jerk? How dare he? I was afraid I'd kill him. I laugh through the crying, and she laughs too. She hands me a tissue. My sadness turns to anger. Mindy is right. Why would he do that? Every time I think I know who Austin is, he shows me a different side. I can handle the mood swings, but I won't put up with this. I clench my fists together so hard they're shaking. I'm done with Austin Hutchinson, for good.
Chapter 26. Austin. Do you think I could get both you and Mandy next time? Georgina asks, as we make our way to the other side of the apartment, both of us now clothed. I'd have to ask her. She posed for me in Paris, so it might be an easy yes. I should show you. Part of the same series I painted you for. I like her already. She takes a seat on the sofa, still sipping her tea. I can't wait for you to meet her. I join her, sitting on the other end. I feel like I practically know her already. Every other word out of your mouth seems to be Mandy. Hopefully, you'll meet Mandy today. I think you'll like Mandy. Mandy gets off work fairly soon, I think. Or maybe she already did. I pretend to think hard. No, I think it's more like every fifth word. I stick out my tongue and she sticks hers out back. With her sandy hair and blue eyes, she could be my sister. I think we were predisposed to feel that way. I think you'll love her. But will she love me? What's not to love? You're an acquired taste, but she has eclectic ones. She likes bitter and sour. I step forward and punch her shoulder playfully. Freshen up or whatever you need to do. I'll go mix some drinks. I turn around and leave her alone. On my way, I lift my phone out of my pocket and dial Mandy's number. It rings and rings and rings. I check the time. She should be off by now. One more call goes unanswered. Maybe she had to work late. I put my phone to my ear a fourth time and I get her voicemail after the first ring. Hey, it's me. Give me a call. I have a fun surprise. I text her. Hey, I'd love to see you tonight. I have someone I can't wait for you to meet. And even more, can't wait for her to meet you. The text message is green. Her phone is off or I'm blocked. Either way, I'm getting nervous. Even when she's been pissed at me, she's talked to me. Although I guess we were in the same apartment, thousands of miles from home. A nagging thought in the back of my mind tells me this isn't normal. I'll give it some time. Lord knows I go off the grid sometimes. I brush the thought away, put the phone down by the bar, and busy myself with making Manhattans. Georgie joins me a short while later. She's changed into a shirt with fringes on it, and a long psychedelic print bohemian skirt, practically down to the floor. She looks like she stepped out of a 90s rock video. She twirls when she steps out onto the terrace. This won't scare her, will it? I shake my head. Maybe. But isn't that what you're going for? Let me call her again. I pick up my phone and walk over to the other end with it plastered to my ear. My elbows find the railing as I wait for her to answer. She doesn't. 7 outgoing calls and 5 unanswered texts later, I'm unsettled. I sip my Manhattan, pacing, then decide to join Georgie on the terrace. What did she say? She asks when I'm back in earshot. She coming? I can't get in touch with her. It's not like her. My hand clutches the glass until my knuckles strain. How long have you known her? 2 months? More like 1. She shoots me a look of caution, nodding slowly. You think she's waiting till now to show her true colors? I shake my head instantly, but I'm having doubts. No, I don't. But I really hope it's a misunderstanding. If she's ghosting me. Georgie holds up her hands in a gesture of calm. I wouldn't leap there yet, but maybe wait it out a little bit. Artistic temperament. Georgie breaks into a laugh. What's funny? You're usually the one who everyone has to accommodate with that. Welcome to dating an artist. It's like parents who tell their children they hope they have a child just like them. We clink our drinks to that, but it only distracts me for a moment. I pick up the phone and call again. No answer. I make myself another drink, then go back to the couch. My knee is bouncing, and Georgie puts her hand on it to stop it. Look, maybe I should go over there. Do I have her address? I ponder out loud. Hell, I don't know if I do. Great. I have no way of reaching her. What if I never hear from her again? Then a thought strikes me. Oh, I think I have a luggage tag of hers. Thank God. I go to my room and it's in the bedside drawer. She ripped it off her bag when we got back, and before she threw it away, I took it as a souvenir. Thank God I did. I hold up the strip of torn paper like it's a blue ribbon at the county fair. Success. Georgie does a little clap and I bow. I'll be back. I'm gonna just see if she's okay. Godspeed, my friend. I give her a hug, then race out of the house, thoughts getting darker the whole way there. How did we go from where we were then to this? The phone feels cool against my ear when I try her number for what seems like the umpteenth time today. It rings endlessly. Damn, I say, and almost throw it at the brick building in front of me. I look at the apartment number on the tag, 4C. I ring the buzzer, marked Dempsey, a million thoughts racing. Was this all just a scam? I know we did this for Colette, but I hope if she didn't want to speak to me anymore, she'd actually tell me. No answer, no calling down to ask who it is. I'm almost at the point where I'll ring different apartments to see if anyone else will let me in. I see a middle-aged man going in, and I tail in behind him. You live here? I'm staying with a friend. He lifts his eyebrows. Some friend? Can't even let you in? She's probably in the shower. She's one of those people who takes year-long showers. He laughs, then holds open the door. My wife is the exact same way. Some of the lights are out in the hallway, but the area around her door is lit up. I'm a little winded after 4 flights, so I stop for a moment at the top. My thumb presses the doorbell. I hear it ring inside and the volume on the TV recedes. Shoes shuffle to the door and I stand back so that she can see me through the peephole. 30 seconds pass, then the shoes shuffle back. A minute passes, then 2. I call again and hear her phone ring before it is silenced almost immediately. My thumb presses the doorbell again. I put my forehead against the door. Mandy, I've heard your phone, so you must be in there. Silence. I raise my fist and knock on the door, then ring, then knock. 10 minutes later, she still hasn't opened up.
Chapter 27. Mandy. The ding of the doorbell and knock on the door is incessant. He'll break the damn button if he doesn't stop. What the hell? I whisper to Beatrix, who is half asleep on my torso. I'm curled up on the couch, feigning composure, my knees flush with my chest. I have the lights turned off, curtains drawn, and the only illumination in the room is from the recently muted TV screen. Come on, Mandy. I know you're in there. His voice rings from the other side of the door. I've never had anyone break my door down before, but I'm pretty sure that's what it would sound like just before he did. He knocks so hard that Beatrix jumps off my chest and ducks behind my shoulder. It's okay, B. I fish her from her hiding place and pull her back onto my chest. Lucky for you, the bad man outside can't hurt you, though I can't say the same for me. I run my hand from the top of her head, along the cat's spine, and stop where her tail starts. The gesture does little to ease the pulsating pain in my chest and brain. I'm even more confused and hurt now that he's outside. How does he expect to explain what I saw? Why does he think his explanation will change anything? It's okay, I repeat. More for myself than the scared cat. Another startling bang on the door. For crying out loud, Mandy, just open the door. I hear a click of the switch and the room is suddenly bathed in light. Mindy stands over me. Do you have plans to get that? Her voice is croaky and irritable. Sorry about your nap getting interrupted. I don't move. It's Austin, so no. I plan on ignoring him. Till he leaves or till he blows the house down. Whichever comes first, I guess. My sister clucks her tongue and walks out. I hear the water run in the bathroom. She returns a minute later. Her face wet and more alert. 6 consecutive rings. I won't leave until I see you. The sound of his voice grates my already raw heart. I run my bottom teeth over my top lip and look at Mindy. She turns to the door, hands on her hips. Then her face is back on mine. Just because you won't doesn't mean I don't have some things to get off my chest. My head shakes profusely. Please, for the love of God, just ignore him. He has to give up eventually. Does he? She's already by the door. I'm not about to let him get away without giving him a piece of my mind. The keys jingle as her fingers fumble with them. Then she pulls the door open. He is at an angle from me. I catch a glimpse of his face out in the hall and immediately sink back into the couch and wish it could swallow me. It's too soon to see him, I think to myself. The nervousness slithering in my stomach confirms this. I lift my head to look up again. He is still staring at Mindy like he is trying to get his bearings right. Seems he hasn't spotted me yet. Mandy, he begins once he lets out a long breath. His gaze is directed at my sister, and it falls on me like fresh snow that he thinks Mindy is me. I hear the beginnings of a sentence from her mouth, but he interrupts her. You're not answering my calls. You won't respond to my messages. He runs a hand through his hair. It's almost as if we had a falling out, but that can't be right because I don't remember when it happened. Mindy clears her throat. B jumps off me and runs off toward the bedroom. I slide off the couch and sit cross-legged on the floor. I can't stand to see how sincere his face is. Mindy is trying to speak, but he keeps talking. Can't he tell the difference between us? Did he forget I'm a twin? Outside, Austin continues his speech. I've gone over our time together, from Paris and ever since we got back. Look, I have to stop you right here. Finally, Mindy jumps in, her tone ice cold. That's sweet and all, but I'm not Mandy, and me and my sister, we're a package deal, so once you mess with her, you've messed with me. Mindy? Oh God, of course. I'm an idiot. But wait, what are you talking about, messing with her? We know you're a lying cheat, Austin. The jig is up. What? He sounds genuinely confused. Just because he hasn't been confronted doesn't mean he hasn't been caught. Stop wasting her time, she snaps. Think about everything you've done today. Don't even try to lie because she saw you. I get up onto the couch once again, looking at him, but making sure he can't see me, and I watch his baffled face. My God, he really thought he would get away with it. This is a huge misunderstanding. Mandy didn't see what she thought she did, I assure you. Mindy cocks her head. Oh, is that so? Please do tell. Are you an ophthalmologist now, since she can't trust herself, or just a gaslighter? I was posing for a photo series, nothing else. It's like meeting up for coffee in the art world. Didn't she tell you she posed for me? Yeah, and she told me about some other things. Is that like coffee in the art world? He huffs a breath. No. And what about her, Austin? I show myself, my heartbeat rising to turbo, because she didn't have clothes on either. Oh my God, Mandy, it's so good to see your face. It's not good to see yours. Mindy moves out of the way so I can talk to him directly. Mandy, you know my Renoir series, so she had posed for me and she put on the apron. She's like my sister. My sister and I haven't run around naked together since we were babies in the bathtub. How do I know whether to believe you? His expectant eyes measure mine before he speaks. Mandy, he reaches for my hand and I bat it away. No, Austin, no. I shake my head. Do you think I'm that stupid? Why would I even give you a key if I didn't trust you completely, Mandy? It's not what you think. To save money on models, we'd pose for each other. And you have $500 million in the bank. You can afford a model. I know, but this series, you know it's one that means a lot to me. What a shame that you came all the way here just to try to sell this crap to my sister. Well, she's not buying, and neither am I, Mindy adds. You can at least be a man and confess. I promise there's nothing to confess. It's a simple misunderstanding. How could I possibly misunderstand two naked people and just tell me how you want me, while both of you are naked? He shuts his eyes tight for 2 seconds, then opens them. He sighs, and I see the sadness on his face, but I don't care. And you weren't even in your studio. You were in the living room. I know how intimate that is, remember? And I know what it led to, and then you acted like it didn't happen. Mandy, no, you're so special to me. I bet you say that to all the women you ask to model for you, Mandy spits out. Just leave. Mindy pulls me back in and slams the door in his face. My lips are desperate for hydration, and my tongue is stuck to the roof of my mouth. She exhales, turns to me, and wraps her arms around me. The tears begin to build up in my throat as I hug her back. I never want to see him again, I say as the dam bursts.
Chapter 28. Austin. The door slams in my face with an air of finality. I think I hear their muffled conversation beyond the partition, muted words I can't parse out, but I'm stunned. Mandy's not going to listen to me, at least not right now. There's a cold stone in my gut as I disengage from the doorway and take the stairs back down to the entrance. Everything is a blur, the world passing by me, irrelevant in my bewildered state. The only thing in my world is Mandy, and I've been exiled. She's an artist. She'll see reason. But that look on her face said unmistakably that it's not quite as simple as that. And it's hard to blame her. If I had talked to her about Paris instead of walking away and shutting her out, maybe it would be different. It seemed innocent to me because, since I met Mandy, there's no other woman I've thought about. If they could meet, maybe Mandy would see that she's not competition. Maybe she'd know that I've barely talked about anything else since Georgie got back to New York. By the time I make it home, the fog of shock has lifted and grief has set in. Georgie is standing by the doorway, shifting on her feet and watching me. What happened? It was a nightmare. I swallow hard. The only thing keeping me from breaking down is my hope that this isn't the end. Come in. I'll make you anything you want. Whiskey. Rocks. She raises her eyebrows and whistles. Okay then. I sit at the kitchen bar as she pours a drink. So, let it out. What happened when you went there? I shake my head, too annoyed at the situation to even know how to describe it. So, I gave Mandy my keys. Holy hell, you? I know, right? I don't have a set of your keys. She turns around and looks at me incredulously. And, apparently, she was going to surprise me after work. But she got a little surprise. No, oh my God. Yeah, she saw the portrait session. She throws the ice aggressively into the glass, then looks at me with huge, sad eyes as the situation sinks in. Damn, I'm sorry, Austin. She just wouldn't hear my explanation, that it was a portrait session, which it was. Georgie's mouth forms a thin line, but it turns into laughter. Come on, I'm in pain here. I know, but the situation is kind of funny, you have to admit. If I weren't heartbroken, it would be. God damn it. Of all the ways to ruin things, the most innocent thing looks like the worst thing. And she knows how you feel? Georgie passes me my lowball glass and takes an identical whiskey on the rocks for herself. I head to the sofa, head hanging. I look up and shake my head. You're a dumbass, Hutchinson. No wonder she doesn't believe you. I mean, I wouldn't. You wouldn't? I feel my body tense with rage. No. I mean, me as me, of course. I know you. But if I didn't know you, especially when it's you, no, I wouldn't. And is there anything that could convince you if you were in her shoes? I throw back a huge gulp of the burning liquor. I do have one idea, but I'm not sure you'll love it. Georgie looks to the side, matching her sideways mouth. I'm willing to consider anything right now. First, you have to step back. Give her time to process. The entire picture from Mandy's point of view dawns on me. I feel like such an idiot. Among other things, but you're not a cheater. There's sympathy in her expression. If she only understood, I'm sure you think so, but you're the worst person to explain anything to her right now. It'll just look like you're trying to get away with something. I let out a sigh and put my head in my hands. What do you suggest then? Leave it to someone impartial, like me. She leans back in the chair and crosses one leg over the other in a smooth gesture. You coming in like a wrecking ball is not going to solve anything. Maybe let me try. Won't that be even worse than me trying to explain? She doesn't know you. Exactly. She doesn't know me. If I liked you like that, why would I try to convince her it was just professional? If we were screwing, why would I care about convincing her we weren't? If anything, I'd be upset with her. I want to protest. With the backdrop of Colette's displays, she might think Georgie is just another Colette, determined to screw with people. But the difference is that I've told her about Georgie. Although I might not be the most reliable source at the moment, Georgie is her own secret weapon too. She has a way of connecting with people where they can tell she's genuine. It got me out of so many situations in art school with tough professors. I lean in Georgie's direction while she's running around, getting herself ready to leave the apartment. Is that what you'd want, if you were her? What I would want is for you to tell me all this before getting to this point. But you're you, Austin, and if she loves you... We've never said love. Uh-huh. She gives a withering look. If she loves you, she knows you hold your cards close to your chest. So hopefully she has faith that there's more to you than this. Hopefully she can see the real you. To be truthful, I don't know if I've seen you like this about anyone before. I don't know if I've felt this way about anyone before, if I'm really honest. I sink into myself, and Georgie pats me on the shoulder, slinging her purse on her shoulder. Let me try to help you. She meets me at eye level. Talking to her can't make anything worse, right? Yeah. Okay. I don't understand how it all turned so quickly. When passions are high, they can turn on a dime. I finally manage a chuckle. You're right. You're always right. Yep. That's why you keep me around. She brushes her shoulder off in a gesture of superiority. And to clean up your mistakes, or try to. Will you let me help you? Yes. With a sigh, I nod. Wait, hang on. There's something I want you to take with you. No expensive gifts. She'll see right through that. I'm already halfway up the stairs and I pause to look back. No, I'm not even that dumb. 1 second. I rifle through my backpack, the one I carried with me on the trip, and I take out a sheaf of papers. I have a piece of string, left over from tying up paintings for the gallery show where I met her, and I tie the bundle together. I run down the stairs and present the sheaf of pages to Georgie like they're a notarized receipt. Because in a way, that's what they are. What's this? Just give it to her when you get there. And there is... Oh, right, the address. I hand her the luggage tag and I send her a text of the image I took of it. She has a twin, so make sure you're talking to Mandy and not Mindy. I made that mistake already. God, I can only imagine. Yeah, well, fortunately, you can learn from my mistake. Now, you just have to learn from them. Funny. I walk her to the door and we hug and wave. I watch her out the window until she turns the corner. This might be a terrible decision, but I'll try anything to get Mandy back. God, it occurs to me that we weren't actually dating officially, not in reality anyway. If she's willing to give me a chance, I'm willing to change that. I never thought I'd be desperate to have someone commit to me, but that was before meeting Mandy. I hope I didn't realize it too late.
Chapter 29. Mandy. I hear the front door buzzer again. If Austin thinks I have anything else to say, he has another thing coming. Mindy, don't answer it. I'm not talking to him. The buzzer rings again. This is ridiculous. I slap my hand on the coffee table. Mindy peeks her head out the window to see who's at the front door of the building. It's not him. It's a white woman. Do you recognize her? Mindy shakes her head no, and both of us head to the door and intercom at the same time. Who is it? I ask, holding down the button. Hi, it's Georgina, Austin's friend. Is this Mandy? I want to talk about what happened. I look at Mindy. The shock on her face matches my own. Should we let her in? Mindy whispers. I shrug. I can't imagine her saying anything that could change my mind, but I'm dying to know what she thinks she could say that could convince me I didn't see what I know I saw. I push the button to buzz her in. It's apartment 4C. A half-minute later, a short, wispy blonde with long, unstyled hair and big blue eyes is staring at me through the peephole, and I open it. She looks like a porcelain doll. Hi, I'm Mandy. Georgina, I've heard a lot about you. I'm so glad to finally meet you, but I never imagined it being like this. I let out a quick puff of breath and roll my eyes. I've heard about you too, and I've seen a lot more than I wanted. And a lot more than I'd ever dream of you seeing. You don't even know how terrible I feel. Mindy motions to me to let me know she's going to her bedroom to give us some space. Georgie isn't wearing a stitch of makeup, although she doesn't need it. She's wearing a white fringed tank top and a long bohemian skirt. The mixture of confidence and warmth is the ultimate accessory. I hate that I like her immediately. Are you going to just stand there? Come in. I quickly glance in the mirror by the door and tuck my hair behind my ears. Thanks so much. She follows me into the living room. I'm sure it can't be easy, even letting me come inside after what you've been through. I don't like that she presumes to know me, but she's also right. No problem. Can I get you some coffee or tea? No, I just want to talk before anything. Unless you want something. Conversation first is fine. What is it you wanted to tell me? I look at her for a beat, staring closely into her big blue eyes, not too different from Austin's. I'm angry with myself that it makes me miss him. How can I be so angry with him but want him so much at the same time? Austin told me what happened, and I want to try to explain. Okay. She takes a shallow breath, and I'm glad she's nervous. It makes me feel calmer. We didn't have much time this trip. I'm always traveling, and I have a show in LA, so we decided we'd get work out of the way first to make sure we checked it off, then proceed with everything else, especially meeting you. Yeah, of course. I'm always naked when I work. There's an edge to my voice. My series is Naked Bodies. Kind of an homage to Robert Mapplethorpe. And I mean, he's like my brother. But if you're looking for the male form, he's an easy model. He knows what artists are looking for, and we know each other so well. And you being naked, too. I posed for him for his Renoir nudes, and I just stuck on an apron without thinking. I grew up in kind of an unusual household. My parents were big hippies. We went to a commune in the summer, kids running around naked. Austin's known me long enough to get used to that, but obviously, I know what it looks like. Every part of me wants to believe her, but I can't get the conversation I overheard out of my head. I heard him ask how you wanted him. Georgina laughs, but immediately stops when she sees my frown. For posing? I sigh. I want to believe her, but I keep imagining that I'm being duped, and I get angry all over again. He runs pretty hot and cold, and there's all that stuff with Colette. I feel like I don't know who he actually is. And I definitely don't know you. Why should I believe you? Beatrix jumps over to me and sits on my lap, and petting her soothes me a little. I don't know if I can convince you to trust me. I just have no reason to lie. Georgie straightens her posture suddenly, then pulls out a stack of paper from her bag and hands it to me. Beatrix sniffs at it, What's this? I ask, my eyes narrowing. Georgie shrugs. I'm not sure, but Austin wanted me to give it to you. I recognize Austin's handwriting immediately, and I take a look at the date. It's from the last night of the Paris trip, when he seemed like a madman on a bender, writing all night. I wanted to make sure to get this down on paper while I was still living it. My life has changed in these 2 weeks, and I don't want to forget an instant of it. Mandy is incredible. I know it started out to fend off Colette, at least officially, but I think both of us know that was only part of it. It was a reason to spend more time with her, and when the opportunity arose, I wanted to seize it. And now she's asleep in the guest bedroom, and all I want is to go in with her and hold her against me. I flip through the pages, each one revealing more of his mind. Who else would agree to something this crazy so quickly and delight at creating an entire world? Mandy is such a free spirit, but she's so grounded too. And for the first time, she makes me see the value in opening myself up. I turn the pages, still skimming. She has such a personal spiritual passion for art, and at the same time, she approaches it without pretension or jadedness, as if everything is new and stands on its own merits. She doesn't judge. She looks, and she's the same with me. I flip to the last page. I can't believe I've been writing all night. The sun is rising, and we have to get on a plane in a few hours. But I need to process all of this. I needed to pour it onto the page instead of dumping it all onto Mandy. There's so much intensity, and I don't want to foist my perspective onto her and influence her feelings or pressure her into anything, especially when she's still in my world, not her own. Not that any of this is my world or has ever felt like it. I'm not some heir to a mining fortune. I'm a normal guy underneath it all, born and raised, and I need a normal woman. But one who's extraordinary. That's Mandy. I jump to the end. The love I feel for her is too precious and rare to need to rush it. I just want it to keep unfolding. I don't know how long I've been reading, but I look up and realize I'm crying. Georgie is holding a tissue, and Mindy has joined in the living room. She gives me a huge hug, and my tears turn into sobs. You okay? I nod. I think so. It's just a lot. And I have so many questions I don't know where to start. At the same time, the most important question is answered, I think, that Austin does care. Do you want to talk about any of it? Georgie asks. I don't know what was in those pages, obviously, but I do know I've never seen Austin like this before. Really? Really? Georgie's eyes are wide open, and she's smiling. I find myself smiling too. He never mentions girls, but since he met you, I haven't heard much about anything but you. He's a lot more sensitive than most people see. After the lottery, he shut himself off more. But I think you're changing that. I just assumed he had always been rich. I thought he was entitled, used to having his every whim served, rather than cautious. A little like how he assumed I was rich at first. When you grow up poor, you make the assumption that anyone sophisticated has more money than you. Thanks for coming over and telling me this, and giving this to me. I waved the stack of Austin's writing. You can thank him for that. I mean, not that you have to thank him, but you know what I mean. Yeah? I have a lot of things to sort out. I take Georgie's hand. I swear, when I saw you outside, I thought for sure I'd end up throwing something at you. I didn't think there was anything you could say. But I give her a kiss on the cheek. I'm glad. Austin really is an incredible person. And I've never seen him so happy. And I'd never seen him so devastated. My mouth curves downward, imagining his despair. He still was idiotic, but I understand a little bit better. I wish we were meeting under better circumstances, I tell her. But what a story, right? We both laugh, and Mindy laughs too. And I have a feeling we'll be seeing more of each other. At least I hope so. Georgie says with eyes full of curiosity, eager to hear an answer. But I don't have an answer to give her. I don't know. We'll see. I have to think it over. But I appreciate you coming. It really means a lot. I'd better get going. I have a red eye a little later. Always on the road. I walk her out and we hug goodbye. Tell him I say hi, I tell her at the last minute. She looks back. I will.
Chapter 30. Austin. My pulse picks up when I hear a ring at the doorbell. I know it's probably just Georgie, but a part of me hopes it's Mandy, or that she brought Mandy with her. Normally, I'm overjoyed to see Georgie since it happens so seldom, but for the first time, I'm disappointed it's not someone else. How was it? I ask her, deflated as she gives me a hug. She walks up the stairs behind me. It went as well as it could. I think she's still sorting it all out. Is she still angry with me? I sit on the sofa, and Georgie is on the Eames chair. I think she's feeling too many things to know, but I don't think it's over. I think she understands the situation, but it's not the easiest thing to get over, especially not knowing if my feelings are real. I shake my head and seal my lips into a straight line. Yeah. And do you think she feels the same? I'm sure my face betrays how much I hope the answer is yes. I don't think I can answer that for you, Austin. I think she has to. I slump over. Yeah, I think you're right. So what now? Well, my flight's in a few hours. I was thinking of heading out soon. You want a ride? I could use a little extra Georgie time, and if I don't get out of this apartment, I think I'll go crazy. It feels like the scene of the crime. Sure. We go into the garage and I load her minimal possessions into the trunk of my vintage Jaguar. She always packs light. It makes me laugh thinking about the contrast with Mandy packing for Paris, bringing 2 suitcases in addition to her carry-ons, even though I told her to pack for a week. The pain in my chest isn't quite so heavy as we chat on the way to LaGuardia, the East River ambling along on our right and skyscrapers rising to the left. Georgie tells me all about her upcoming show in Los Angeles. It features mashups of her own photographs with AI prompts, placing her subjects into fantastical scenes with absurd parameters, like the planet Jupiter if it were Woodstock 99. I definitely expect to be placed into one of those scenes in the next show. Absolutely. You think I haven't started thinking about it? Oh, yeah? She starts snickering in the passenger seat. God, do I want to know? Your face in a huge vat of lottery balls, that's as far as I've gotten. I think we can have some fun with that. We laugh the whole way, talking about stories from art school, ideas we have for projects, and highlights and horror stories from her constant travel. We steer clear of anything related to Mandy until we pull up to the passenger drop-off. We give each other a huge hug. Good luck with things, Austin. She looks at me sympathetically, seeing the pain in my eyes. You think she'll come around? I do. I really do. She takes my hand. Just give it time. I take out her light backpack and tiny carry-on suitcase and deposit one in each hand. Have a safe flight. Let me know when you get there. Will do. Take care of yourself. And her. I race home, glad that I can't look at my phone because I'd be picking it up and putting it down obsessively if I didn't have to focus on the road. But I can tell from the lack of notifications that there's nothing from Mandy. I decide on a whim to get off the expressway and exit early. I'll swing by Mandy's, just to see. The closer I get, the more my heart races. At every red light, I check my phone, but there's nothing. It's only been a few hours, Austin. You've left texts unanswered for weeks before. Yeah, but they weren't Mandy. Everything feels like it's falling apart, but nothing has changed around me except for Mandy's absence. I was always so worried that finding a woman would ruin me. And it has, just not in the way I expected it would. I get to her block and look up to the 4th floor. I don't see lights on, but I'll park and ring anyway. 4C Dempsey. The button sounds, but there's no answer on the intercom or buzz of the door opening. I ring a few more times, then glance at my phone. Still nothing. Give it time, give it time. But as I get back into the Jaguar, I'm listless. It's a struggle just to turn the keys in the ignition. I'm glad I'm only 5 or 10 minutes from home. Walking up to the door, I feel like I'm going back into a prison cell after recreation time in the yard. A $10 million prison cell. Also the scene of the crime that put me here. Without Georgie here, there's nothing to distract me from how alone I am now. Maybe I'll paint. But a stiff drink first. The lights are still ablaze from when I left, and I shut them off on my way in. Alone in the dark suits my mood right now. I shuffle to the kitchen to make a drink. Leaving me in the dark, I see. My body freezes. When I recognize the voice an instant later, a goofy smile spreads across my face, and I'm grateful she can't see. I run toward her, and I wrap her in a hug. Oh my God, Mandy. Even in the dark, I can see the smile on her beautiful face, and I realize she isn't wearing anything. I let myself in. Hope you don't mind. I have something for you too. You don't have to do that, Mandy. I turn on a lamp and I look down, assuming she means her state of undress. No, this is just the uniform of artists apparently, so I've learned. No, this is for you. She hands me the stack of writings. You should keep them. It's what I should have told you in Paris. If I had, we wouldn't be in this situation. I'm sorry, Mandy. I'm sorry too. She reaches out and touches my arm, and I can't pull my eyes away from her body. It's only the second time I've seen her naked, and it's even more stunning than the first time, in part because there was a good chance I might never see her again, clothed or otherwise. And now she's here. You have nothing to be sorry about, Mandy. I shouldn't have been an idiot. But the bigger thing is I should have told you. Told me what, exactly? Her eyes are wide and vulnerable, and her smile is tentative, probing, and uncertain. Everything. That narrows it down a lot. Her smile turns more confident. Why don't I show you? Before she can respond, I take her into my arms and kiss her passionately, with all of the emotion I've been tamping down today in anticipation of never getting a chance to express it. She kisses me back, her tongue warm and her body yielding. For the first time today, if not for the first time since I kissed her last, I feel whole. She looks at me with a satisfied smile and hunger in her eyes, one I feel too. From the very beginning, this has felt right. The more I've gotten to know you, the more I've wanted to know you more. I've wanted to tell you for a while now. Tell me? I love you, Mandy. I'm in love with you. Maybe for the first time in my life. She smiles radiantly, her dark eyes shining beneath a light coating of tears. She kisses me, holding both of my cheeks. Her tears spill over and she's grinning from ear to ear. I love you too, Austin.
Chapter 31. Mandy. I didn't realize how much I'd been holding back until I could finally say the words that had been burning inside me since Paris. I love him, and he loves me for real. Austin leans in and kisses me deeply, his arms wrapped around my waist as he pulls me in by the nape of my neck, touching my exposed skin. It was simply to show him I understood that bodies are just part of our wider selves, especially as artists. But now I realize it's because I want him to see all of me. I want to be vulnerable and uncovered with him. I don't want anything coming between us. And I slowly take off his clothes so that he can be himself, wearing nothing but his skin like a ritual. He helps me slowly, and I kiss his body as I take off each piece of clothing. His abs make perfect ridges for my kisses. It's raw, urgent, and tender all at once. This is where I'm supposed to be and who I'm supposed to be with. We pull away, both of us breathless, our lips tingling from the passionate kisses. He stands up and holds his hand out to me and whispers one word. Come. I gladly give him my hand, as if in a trance, for him to lead me to his bedroom. The air in the room seems to be electrified with anticipation. I take a deep breath, trying to steady my racing heart. Austin's arms wrap around my waist as he pulls me closer into an embrace. His lips meet mine, and I feel like I'm melting into him, the warmth of his body radiating through me. Our kiss is full of passion, but also tenderness, as Austin wordlessly tells me how much he loves me. We break away, both of us panting for breath and smiling at each other. This is where I'm supposed to be, Austin says, looking deeply into my eyes as we stand, clinging to each other. I'm home. Austin lifts me up and carries me over to the bed, laying me down gently. My legs quiver as I'm filled with a warmth that radiates from within me like never before. I moan softly, my body heating up with searing desire. He holds me again, stroking the curve of my waist, and it sends shivers through me with each movement. I close my eyes and let myself sink into the moment, feeling his embrace and the warmth of his breath on my skin. I run my hands through his hair, feeling the soft strands slip between my fingers. Austin's hands move across me, exploring and caressing every inch. His lips are soft and gentle as they trace the curves of my body, sending wave after wave of pleasure through me. I feel myself melting into him, his touch driving me to the brink of insanity. He draws his hands up my sides before cupping them around my face, leaning in for another kiss that consumes me like a fire. He leans in closer, his lips brushing against my cheekbones, trailing down to my neck. I gasp as his fingers slip over my ribs, then slide up my stomach to cup my breast. My skin tingles as his mouth climbs up to find mine again, kissing me deeply, hungrily. His hands roam over my body, sending shivers of pleasure through me. I feel the intensity of our desire for each other, only growing stronger. He traces his fingers along my curves, every touch sending shivers down my spine. I run my hands over his muscular chest, feeling his heartbeat racing as we press our bodies so closely together. He kisses me deeply, his tongue exploring every inch of my mouth as his hands move lower and lower. The sensation of his lips pressed against my skin is electric, and I can't help but let out a moan of pleasure. Uh-oh. It looks like the rest of this scene is too steamy for YouTube. For the uncut version, get the unabridged audiobook at tylawalker.com. That's where the good stuff is, if you catch my drift. Use code SAVE40 for 40% off on all digital products, like endless ebooks and audiobooks, where every naughty detail is left untouched. Now, where were we? That was incredible, he whispers into my ear as he kisses it lightly. Yes, it was, I reply breathlessly. We lay there for what seems like an eternity, contented kisses and light caresses being exchanged between us. I feel so safe in his arms. His hand runs up and down my back lovingly, tracing circles on my skin. I feel safe and loved in his embrace. It's a feeling I've searched for my entire life, and I've finally found it. Our mouths find each other's once more, the innocent touches now stirring our need to taste one another again. Austin kisses me gently, his lips caressing mine with purpose. The world around us disappears as we lose ourselves in each other, our bodies entwined in a dance of desire. He presses his body against mine, sending shivers of pleasure through me as we become one again. I can feel every beat of my heart echoing through him as he holds me close. My hands wander up to his neck. His breathing quickens as I explore further, tracing patterns on his skin with my fingertips. He pulls away slightly, looking into my eyes with an intensity that I have never seen before. He smiles at me warmly and lifts my chin up toward his lips for another kiss. This time it's different. It's slow, deep, and full of some indescribable emotion. At that moment, I know that I'm completely and utterly his.
Chapter 32. Austin. This is it. It's one thing to spend weeks planning it out and making sure everything is perfect, and another entirely to execute. But Mandy deserves all of that and more. She's watching the ground below out of the first-class window of the plane, gripping my hand tightly. Oh my God, is this Los Cabos? Maybe. I try to hide my pleasure but still find myself grinning. You know that I've always wanted to come here. First, you take me to Paris, then to Vancouver 2 months ago, and now here. For you, anything. The city below is nestled right up against the Pacific and the Sea of Cortez, but it's the cerulean blue waves against the setting sun that really set the place ablaze. It's everything I was hoping it'd be for her. For us. God, Austin. It's incredible. I don't think I'll ever get used to spur-of-the-moment traveling like this. She glances at me, her eyes full of wonder. I think you'll be doing it so often. You'll get accustomed to it, but it will never stop being magical. No, it's great. More than great. She rests her head on my shoulder and gives my hand a little squeeze. It's perfect. Mandy is watching everything from the car to the hotel, from the sparkling pools and the radiant sunset, outlining the throngs of tourists to the modern architecture that dwarfs us as we enter the hotel. All I can see is the world reflected through her eyes, and it's beautiful. So, what are we going to do first? A laugh lights up her expression, and she gives me a little teasing hip bump. I don't think you came for the destination, did you? She raises her eyebrows suggestively, making it clear what she wants to do. And you did? Seems like someone's eager for some downtime. Always, she says without hesitation. I catch her by the waist and draw her in. She presses her forehead to mine, cradling my face with both hands as our faces get closer together. I give her a little kiss, pat her backside affectionately, and pull apart, ready to go to our room. They've prepared dinner for us upstairs, in the presidential suite. It's supposed to have the best view in Los Cabos. She links her arm with mine as we're escorted to our room. You're spoiling me. Mandy, there is not enough money in the world to sufficiently spoil you. You spoil me every day just by being here. I want to make her smile every day for the rest of our lives, but I'll settle for one day at a time. Absently, I feel for the little box in my pocket. The room is bright and simple, with a wide open plan that reveals the endless sunset beyond. Golden silk pillows and sheets line a massive 4-poster bed, just across from a private pool of our own on the deck which reflects the sherbet sky. Dinner is set out for 2. A bellman brings up our luggage shortly after, along with a bottle of wine on a bed of ice. I press 100 into his hand. Thank you for everything. He leaves with a bow. Thank you, sir. Mandy is breathless as she takes in the room. Oh, wow. She's so taken with the view that she bypasses the incredible spread of food and drifts straight onto the terrace, forming a beautiful silhouette against the blazing sea and sky. The hem of her dress flits in the wind, and her hair has grown longer in the last few months, cut over one shoulder. I join her outside. Looking at her expression of awe, I'm falling in love all over again. You like it? She shoots me a wry glance. Like it? It's stunning. I pull out the chair for her, and she gathers her skirt to sit. You're too sweet, Austin. I'm just trying to be the man you deserve. I hope you like seafood. You know I do, she says, accepting a helping of prawns and wild rice. I pour us 2 glasses of sparkling white wine, and we lift our glasses in a toast. To the past and present, I suggest, lifting up the glass. What about the future? Mandy asks me. Well, that depends. Mandy puts down her glass, neither of us taking a drink, and eyes me with a look of utter bafflement. What does it depend on? She looks like she doesn't know whether she should laugh or cry, whether I'm joking or serious. As usual, it's a combination. It depends on this. I take out the small box and open it, facing her, then kneel in front of her on the other side of the small table. Without you, Mandy, there is no future. I think of the years ahead, and I can only imagine them with you in it. Her hands are on her mouth, and I can see the shocked expression in her eyes alone. I love you, Mandy. I've loved you since the moment we met, and I'll love you forever and devote my life to your happiness if you'll let me. Mandy, will you give me the most beautiful future I could ever imagine? Will you marry me? Her hands move from her mouth to my cheeks, and her smile is brighter than the diamond I'm still holding out. Tears stream down her eyes, and she nods, slowly at first, then harder as she begins to laugh. Yes, Austin, of course, I love you. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. I place the ring on her finger, the delicate platinum band studded with diamonds lighting up her dark, luminous skin, and the large diamond making her long fingers even more beautiful. I love it. It's so beautiful. She looks at her hand, then at me. But you know what I love so much more? What's that, my love? My fiancée. The word fits like a favorite sweater, like it's a title I was always meant to wear. She hands me my glass and lifts hers, and we toast together. To the future. To the future. We take a sip, and immediately after she begins kissing me deeply, and it feels like my entire life is beginning from this moment. She grabs my collar and pulls me toward her, and her body feels so small and graceful in my arms, this woman I always want to protect. My partner in all adventures. We part to catch our breaths, still holding each other, unable to keep our hands from exploring. You're the love of my life, Mandy. And you're mine, Austin.
Chapter 33. Mandy. Take me back to Mexico, I tell Mindy as we jump off the train and head up to Midtown. The sound of 1,000 feet shuffle around us. Everyone is in a hurry to reach their destination. We power walk up the stairs and over to Fifth Avenue. But wedding planning, she says. But Los Cabos, I respond. Oh God, this is you after Paris all over again. Mindy sighs and rolls her eyes into oblivion. I wasn't even that bad, I say with a smirk. She purses her lips. Sure you weren't. We go back and forth, me pretending I'm heartbroken to be back, and her pretending to be scandalized by my antics, until we reach the bridal salon in an old historic Art Deco building. The interior has recently been remodeled and features a glamorous black carpeted runway. After giving us an effusive greeting, our consultant quickly gets to work and brings out dresses, all made with the highest quality French lace. Fantastique, Mindy says when I emerge onto the runway in the first dress. You think so? I ask. Mirrors hang at nearly every angle, and I turn around for a 360-degree view. The dress, which is close-fitting with a keyhole back and a silhouette that hugs my body, doesn't really speak to me. You don't look sure. Keep trying until we find the one, the consultant says. A few dresses later, I think I've found it. I leave the changing room and walk out onto the runway. Both my sister and the consultant's eyes turn into saucers. My heart skips a beat. Please don't tell me you hate it. Hate it? Mindy comes running to me with tears streaming down her cheeks. You look amazing. The off-shoulder sleeves, the slightly plunging neckline. Austin won't know what hit him. I know. It is perfect, I say with a little laugh as a tear runs from my own eye. It's embroidered with gold thread and has a slight A-line skirt. I put on the matching veil, and I feel like I'm an actress playing a bride in a movie, not Mandy. But I know it's real. Everything feels right. I place the order for the dress, and I use the shared account I have with Austin for the purchase. I used to have to worry about whether I'd have a negative account balance from buying discount bras at Target, and now I can buy a high-fashion dress. Austin has made so many things possible, but I'd trade it all just to have him, nothing else. Now that we have the dress, I think we can design the cake, Mindy says. Every step of wedding planning puts me even deeper in my haze of happiness, as it sinks in that I'm really getting married, and the man I'm marrying is really the love of my life. A few days later, our dear cousin Jamie and our other sister Emily meet us outside the cake studio for the tasting. Emily reads the black signage outside. The wedding cakery. Wait, is this the same place from the TV show? I smile like a kid and nod hard. I know. We waltz in for our appointment and are beyond starstruck by the owner Ashley, who hosts a ridiculously popular cake decorating show. She gathers us around a table and brings out enough layered cake slices to feed a small army. This elderberry and zucchini is interesting, Mindy says. I swallow a tentative bite of the same flavor. My tummy is now protesting. I still think the lemon with raspberry filling was the best. I agree, Jamie says. I recommend vanilla for some of the layers to cut the lemon with, Ashley says. You're the expert, I tell her. That sounds so delicious. I know my husband will like that, too, I add. Did we skip the fiancé part? Mindy asks. Is there something you're not telling us? Just excited. Then we design the cake, which is the most fun part of the outing. I show Ashley some of the paintings Austin and I did in Paris for her to incorporate, which I also text to her. I think Austin will go crazy for it. I can't believe I'm still hungry after all that dessert, Mindy says. Lunch? Me too, I say. But I'm running late to meet the wedding planner, so I can't grab a bite with you girls. We part ways. I head off to meet with the planner, who comes to Austin's apartment, which is now our apartment. I'm not quite used to it. I'm exhausted and famished when the 3-hour-long meeting ends. My heart skids to a halt when Austin texts. Cancel your plans for tonight, it says. You mean my top secret military mission? Then I send another message right after. Crap, I wasn't supposed to tell you that. We'll save the world tomorrow. Tonight you are all mine. My face melts into a smile and I respond with a heart emoji. See you at 7. Dress casual, he sends last. I have enough time for a long nap when I get home. I'm showered, dressed, and ready to go by the time the door opens at 6:55. Always on time, I say with a smile as Austin leans down to kiss my forehead. Always beautiful, he says, then pulls me by the waist and bends down to kiss me properly. My body's response is always the same. Swoon, swoon, and more swoon. He refuses to disclose our destination, so I brief him about my day on the car ride to wherever we're going. I wish I could be more active in the planning. I'm sorry I can't be there. I lean back in my seat and turn my face to him. I'll let you off the hook this time. This time? He chuckles. How many ceremonies are we having again? Every 10 years we have another one. How's that sound? He turns to me. One of his hands leaves the steering wheel and rubs my thigh. I like how far you're thinking, and I promise that I will organize the next one myself. His fingers grip my knee, then he pulls away to concentrate on the road. We park in front of what looks like a chic club, but we go inside, and it's a mix of Studio 54 and Chuck E. Cheese. Is that a ball pit? The neon LED-lit cocktail bar is not all it seems, or rather, it's more than what it seems. People around our age are bouncing around in the pool of balls like kids holding cocktails. It is. I'm glad my future wife's perception is in tip-top condition. I swat his arm. Come on, what is this? A ball pit bar? We can start with drinks. He points to a long bar along the expanse of one wall. Or we can dive right in. It's up to you. I slip my hand into his, beam at him, and we both run and jump in. And they have swim-up concierge service, too. Oh my God, this is so ridiculous. Ridiculously amazing, you mean? It's more fun than I could have imagined. We barely even drink a thing. He has to drag me out kicking and screaming to catch our dinner reservation at a rooftop grill. The show has been moved to the Hamptons. I leave after tomorrow and will be gone 2 nights, he announces, over a dessert of cannolis. A crisp, cool breeze whips the air around us. House remixes of lounge music float from the speakers and combine with the other diners' chatter. I'll miss you, I say, and bite the tip of my tongue to distract from the pain in my heart. I find it so hard to be away from him. You will, because we're going together. Oh, Austin, we just got back from Los Cabos. You spoil me too much. Nobody deserves it more. He reaches across the table, and our fingers intertwine as we gaze into each other's eyes. 2 days later, we take a private helicopter ride to Montauk. He's booked a beach house, and we even look around for houses to buy for a little retreat. It's the kind of vacation rental where each room comes with the sound of crashing waves and views of the ocean. Seems a little quiet, no? That's sort of the point, to get away from it all. I think I like it all better, I tell him, tongue sticking out. But it's lovely, charming, and you're here, so it's perfect. We dine at an upscale Italian place overlooking the beach. Then he takes me dancing at a seaside shack with live music. My head is light from too much laughter and wine. I love it here, I hiccup and giggle as we head back home. I take back my words. Austin curates his private showing for some international collectors the next day, and I visit a few art galleries. Later that night when he comes home, we cook dinner and stroll hand in hand by the beach. This has been the best wedding moon ever, I say. Is that what it's called? From now on, yes. He lets go of my hand, cups my face, and kisses me deeply. Then he drops us to the soft sand. We're still there when the sun comes up, after staying up the whole night, giggling and touching, discussing our wedding and other important issues, like how often we'll return to Montauk after we're married. And then we go to the rented house, make love, and sleep. I wake up, convinced my life is all a dream, and it is. But I'm awake for it.
Chapter 34. Austin. This can't be my gallery, I think, as I walk through the huge glass doors. It's unrecognizable. Pretty incredible, huh? Georgina's standing behind me, and I jump before embracing her. It's stunning. I give her a huge hug. I can't believe how everything turned out. Ivory and white fabric is woven through the rafters with twinkling lights, draped from the high ceilings of the first floor. The cloud-like canopy envelops me, Mandy, and all of our guests as we enter, transporting us to a different world. You haven't seen the best part, Austin. Georgina grabs my arm, pulling me toward the service elevator and opening a curtain that covers the door. It's a photo booth. In the elevator where you first met. Get it? I love it, Georgie. This is so perfect. Did you think of this? It was a group effort, and don't worry. The guests will be using the main elevator or the stairs. The service elevator is out of order for tonight. She smiles proudly. And if you like this, just wait until you see the reception space on the second floor, not to mention your bride. She can barely contain her excitement. My stomach flips when I hear Mandy's name. I envision Mandy walking toward me in her dress. I don't even know the style, so I can't wait to see which gown her artistic, creative mind finally picked for when she becomes my wife. Is she here yet? You scared she's going to get cold feet and run? Leave you standing at the altar alone and devastated? Pull a Julia Roberts and Runaway Bride? Geez, Georgina, you really have a way with words. That's the reason you chose me as your officiant. Too late to change now. Anyway, Mandy is on the third floor with her mom and sister. The third floor is now a bridal suite, but don't worry, the bride isn't going anywhere. Your stuff is in the groom's suite on the fourth floor. I look up from the center of the first floor. First floor, ceremony, second floor reception, third and fourth floor, changing rooms. Got it, I think. I can't believe that everything is actually falling into place. Georgina sees the anxiety written all over my face. How were the Hamptons? Just the change of subject I need. They were great. A house on the water was just what we needed to unwind. The constant hustle can get a little exhausting. Geez, what a rough life. She elbows me. Jet-setting from Paris to New York. Jumping in a helicopter to Montauk. Just your typical weekend. I side-eye her. Georgina, you are the last one to be talking. When's the last time you flew coach? Coach? She tilts her head with a little smart smile. Like the purses? Sure. Why don't you go up and pour yourself a whiskey? Your parents are on the way from the hotel. I flew them in a few days ago, and it's been wonderful watching my mom, Dad, and Mandy, the three most important people in my life, get to know each other, along with Georgina. Good plan. You gonna help me get ready, or do you have efficient duties to attend to? I'll head up with you, then play it by ear. I have a few things I have to do too if you want to help. It'll be fun. Lead the way. I take Georgie to the climate-controlled storage closet. We each pick up canvases, then set them on their easels and drape a white sheet over them. The sheets look like they belong with the decor, and it's perfect. Between walking down the aisle saying our vows, exchanging rings, and the overall excitement, I hope Mandy won't notice. My mom and dad come into the right room soon, led by Georgie, who's flitting around, basking in her role of master of ceremonies. Let me get your tie, Austin. I can do it myself, Mom, but you're sweet to offer. I start putting the ends of the silk fabric together, and my mom takes it lovingly. Just for old time's sake, I want to play some part in my only son's wedding, even if it's small. She ties a perfect Windsor knot and kisses me on the cheek. My dad looks over, smiling, then pours himself a bourbon. One for me too, Dad. You sure? You don't want to drink and wive? Oh my God, that was bad. After that, I deserve a drink. My dad chuckles, pours another glass, and toasts. To my son and his beautiful bride. Leslie, the wedding coordinator, peeks in. You guys ready? It's showtime. Ready doesn't even begin to describe it. I give both of my parents hugs, then clasp my mom's hand. I stand with Georgina at the front, under a white oak arch strung with hydrangeas. She's ready to officiate in her rose gold dress, and she kisses me on the cheek. Mindy comes down the aisle as the maid of honor. Jamie's stepdaughter, Lainey, scatters petals of all kinds and colors over the aisle, and then sits with her dad in the audience. I look out and I see friends from childhood, from college, and my life as an artist. It's perfect, small, and intimate, just like we wanted. Mandy enters in her ivory off-the-shoulder dress, made of handcrafted lace. The fitted bodice flows perfectly into the cascading skirt. It's sexy without being ostentatious, classic but never boring, adventurous but understated. Completely her. Her hair is swept up into a simple bun, exposing her bare shoulders. Pearl drop earrings hang from her ears. Her mother and father both walk her down the aisle together. I'm beholding the woman I love, looking at her just before she becomes mine forever. She walks toward me, her eyes never wavering, and clasps my hands when she joins me. Hi, she whispers. Her face glows under the twinkly lights. You look stunning. I pull Mandy in and kiss her lips softly. A little early, but I'll allow it. Georgina gets a big laugh from our guests. I am lost in Mandy's radiance. I'm unable to see anything except her brown eyes, staring at me with all the love in the world. Georgie gives some opening remarks that I barely hear. I'm too engrossed in Mandy. And now, Austin, you'll recite your vows. Mandy squeezes my hand and I clear my throat. It all started with an elevator, and in this very building my life changed. Mandy swallows, holding back her tears. When I met Mandy, everything else receded. I fell in love, and she became my world. I look out at the crowd. Most of you know that when I was in my early 20s, I won the lottery. I thought I knew what blind good fortune was, but I had no idea. It wasn't until I met Mandy that I learned how lucky I was, and I promised to love you forever, to care for you forever, and to always be your partner in every way imaginable, and in ways I can't imagine yet. I love you. Mandy holds my shoulders and wipes her eyes, staring at me. I love you too, she whispers. And now, Mandy, your vows. I don't know how I can compete with that. Mandy laughs nervously, and everyone laughs with her. But I've learned from Austin I never have to compete. We complement and support each other. We make each other better. And I can't imagine a greater happiness than experiencing life with you. I promise to be your partner and guiding light, ensuring you feel loved, seen, and heard every day for the rest of our lives. We exchange simple bands, both platinum, each with L'amour de ma vie inscribed inside. We say the pledge to honor each other, and we each say I do. And finally, Georgie says the words I've been waiting to hear since the day I met my Mandy. I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride. I cup Mandy's face in my hands, kissing her softly at first, then with greater passion. I part her lips with my tongue and run my hands through her hair, and our guests cheer us on. Mindy unveils the special exhibition I put up just for Mandy and large pictures of us, from our trip to France, to Los Cabos, to the Hamptons, and even around New York. And there are paintings we did together, including the first ones in Paris, when we realized it was love. Mandy points to one of the candid photos I snapped of her painting in the Paris apartment. I didn't even know you took this. In the portrait, taken on our first trip together, she's focused on her canvas and nothing else, blind to the world. You were so beautiful. I had to. The woman I love, doing what she loves most. She kisses me and then takes my hand, pulling me to the reception on the second floor of the gallery. Let's go. I nod. Our guests, numbering a little more than 50 people, stand and clap as Mandy and I enter the reception, hand in hand. It's draped in so many flowers they look like clouds, soft petals in various shades of pink. We kiss and hug our guests, pose for photos, and feed each other appetizers. We have specialty cocktails, and we dance all night. After the dancing, the speeches, and the toasts, the cake comes out. I manage to have a few surprises too. Mandy leads me toward the cake, and I see transfers of our paintings designed on the cake itself. It's amazing! How can I bring myself to eat that? It's too beautiful. Mandy laughs, because it's too good not to eat. It's the most delicious vanilla lemon cake you will ever taste, and don't worry, I'll start. We take our pieces of cake, and I immediately agree. It would be a sin not to eat something so delectable. We head to the champagne tower, each of us grabbing a coupe, and I begin another toast, one to close out the evening, although there is no end time since I own the venue. No, not just me. It belongs to me and my wife. Thank you for sharing the most beautiful day of our lives. With Mandy as my partner, I know it only gets better from here. As much as I have, I would give it all up for one moment with my wife. And I'd let him, Mandy says, then kisses me.
Chapter 35. Mandy. I've been waiting to get my new hubby to our hotel suite before all of the champagne has kicked in. Now it's a driving need. The liquid gold is causing my entire body to vibrate and my cheeks to warm. I need my man's hands on me, now. Austin, I whisper into his ear. Yes, my love? I make sure my breath is hot on his skin, so he can sense the urgency rising inside of me. How about we take our wedding to the bedroom? His blue eyes turn to me, a look I recognize. Pure desire. I smile wickedly in response. I suppose it's about that time, he says, looking at his watch. He skips over to the manager of the gallery and asks her if she can lock up when all the guests have left. We say goodbye to our guests, then look one last time at the stragglers who are still there, flirting and laughing. I smile with happy tears in my eyes. This wedding was incredible, but the best is yet to come. I touch his body, my fingers tingling as they trace his skin under his suit jacket. My arms slide up his chest and over his shoulders as we wait for our cab. I feel his muscles tense as I hold on to his biceps. The car arrives, and I steal a few touches. Let's go. We huddle in the back, and I begin to subtly massage his crotch, finding a growing, delicious stiffness starting. The wetness between my thighs grows. We look at each other hungrily, tangling ourselves in ferocious kisses. Austin grabs my face tightly as he deepens our embrace. His tongue plays with mine as his hands begin exploring my body outside of my dress. I let out a moan of pleasure as he begins to massage my breast through the fabric. He pulls away slightly and looks into my eyes before slowly putting his hands beneath my dress. I can't help but take advantage of this moment to run my hands along his hard body, feeling every muscle twitch under my fingertips. We're just a few blocks from the Plaza Hotel, thank God, because I want him so much, I'm tempted to screw him senseless. Driver or not, our lips meet again, and we touch each other as licentiously as possible without being completely scandalous. The Plaza, the driver announces. Thank you so much. I pant to him as calmly as I can muster, and Austin gives a nod. We give a $1.00 tip on a $1.20 ride. We check in as quickly as possible, Austin straining and squirming against the pull of his desire. I'm looking at him like a tiger, egging him on with my eyes. He can see that I'm a hair away from attacking him. The elevator dings, and I drag him by the arm. He throws me against the elevator wall and kisses me voraciously. But I'm sorry to say that if you want to hear all the naughty things that happen next, it's not going to be here on YouTube. That would be too steamy to handle. If you want access to the unedited, unabridged audiobook, head over to tylawalker.com to get your hands on this story and countless others. Use the code SAVE40 to get 40% off on all digital products at checkout. Let's get back to the story. He strokes my hair as we stay as close to each other as we can. He rolls sideways and pulls me along with him so that we're facing each other on our sides. I can feel the warmth of his body radiating through me. The air around us is thick with contentment. We stay like this, just basking in each other's presence. He runs his thumb across my cheek, and we lay in silence, awed by each other. I love you so much, he murmurs in my ear. My heart overflows. I love you too, Austin. I never knew I could be this happy. He leans in to give me one last kiss before we drift off to sleep in each other's arms. Before sleep takes me, a comforting thought takes hold. I'm home.
Chapter 36. Austin. What do you think about this one? It's a miracle that it still fits. Mandy emerges from the closet with a bright yellow summer dress, swishing as she models it for me. With the shoes, is it too much? I catch her elbow and press a kiss on her forehead. Nothing's too much. She shoots me a teasing, deadpan look. That's not helpful. Sure it is. You're gorgeous in anything you wear, but for what it's worth, I think it's amazing, especially with the earrings I gave you. You're going to wear them, right? That's the plan. She sashays back to the closet to get dressed. I don't know how she does herself up in such a short time. It's like magic. One moment she's in her PJs with rumpled hair and an oversized tee. The next she's ready to go to the Ritz. Every time I see her, I'm stunned by her beauty, in whatever she wears. What? She seems concerned by my gaping and pats down her hair. Did I miss something? No, not at all, I say, finally finding my voice and my humor. Oh wait, you did. I sneak in for a quick kiss on her cheek. There, I think that's perfect. The corners of her mouth turn up. You know, you don't need an excuse to kiss your wife. She links an arm around my neck and brushes her nose against mine. I'm right here. I catch the small of her waist and offer a kiss to her soft lips. You're right. She breaks the caress too soon, pleasure sparkling in her eyes. Go on, get ready. I don't want to be late. Mindy's going to be there waiting for us. I'm drunk from her lips, but reason settles in and I find my blazer. Are you excited? Nervous as hell, thanks for asking. My pleasure. She notes my bantering mood with narrowed eyes, making me laugh. Oh, don't look at me like that. I gather her up into an embrace. The first one is always daunting, but you do wonderful work. The city is going to love you. She lets her head fall against my chest and sighs. I hope you're right. I know I am. It'll be everything you imagined and more. There's a line down the block to enter, even though the gallery hasn't officially opened its doors yet. Mandy stays in my shadow, holding my hand fast. I can't believe this line. Just for this show? It's big news. The debut of Mrs. Mandy Hutchinson. We move past the impatient crowd of critics and journalists, art aficionados, and curious tourists. One face stands out from the crowd. Mandy! Mindy! They embrace, and Mindy joins us as we go inside. I take a moment to take in the scene, remembering the day I met her in this same building just a little more than a year ago. My life entered a new phase, and today her life enters a new phase with her first show as an artist. Alex from the curation team opens the door, practically beating back the crowd to keep them from flooding in. The gallery opens to me, Mandy, and Mindy. Georgie, magician that she is already inside, giving a pep talk to other artists in the show. It's a show of young black women artists who haven't displayed their work before, and Mandy is headlining. So now I know what's been taking up all of my sister's time the last 3 months, Mindy says, looking at the canvases on the gallery wall. That and a few other things. They're toasting with champagne. I'm the only one who knows that Mandy has sparkling cider in hers. She glances back at me with a huge smile and an air kiss, and she touches her stomach almost imperceptibly. I pocket one of her kisses, and she returns to her conversation with a secret smile. She's not just an artist, but a community leader in one of the most eagerly anticipated exhibits of young black women artists. In the years I've had the gallery, I think this is the most significant thing I've ever done, all because of my wife. My team double-checks the details, making sure the catering is set in place, the press kits are stocked, and the information about the works for potential buyers is overflowing. Austin, we're about to open, Alex informs me. I nod, then close in on Mandy, the artist circle, and her sister. It's go time. Mandy glances up at me with bated breath, then nods. I offer her a reassuring smile. You're going to be amazing. If you say so. Mandy gives me a small smile while wringing her hands. Will you be here with me? Every step of the way. She nods again. Good. I don't want to do this alone. You're a twin. You're never alone. Mindy leans in. If you weren't good, this crowd wouldn't be here. It's not like we didn't send press materials to the whole country, Alex says. Oh, I don't know if that's exactly what I need to hear to calm my nerves. Mandy raises her eyebrows at Alex, who smiles back. But no time like the present. I squeeze her close. That's my girl. The doors swing open, and the gallery staff ushers them inside in an orderly fashion, with the press entering first, then Art World VIPs, then spectators. Some make a beeline straight to us, while others spread out into the gallery. It's more like a high school reunion or happy hour with friends, not the gauntlet Mandy has built up. She's talked to virtually everyone here already about the show. Reporters have called, patrons have seen it in advance, and others have seen all the promotional materials. The name of the show is Diaspora. What does that mean to you, Mandy? It's Hillary Edwards from Art Forum. Well, it's about travel and being scattered and finding your place when you land. She's looking over at me as she answers the question, and making it your home. And where is home for you? Hillary asks. The place I feel most at home? Right here, where we are now. It's where I met my husband and created a community. I'm looking over, not intending to steal the spotlight, but proud of the fact that I get to share my life with her. Well, technically, over there. Mandy points to the elevator door, inside that cramped little elevator. And I can't help but notice that the biggest painting in the exhibit. Right, Mandy's laugh wafts over. Landscape in elevator. On the border of the canvas is the familiar reflective chrome of the service elevator, but inside it's a pastiche of land formations, some belonging to the places we've traveled together, others purely the product of Mandy's imagination. Do you think your relationship with Austin has shaped your style? She pauses to think for a moment, and I try to hide my grimace. I hate it when reporters and society watchers try to steer the conversation toward me because it fails to acknowledge the contributions of Mandy, whose artistic vision easily surpasses mine. That's a tough question to answer, Hillary. He's shaped my life. He's shaped my heart. He's shaped everything about who I am. He's my greatest collaborator, and he's the reason I've been able to study art formally. And he's my greatest collaborator. Hillary nods, but Mandy takes a breath and starts saying more. And more than anything, he wants me to follow my own vision. That shared vision with him helps me find my own distinct one. Hillary looks over and spots me. Hey, get over here, Austin. I lower my eyes, feigning guilt at being caught, but I'm glad Hillary can see how proud I am of Mandy. I lock eyes with Mandy, and she waves me over. As long as the spotlight stays in the right place, Hillary. And where's that? On my beautiful wife. I wrap my arm around Mandy and I pull her into a kiss. Although when she's in a room, it's hard to look anywhere else. And I never plan to look away.